Chapter 725. Actually, during the 6 years that Yi Qinghan had been meditating, he hadn't spent most of his time comprehending nomological laws. Instead, he had been in a strange state. After he had fallen asleep, he had entered a state of enlightenment. Actually, he hadn't realized anything. Instead, he had heard a strange sound. Thump. 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 Even now, when he recalled the strange sound he had heard while he had been unconscious, his emotions were stirred up. This sound was like a person's heartbeat, or a person's rhythmic breathing. This sound was very penetrating and had a special rhythm. It also had an invisible magic that attracted Yi Qinghan to listen, to explore, and to pursue. Thus, after Yi Qinghan woke up, he immediately entered a meditative state and sat on the mountain in a lotus position. He started to use his heart to discover the source of this sound and listen to its meaning. Towards the end, he didn't even know if he was awake or dreaming. His expression became dreamy and dreamy. After listening for 6 years, he finally confirmed one thing. This sound was coming from within the 5 Emperors Mountain. The 5 Emperors Mountain seemed to have a life of its own. This sound was like his pulse, his heartbeat. When Yi Qinghan had this feeling, the sound suddenly became urgent and lively, as if it had become excited. At that moment, Yi Qinghan also felt that the 5 Emperors Mountain had become closer to him. Furthermore, he had a feeling that he could easily climb up the 3rd mountain, which was why he had agreed to Tian Chen's challenge without hesitation. In the end, he had successfully proven that his feeling was right. This feeling was inexplicable, but it was real and pure. Through this sound, Yi Qinghan also realized a wonderful mystery. The power of earth, the throbbing pulse of the earth, and the ground traversal were 3 mid-level mysteries that had been fused together. The power of earth allows me to be closer to the earth. The ground traversal technique has the power of earth, so the fusion speed is faster. The throbbing pulse of the earth allows me to travel thousands of miles in an instant. With these 3 mysteries fused together, my speed will increase by at least 4 to 5 times. This profound mystery of the throbbing pulse of the earth and earth walk could be called shrinking earth. If he could comprehend shrinking earth, his speed would definitely increase by several times compared to close yet worlds apart. The more I climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, the more confident I am. Yi Qinghan sat in the hall and drank his tea leisurely as he recalled what happened at the 5 Emperors Mountain. Yi Yaorao sat quietly at the side without saying anything. To her, as long as she could sit quietly by the side and look at the man she loved, she would be very satisfied. There was no more tea. Yi Yaorao stood up and filled it up. Only now did Yi Qinghan realize that he was distracted. He looked at Yi Yaorao guiltily and beckoned her to sit on his lap. He hugged her waist and felt the comfortable cold air from her soft body. His heart also softened. She didn't explain much about how Yi Yaorao had entered the conferred God Valley. She just told him that she had asked Kong Luo about Shi Yan. Then, Lord Devour had brought her to that deep pit. When Shi Yan's soul had mutated, she had felt her heart beating fast, so she jumped down to find Shi Yan. She didn't tell him much. However, Yi Qinghan could imagine the pain that Yi Yaorao had suffered in her heart all those years. He could imagine how she had stood at the mouth of the deep pit for countless days and nights, looking at it all alone. In the end, she had jumped down with determination. Then, he remembered how Yi Yaorao had suffered in the Thunder Emperor's tribe. God Emperor Qiu Feng had forced her to explode herself. He felt that he owed Yi Yaorao more. At this moment, he really wanted to cultivate shrinking earth to the top level. However, he decided to stay with Yi Yaorao for half a year. Yi Qinghan spent his days leisurely and contentedly. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate or climb the mountain. Although he wasn't hurried, someone else was. 3 months later, Wushan came to visit him and told him that concubine Lan wanted to see him. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Yaorao to rest and cultivate in the room. Then, he followed Wushan to concubine Lan's living room. Yi Qinghan climbed up the 3rd mountain. With such a light veil, it was obvious that Wushan and the warriors on the 2nd level treated Yi Qinghan even more respectfully. Little brother Yi, if you leave the Rain Emperor Mountain in the future, you must be careful. Wu Shan smiled warmly as he looked around carefully. Then, he sent a secret message to Jian Wushuang. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan frowned in surprise. Theoretically, he had the support of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor. No one should find trouble with him. 4 years ago, Long and I died. Wu Shan looked solemn. The content of the secret message made Yi Qinghan tense. I got it. Yi Qinghan understood what Wu Shan meant. Long and I was dead. His brother, Long Fei, must be resentful. In the Rain Emperor Mountain, he didn't dare to do anything. However, outside the Rain Emperor Mountain, such as the Five Emperors Mountain, he could do something secretly. As soon as he walked into Concubine Lan's living room, he found that Concubine Lan was playing with a small green jade box with her head down. He found a chair and sat down. Then, he asked with a smile, Miss Concubine Lan, why did you summon me? Can't I come to you for no reason? Concubine Lan raised her head. A trace of bitterness and slyness flashed through her bright eyes. Her plump lips curled up slightly. She seemed to be dissatisfied as she said, Little man, now that you have a wife, have you forgotten about me? Back then, you called me Xiao Tian Tian and said that you must win my heart. Now, you call me Miss Concubine Lan and haven't come to see me for so long. It's so disappointing. Ha! Looking at Concubine Lan's resentful expression, Yi Qinghan was amused. Although he knew that Concubine Lan was pretending, he felt happy for no reason. He walked along the slope, leaned over slightly, and said with a sneaky smile, Why don't you? How about I spend the night with you? I guarantee that you won't be able to taste meat for 3 months. I'm not bragging, but my Yi family's marksmanship is passed down from generation to generation. Every shot is fatal. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pretended to touch Concubine Lan's pretty face. As expected, a jade-like hand slapped down heavily, almost swollen Yi Qinghan's hand. Concubine Lan's face was full of anger. She frowned and cursed, Get lost. You're being unreasonable. You were the one who took liberties with me first. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and grimaced in pain, but his eyes were full of smiles. Don't talk nonsense with me. Take this. This is your reward for climbing the 3rd mountain. Just refine it directly. Concubine Lan sighed helplessly. She found that every time she confronted this guy, he seemed to have the upper hand. She directly threw the jade box in her hand to Yi Qinghan, turned her head, and ignored him. Yi Qinghan was delighted. The reward from the higher-ups was definitely not ordinary. When he probed it with his divine sense, he found that there was a restriction on the jade box, and his divine sense couldn't penetrate it. He was even more curious, so he didn't answer Concubine Lan's question. Instead, he asked, What is this? Concubine Lan was obviously still angry. She glanced at Yi Qinghan, curled her lips, and said, Figure it out yourself. Look at you stingy. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I'm leaving. Yi Qinghan stood up coolly and was about to leave. Concubine Lan snorted a few times and said with a sly smile, This is a strange fruit. The most precious spiritual fruit in the apotheosized valley. And this is a rare one among the strange fruits. It's a soul-type strange fruit. After refining this strange fruit, it can enhance a martial artist's soul strength by a small part. However, each martial artist can only refine it once. The next time you refine this strange fruit, it won't have this effect. Of course, when refining, there are some things that may lead to failure if you don't pay attention to them. Well, since you don't want to hear it, forget it. Chapter 726. Strange Fruit. Yi Qinghan thought of the well eruption in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range and the legend that a strange fruit could be sold for 100 billion god stones. He didn't expect that he could also get a strange fruit. It seems to be the best among the strange fruits. Well, Miss Lan, how much can your soul strengthen after refining it? How exactly do you refine it? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Yi Qinghan stopped, turned around, and asked with great hope with a smile on his face. He had become a soul cultivator, and the growth of his soul was the most important thing. It seemed that this strange fruit was not given by the higher-ups, but by the Rain Emperor. Only the Rain Emperor knew that he had become a soul cultivator and needed a soul-type strange fruit. "Aren't you going to leave?" Concubine Lan looked at Yi Qinghan with a faint smile, as if she had something on Yi Qinghan. "You women are so narrow-minded. Young miss, I'm in the wrong, okay? I'll apologize to you." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and bowed. Sure enough, this action made Concubine Lan in a good mood. She smiled charmingly. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was staring at her, Concubine Lan was in a better mood. However, she didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, she asked, "Answer my question first. How did you climb up the third mountain this time? And did you comprehend anything special during the 6 years of cultivation?" "How did I climb up?" "That's how I climbed up." "Comprehension?" "Well, I did comprehend something. I comprehended a kind of middle-level occult, which is the law of Earth. In just 6 years, I comprehended a kind of middle-level occult. Your husband is very powerful, isn't he?" Looking at Concubine Lan, who was smiling like a fox, Yi Qinghan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly laughed it off. Of course, he would not tell her about the wonderful connection between him and the 5 Emperors Mountain. Besides, no one would believe it if he told her about it, right? Nothing else? Concubine Lan's eyes gradually deepened as if she had seen through Yi Qinghan. Her face also became a little unfriendly. "What else is there?" Yi Qinghan pretended to be confused and asked back in one breath. "Humph, if you dare lie to me, I'll castrate you." Concubine Lan snorted as if she didn't believe Yi Qinghan's words. She waved her hand and asked Yi Qinghan to get out of here. "The method to refine the strange fruit is in the jade box. As for how much my soul can be increased, I don't know. You can get lost now." "Hee, then I'll take my leave first. Let's find a windless night to talk about life and ideals, and study how to play the Xiao Nong Yue together." Yi Qinghan had a guilty conscience, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out like a wisp of smoke. "I forgot to tell you that the Thunder Emperor asked you to go there. Also, the Thunder Emperor has a bad temper. If you keep him waiting, you'll probably suffer." Hee. As soon as he walked out of the small hall, he received Concubine Lan's voice transmission. Yi Qinghan's heart sank. As expected, only women and vile people were hard to deal with. However, he was a little confused. It seemed that Concubine Lan knew that he was hiding something from her. Rushing back to his room quickly, Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Qinghao toward the teleportation formation. Yi Qinghan had promised Yi Qinghao that he would take her wherever he went in the future. Moreover, it was very safe to go to the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Since Qiu Feng and his nephew were killed by the Thunder Emperor, no one would dare to attack him. As expected. As soon as they were teleported to the Thunder Emperor's tribe, there was already a strong Emperor God waiting for them there. The strong Emperor God led the two of them toward the Heaven's Stairway and up to the Thunder Emperor Palace. When they arrived at the Thunder Emperor Palace, they realized that the decorations of the Thunder Emperor Palace were much simpler than those of the Rain Emperor Palace. However, it exuded a majestic and domineering aura. In the spacious Thunder Emperor Palace, there was only a large chair placed in the center. This chair was much more domineering and luxurious than the chair in the palace in Yi Qinghan's previous life. "Little Yi, let your wife visit the palace as she pleases. Come into the side hall. I have something to discuss with you." There was no one in the hall. Only a voice rang out. The voice was very majestic, but there was a hint of intimacy in the majesty. "Visit the palace as she pleases?" Yi Qinghan was shocked. The Thunder Emperor obviously did not treat him as an outsider. Logically, even if he had saved his daughter, there was no need for him to treat him this way, right? The Thunder Emperor's status and abilities were very high. Yi Yaorao nodded obediently at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan headed straight for the side hall. The layout of the Thunder Emperor Palace was the same as that of the Rain Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan did not need to use his divine sense to find the side hall very easily. The moment he entered the side hall, he saw the back of an imposing figure. His purple battle armor made this figure appear even more domineering. His unruly purple hair was casually scattered behind his back. The Thunder Emperor did not emit any aura. However, when Yi Qinghan saw this figure, he felt as though he was looking at an invincible demon god that could not be defeated. Sit anywhere you like. The Thunder Emperor turned around and revealed a faint smile. It was very faint, but it was very amiable. Hello, Uncle Lei Zhen. Qinghan is very ashamed that I did not visit you during this period of time. Yi Qinghan bowed respectfully. During this period of time, he had been very busy. Secondly, he did not dare to get too close to the Thunder Emperor to avoid arousing suspicion. However, he had always wanted to build a better relationship with the strongest expert in the Forgotten Land. That's all right. I asked you to come this time because I want to give you something. I think it might be of help to you. Also, you did very well this time. I'm very happy. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and did not seem to care. He flipped his hand and a purple jade box appeared in his hand. He threw it directly to Yi Qinghan before speaking calmly. Uncle Lei, what is this? Yi Qinghan received the box in surprise. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was exactly the same as the box that concubine Lan had given him. There was also a restriction that prevented him from examining it. However, he understood why Lei Zhen was so affectionate towards him. It seemed that the Thunder Emperor was in a good mood after he had climbed up the 5 Emperors' Mountain so easily. This is a strange fruit. It is a supplementary fruit for cultivation. Furthermore, it is the best fruit in the entire Forgotten Land. It can allow you to sense the laws of heaven and earth more clearly for a period of time. It is best for you to use it when you are at a bottleneck. If this strange fruit is auctioned in the immortal realm, it can easily be sold for hundreds of billions of god stones. The Thunder Emperor's eyes were filled with admiration. He looked at Yi Qinghan and continued, you are a soul cultivator, right? The Rain Empress must have given you one of the top-notch soul-type strange fruits. Don't worry and refine it. It will not conflict with this strange fruit. Strange fruits are divided into soul-type, nomological, supplementary, defensive, and offensive types. Each martial artist can only refine one of these 5 types. With your current strength, you can use the soul-type supplementary fruit. The others will be wasted. I'll give them to you in the future. This, Yi Qinghan was shocked. He knew that the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor would not be stingy. He did not expect that the two of them would give him a top-notch strange fruit that was worth hundreds of billions of god stones. Hundreds of billions of god stones. When he was in the immortal realm, he had been so anxious for 1 billion god stones. He quickly kept the strange fruit and stood up. He bowed to the Thunder Emperor again and said solemnly, Thank you, Uncle Lei Zhen. Fireworks are more important to me than anything else. Although these top-notch strange fruits are rare, they are just worldly possessions and are not worth mentioning. Work hard, little Yi. I hope that you can climb up the 5 Emperors' Mountain and enter the altar. If you can remove the seal on the sealed God Valley, I promise. I will give you a huge surprise. A huge surprise. The surprise that Lei Zhen mentioned was definitely beyond his imagination. However, Yi Qinghan did not dare to show his happiness. After all, it was hard to say whether he could climb up the 5 Emperors' Mountain, let alone enter the altar. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan recalled the Thunder Emperor's words and asked curiously, That's right. Uncle Lei, how did you know that I am a soul cultivator? When the Thunder Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan was not overjoyed because of his words, the admiration in his eyes deepened. He explained, That's because, even I can't see through your soul. Furthermore, you can use the Slaughter God Blade. These 2 points can explain one thing. Your soul is very special, and people with special souls usually walk the path of soul cultivators. Chapter 727. Uncle Lei. What is your soul realm? Yi Qinghan was happy to hear that Lei Zhen was willing to tell him. Lei Zhen was so powerful and knowledgeable. If Yi Qinghan could get some information from him, it would be very beneficial to him. Second stage of the God King realm. Lei Zhen said proudly. When he saw Yi Qinghan's shocked expression, he smiled and explained. You don't have to be too surprised. When a martial artist reaches the God the Arch realm, their soul will basically reach the peak of the God General realm. I had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the God King realm. After I became the Thunder the Arch, I also refined a soul-type fruit. That's why I reached the second stage of the God King realm. It's not because I'm not a soul cultivator, but it's impossible for me to improve further. Of course, I'm on the path of nomological cultivation and don't pay much attention to the soul. I see. Yi Qinghan revealed a doubtful expression, but he was actually ecstatic in his heart. The Thunder the Arch was at the second stage of the God King realm, but he couldn't see through his soul cultivation. What did this mean? This meant that he couldn't discover his two souls. If the Thunder the Arch couldn't discover it, then others wouldn't be able to. In the entire forgotten body, the only person who could discover his soul mutation was the Rain Empress. The Rain Empress didn't look suspicious at all. Maybe she couldn't detect it either. A huge weight was lifted from his heart. No one would know that he had become an anomaly. This made Yi Qinghan very happy. After a moment of silence, he asked another question. Uncle Lei Zhen, you said that I can use this slaughter god blade. What do you mean? Can't others use it? Even you, can't use it? I can use it, but I don't dare to use it. The Thunder the Arch shook his head and sighed. I really don't know what you are made of. You are so strange. This slaughter god blade is something from the demon world. It is filled with all sorts of negative emotions and murderous aura. If you use it for a long time, you will go crazy. But nothing happened to you. Although this blade is very powerful, smart martial artists will choose not to use it. After all, relying on external help will only lead you astray. Only one's own strength is eternal. It's also the strongest. Yi Qinghan sighed. But how was he completely fine? He had almost died a few times because of this knife. His soul had been split into two because of this knife. Although the two souls did not harm him at the moment, they had instead given him great benefits. But this thing was like a sharp blade hanging over his sea of consciousness. He didn't know when it would tear him into pieces. Fortunately, he was an optimistic person by nature and would not overthink things that he could not solve. Overthinking was not beneficial and would only increase his worries. Since things had already come to this, he could only take things as they came. What is the origin of this saber? It sounds very powerful. The Rain Emperor refused to say, so Yi Qinghan decided to try his luck with the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor said, "Don't ask about this. I don't think the Rain Empress told you either. This is a secret of the War God Pavilion. Only 5th grade war gods are qualified to know about it. We swore a divine emperor blood oath back then. When you become a 5th grade war god in the future, go to the War God Pavilion and you will naturally find out. Uncle Thunder, is there anything special about my wife's cold ice jade body? I did not have access to this kind of information when I was in the divine realm." Yi Qinghan immediately remembered something that had been bothering him for a long time and asked the Thunder Emperor to explain it to him. The Thunder Emperor was silent for a while and explained, "The cold ice jade body is one of the spiritual bodies of nature. It is only rare in the divine realm, but it is extremely precious in the sealed God Valley. Because the cold ice jade body has a special characteristic. The cold energy in her body can remove any negative state. You know that regardless of whether it is the heavenly battle or the 5 Emperors Mountain, the soul will be affected to a certain extent. However, the cold ice jade body can remove this effect. That is why the cold ice jade body is so important in the sealed God Valley. This is also why Qiu Feng risked being discovered and executed to peep on it." No wonder, Yi Qinghan thought of the caves in the baleful Yin stream. He and Yi Yaorao were entangled with each other, and the baleful energy that troubled him was easily removed. Only now did he realize that it was not a coincidence. It was because of Yi Yaorao's cold ice jade body. After chatting for a while, Yi Qinghan learned many secrets from the Thunder Emperor that he did not know. For example, the entrance to the Sealed God Valley was not only at the center of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. There were countless other entrances in the Divine Realm's 6 continents and the Star Sea. It was just that Yi Qinghan did not know about them. For example, in the Forgotten Land, besides the Heavenly Battle and the 5 Emperors Mountain, there was also a battle for the strange fruit. It was just that ordinary warriors were not qualified to know about it. For example, the demonic beasts in the Demon Emperor's tribe were actually all apes, and they were all created by the Demon Emperor. Moreover, the Demon Emperor was actually the most difficult to kill among the 5 emperors. After 2 hours, Yi Qinghan stood up and left with satisfaction. When he walked out of the hall, he found Yi Yaorao standing at the palace gate and quietly admiring the clouds outside. The two walked down the Thunder Emperor Palace and teleported back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. After returning to the Rain Emperor Mountain, Yi Qinghan did not dare to continue his leisurely life with Yi Yaorao. After receiving such a big gift from the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor, if he did not do anything, he would be criticized by others. Of course, Yi Qinghan also wanted to see if he could climb to the top of the mountain, walk into the sacrificial altar, and finally return to the divine realm. After informing concubine Lan, Yi Qinghan walked up the 5 Emperors Mountain alone. This time, he did not climb to the isolation belt of the 3rd mountain. Instead, he chose the same spot as last time and prepared to meditate in the isolation belt of the 2nd mountain. Concubine Lan promised him to send people to protect Yi Yaorao, so Yi Qinghan was relieved. Moreover, not long after he sat down on the mountain, Qi Li and Guqi immediately came together to accompany Yi Qinghan like last time to ensure his safety. Obviously, they had received the Rain Empress's order. Yi Qinghan nodded at the two and gave them a grateful look. Then, he closed his eyes to focus and tried to sense Xiaohei again. However, he found that Xiaohei was still in a deep sleep, and the halo around him was getting brighter. He sighed helplessly and did not care about him. He directly entered a state of spiritual stillness, but he did not try to fuse with the intermediate occult contraction. Instead, he quietly began to listen to the special pulse and sound of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Dong, dong, dong. Not long after, the strange sound was heard again. It was sometimes near and sometimes far, and it was ethereal. The sound penetrated his heart, and Yi Qinghan's heart began to slowly beat along with this strange sound. What is this sound? What does this sound mean? Yi Qinghan released his divine sense to find out where the sound was coming from. However, when he released his divine sense, the sound disappeared instantly. When he focused again and tried to sense it with his heart, the sound was heard again. How can I communicate with this sound? How can I capture the source of this sound and the meaning behind it? Yi Qinghan felt that as long as he could find the source of this sound, communicate with it, and understand what it meant, he would definitely be able to discover a big secret. It was an inexplicable feeling, but it felt as if it really existed. This was a bit contradictory, but Yi Qinghan decided to believe in his own feelings. Perhaps he could really discover a big secret. He let one of his souls fuse with the spatial contraction while the other used his heart to feel the sound, understand the meaning behind it, and try to communicate with it. This way, the speed of fusing the profound mysteries was a bit slower, but Yi Qinghan really enjoyed this kind of exploration. As for refining the 2 strange fruits, Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry. They were soul-type strange fruits, and his current soul strength was only at the 1st level of the God-King realm. Even if he refined them, it would not increase by much. As for the strange fruit, it could not be used carelessly. It could only be used at a critical moment. Moreover, his 2 souls were not free at the moment. One was busy fusing the profound mysteries, and the other was busy playing hide and seek with the strange sound. They were so busy that they could not stop. Chapter 728. Thump, thump, thump. As time passed, Yi Qinghan was still playing hide and seek with that strange voice. Since only half of his soul was fusing with the profound mystery, the fusion speed was much slower. After 5 years, he had only fused less than half of the law, which was considered to be at the initial stage. If both souls fused together and verified with each other, the fusion speed would definitely be 2 or 3 times faster. By now, he would probably have successfully fused with a third-tier divine general realm cultivation base. This voice is too strange. I've been trying to sense it for 5 years, but I still can't find its source. However, I have a rough idea of what this voice is trying to say. It seems to be calling me. Yi Qinghan was a little depressed. After all, it was very exhausting to spend 5 years searching for a strange thing. Although this thing seemed to have some kind of endless charm that kept drawing him in, he would eventually get bored if he spent too much time searching for it. However, the only thing that comforted him was that he felt even closer to the 5 Emperors Mountain while playing hide-and-seek with this strange voice. He had a strange feeling that he could climb at least half of the 4th mountain now. However, Yi Qinghan didn't climb it, because there was an even more strange feeling accompanying this strange feeling. As long as he could find the source of this voice and communicate with it, he would be able to climb to the top of the mountain in a single step. The fact that he had easily climbed the 3rd mountain previously told him that this strange and somewhat absurd feeling was actually real. Since he couldn't climb to the top of the mountain now, there was no need for him to waste his energy. It was also because of this strange feeling that he continued to endure his annoyance and continue playing hide-and-seek with this voice. Thump, thump, thump. The voice continued to ring in his mind. Yi Qinghan started to gently use his mind to approach the voice and communicate with it to express his goodwill. However, this voice was like that of a shy young lady. Once Yi Qinghan's consciousness got close to it, the voice would run away like the wind. It was faintly discernible, sometimes sounding from a faraway place, sometimes sounding right in front of his eyes. For years ago, Yi Yaorao did not continue to visit Yi Qinghan. Instead, she chose to quietly cultivate in room 1. Now that she was sure that Yi Qinghan was safe, she could finally relax. After talking with concubine Lan for a while, she sensibly went to meditate alone to make her strength stronger. In the future, she would be able to help Yi Qinghan instead of being a burden. After Yi Qinghan, there was another martial artist who could cultivate in the number 1 training room for a long period of time. Warriors on the 2nd floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain didn't have any objections. Who didn't know that the young god general sitting on the Rain Emperor Mountain was the favorite of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor? The women who opposed him were also opposed to him, and those who opposed him were already dead, such as Long Kuei and Long Ni. The forgotten tribe once again fell into silence. The warriors of the 5 tribes were busy fighting on the edge of life and death, throwing away their lives and killing their enemies. The warriors of the 2nd floor were busy cultivating and climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain. The warriors of the 3rd and 4th floors were busy fighting for the strange fruits and improving their cultivation. Every day, warriors came to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, hoping that they could be like the freak of the Rain Emperor Mountain or the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain, reaching the Dragon's Gate in 1 step. However, there were no more geniuses or freaks. After so many years, there was only one warrior who climbed the 2nd mountain. Swish! 3 years later, the 5 Emperors Mountain was cleared again. Powerful warriors of the 5 tribes kept teleporting to the 5 Emperors Mountain. Because the Wind Emperor tribe sent out a message that one of the 3 people who had the highest chance of reaching the top, Inspector Lu Yun, was preparing to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain again. This time, his goal was to reach the top. Not long after, the teleportation formation of the Wind Emperor tribe lit up continuously. This time, almost all the powerful warriors of the Wind Emperor tribe came. They all came to cheer for the pride of their tribe, Inspector Lu Yun. Inspector Lu Yun wasn't tall. He was wearing green battle armor and looked very humble. He cupped his hands politely and nodded with a smile. Everyone was satisfied with his attitude and responded to him. Lu Yun then slowly walked towards the 5 Emperors Mountain. As soon as he stepped on the red ground, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he sat with his legs crossed and started to adjust his condition and spirit to the peak so that he could reach the top in one day. There were almost 100 powerful warriors watching the ceremony. Each tribe had sent more than 10 powerful warriors to watch the ceremony to show how much the 5 kings valued the climbing of the 5 Emperors Mountain. The Demon Clan's tribe was made up of apes, but they were clearly larger than the apes that were guarding the holy fruit. The Rain Emperor Mountain even sent Liao Qi this time. Obviously, the Rain Empress also valued Lu Yun's climb. Everyone was very quiet and didn't dare to make any noise as they didn't want to disturb Inspector Lu Yun. 2 hours later, Lu Yun stood up. His face didn't show any emotion. His eyes were peaceful and didn't have any radiance. He started to walk towards the Five Emperors Mountain slowly. His footsteps were very steady and heavy. It felt like every step was very difficult. However, every step he took on the ground felt very stable. It was as if he was rooted to the ground and didn't move at all. Nobody could knock him down from the mountain. He walked slowly like this. After an hour, he finally reached the second mountain. He didn't rest at the isolation zone and didn't look at Yi Qinghan and Qi Li, who were sitting with their legs crossed on the second mountain. He continued to walk up the mountain calmly. When he reached the third mountain, he started to walk more slowly and his back was slightly bent. However, he was still walking instead of climbing. Every step he took more than 10 seconds and his footsteps became heavier. When he reached the top of the fourth mountain, half a day had passed. However, the people at the foot of the mountain and Qi Li did not feel impatient at all. Instead, their eyes started to light up. Inspector Lu Yun finally stopped. He stood at the isolation zone of the fourth mountain and closed his eyes to rest. Previously, he had climbed 2/3 of the fifth mountain but failed at the last step. This time, he came prepared. He was prepared to reach the top in one go and become the 9th person to reach the top in the history of the power of oblivion. 2 hours later, Lu Yun finally stood up. This time, he didn't choose to walk. Instead, he bent down and crawled slowly. When he started to crawl on the Five Emperors Mountain, even the air seemed to have frozen. Everyone seemed to be petrified as they stared at Inspector Lu Yun. They didn't move at all and only their gazes followed the movement of his body. Inspector Lu Yun crawled even slower. It took him a few minutes to move his limbs. The fifth mountain was the tallest and also the shortest mountain. It was only 500 meters away. If it was anywhere else, the powerhouses present would only need 0.1 seconds to cross this distance. However, Inspector Lu Yun had only climbed half the distance to the fifth mountain after climbing for half a day. At this moment, Inspector Lu Yun's body started to emit clouds of mist. He really looked like a ball of Lu Yun. After an hour, the white mist started to turn red. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already climbed to the height that he had reached previously. Everyone's eyes lit up at this moment. They were like the brightest stars in the night sky, extremely dazzling. Nobody was worried about the first part of the distance. Since Lu Yun could climb it in the past, he could do it again this time. The key was the last few dozen meters. Chapter 729. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. With every step martial immortal Lu Yun took, the warriors present felt their hearts tremble. It was only a few dozen meters, but everyone's hearts were in their throats. The warriors present all knew a little. They knew that there was a small altar at the top of the Five Emperors Mountain. Only by entering the altar could they break the curse of the Forgotten Land, allowing the hundreds of thousands of warriors in the Forgotten Land to escape and return to the immortal realm. Some of the experts present had been in the Forgotten Land for hundreds of thousands of years, while the least had been here for more than 100,000 years. For experts of their level, hundreds of thousands of years wasn't too long. Perhaps they could go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. But in this place, this forgotten place, they couldn't see any hope, and they couldn't smell the familiar scent of the immortal realm. They always felt uncomfortable and uneasy. They were like fish trapped in the shallows. If they couldn't return to the sea, they would starve to death. If it weren't for the 3 legendary ways to get out, if it weren't for the 5 emperors' powerful suppression, the Forgotten Land would have long been in chaos. There would have been endless killings, and it would have become a sure hell. All the experts present had either been killed or had gone mad. Without hope, no matter how strong one's mind was, one would become numb and crazy. As the blood mist on the fifth mountain continued to wriggle upwards, everyone's hearts burned with passion again. Their bright eyes didn't seem to see the blood mist wriggling, but a golden path extending forward, extending towards the immortal realm. The blood mist on Lu Yun's body began to slowly drip down. On the blue fifth mountain, red blood trickled down. Lu Yun was enveloped by the red blood mist. No one could see his appearance, and no one dared to use their divine senses to probe for fear of affecting him. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. They were only 8 meters away from the golden halo, but at this moment, Lu Yun's body suddenly trembled, and the blood mist around him also trembled. Everyone's hearts sank. They were so close to success. If they tumbled down now, it would be a blow to Lu Yun and the experts present. Once their hopes soared, they had to fall heavily. This feeling was incomparably painful. Ah! 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 Suddenly, Lu Yun roared 3 times. Each roar was several times louder than the previous one. A loud roar suddenly resounded in the 5 Emperors Mountain, causing everyone to tremble. Even Yi Qinghan was surprised by this earth-shattering roar. With this loud roar, the blood mist on Lu Yun's body suddenly expanded and turned into blood swords that shot in all directions. The entire 5 Emperors Mountain started to rain blood on the heads, faces, and bodies of all the martial artists present. It was just that, everyone acted as if they didn't see it. No one went to admire the strange scene of the blood mist drifting down from the sky, and no one went to wipe the blood mist off their faces. Everyone stared in a daze at the blood-covered figure on the 5th mountain. They stared at the figure speeding up to the peak of the mountain. They stared at the figure that charged into the golden shield of light at the peak of the mountain. Silence, silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone was stunned, and they were at a loss at this moment. He climbed up, haha. Good, someone has finally climbed up. Good. Supreme Divine Emperor, let's pray that Lord Lu Yun can walk into that altar. Someone began to murmur, and someone began to laugh. After a while, the 5 Emperors Mountain was like a pot of boiling oil. Everyone was cheering. Sincere and joyful smiles filled their faces. At this moment, there was no distinction between tribes. Even the hatred from the past had disappeared at this moment. Everyone was rekindled with hope, and they were truly happy and happy. F***ck, he climbed up. After Yi Qinghan regained his senses, he followed everyone's gaze and saw Lu Yun's figure dashing into the golden shield of light at the peak of the mountain. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He was a little confused, but he still felt a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. Buzz! Suddenly, the space at the foot of the mountain shook, and 4 figures appeared out of thin air. At the same time, the second teleportation formation lit up, and a purple figure appeared in the teleportation formation. Greetings, 5 Emperors. Everyone knelt down on one knee. It was no surprise that the 5 Emperors would come together for such a big event. Other than the Rain Emperor, who had a blurry expression, the other 4 Emperors didn't have any change in expression, but the joy in their eyes was very obvious. Especially the Thunder Emperor, his eyes were constantly shining, and no one dared to look at him directly. Swish! 3 figures started sprinting up. They were the Rain Empress, the Wind Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor. The 3 of them were sprinting at the beginning, especially the Rain Empress, who was as graceful as a swallow. With a light tap on the ground, she floated tens of meters away. The Wind Emperor and the Thunder Emperor started to walk when they were at the 3rd mountain. The 3 of them were very fast. The 5 Emperors Mountain, which everyone else was afraid of, was easily climbed by the 3 of them, as though they were walking on flat ground. Finally, the 3 of them disappeared into the golden shield. Martial artists of all tribes, listen up. Go back and issue the 5 Emperors' order, and gather all the martial artists of the 5 tribes at the 5 Emperors' Mountain. The Cloud Emperor's white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked at the Beast Emperor, looked at everyone in front of him, and spoke. When the martial artists heard the order, they didn't have any objections. A few people from each tribe ran out and returned to their own tribes. Lord Qi Li, why did you gather all the martial artists at the 5 Emperors' Mountain? Yi Qinghan looked at Qi Li with a puzzled expression, and then looked at the empty space at the foot of the mountain. It was such a small space, and it couldn't fit so many people, right? Qi didn't explain much. He looked at Gucci and said, "You will know later. Go down, Brother Yi." It didn't take long for the Cloud Emperor to dispel Yi Qinghan's doubts. He raised his right hand up high, and streams of white airflow emerged from his hand. These airflows didn't seem to have much power. These airflows didn't look very powerful, but they kept coming out of his palm and eventually shot into the shield outside the Five Emperors Mountain. Break! The shield of the Five Emperors Mountain shook, and in a moment, it was completely broken. The black ground and the dusky sky of the Forgotten Land were exposed. Swish! An hour later, groups of martial artists started to run from afar. These martial artists were all wearing green battle armors, and they were surging with divine power. They were extremely fast. Then, figures of martial artists started to appear in other areas. In less than an hour, the entire Five Emperors Mountain was surrounded by the martial artists of the five tribes. Yao Rao. Come here. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Yao Rao had also come out of seclusion and was standing together with Wu Shan. He hurriedly transmitted a message to her, asking her to stand beside him. As for the experts present, they merely glanced at Yi Qinghan and did not say anything. The Cloud Emperor looked around, and after confirming that all the martial artists from the various tribes were present, he raised his hand and spoke plainly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by all the martial artists. According to the rules of the Forgotten Land, if anyone climbs up the Five Emperors Mountain, all the martial artists in the Forgotten Land will make a divine emperor blood oath together. If Lu Yun can walk into the sacrificial altar and break the curse, he will lead everyone out of the Forgotten Land and back to the celestial realm. Martial artists below the God Emperor level will obey Lu Yun for 1,000,000 years, and those above the God Emperor level will obey him for 500,000 years. Anyone who disagrees will die. Chapter 730. By Wanyan, what the F***ck, Yi Qinghan's mouth gaped so wide that he could even swallow an egg. For someone like him who had only cultivated for a few decades, 10,000 years seemed so long and distant. Now, he had to obey Lu Yun for 1,000,000 years, although it was just an oath, which was not worth mentioning to Yi Qinghan in his previous life. It was a strange world. Yi Qinghan's hair stood on end when he had to swear an oath to the legendary Divine Emperor in this world. The legendary Divine Emperors could kill everything instantly. Lu Yun climbed to the peak. Although he might not be able to enter the sacrificial altar successfully and break the curse, the Divine Emperor's blood oath might not be effective. However, Yi Qinghan was still hesitant. What if he succeeded? Wouldn't he and Yi Qinghan be slaves for 1,000,000 years? The Cloud Thearcha's words caused many of the newcomers in the Forgotten Lands to become restless. However, there was still a portion of people who remained calm. It seemed like the martial artists who had climbed up in the past had encountered the same thing. Actually, everyone understood that if someone could really break the curse and lead everyone out of this place of death, being enslaved for 1,000,000 years was not too harsh. At least, it was better than death. However, being forced like this made everyone very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the Cloud Thearcha's meaning was very clear. Anyone who refused to obey would be killed without mercy. Lord Qi Li. Does Patrol Inspector Liao Qi also need to swear an oath? Yi Qinghan's eyes turned as he secretly transmitted a message to Qi Li beside him. Qi Li glanced at Yi Qinghan. His gaze was very penetrating, as though he could see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. He smiled and transmitted a message. Apart from the 5 Thearchs, everyone else has to swear an oath. This is the rules set by the 5 Thearchs. However, you don't have to worry. With the Thunder Thearcha's protection, even if you have to obey him for 1,000,000 years, you will still be very free. It's the same as not swearing an oath. The Rain Empress also promised us that even if we get out, we will still be free. Prepare to swear an oath. Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. With the Thunder the Arch around, the Thunder the Arch would not really make him a slave. But in his heart, he was very puzzled. Why did the 5 emperors want everyone to swear such an oath? Emperor Yun pressed his hand down, and a formless aura rippled out. The entire place instantly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, Emperor Yun no longer had his usual smiling expression. Instead, his face was cold, and an invincible aura that could suppress the heavens and probe the sun and moon was released from his body. His eyes quickly swept across everyone's eyes, and everyone felt as if they were being sliced by a knife, and they felt a stinging pain. He spoke indifferently, and his voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. "All right, all of you swear. Those who dare to not do so will be killed without mercy. Divine Emperor, I swear to the heavens that if Lord Lu Yun can walk into the altar, break the curse and lead us out of the forgotten land, I will." The powerful elders of each tribe took the lead and placed their hands on their chests to swear. Then, the second-layer warriors of each tribe followed suit, and finally, the countless warriors of the third layer followed suit. There was a lot of noise in the delivery room, and the surroundings were filled with clamor. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the swearing gradually stopped. Elders of all tribes, listen up. Kill the warriors who don't swear on the spot. Emperor Yun's face revealed a trace of coldness. His voice was still indifferent, but the murderous intent in his words sent chills down everyone's spines. Swish! Countless rays of light lit up, and countless figures shot out, charging directly into the crowd. Among the hundreds of thousands of warriors present, the powerful elders of each tribe knew very well that there were people who didn't swear during the chaos. Those who could be appointed as elders by the 5 tribes were at least lower 6th-grade war gods. There were dozens of them in each tribe. These powerful warriors were like hungry wolves charging into a pack of wolves. Every time they attacked, there would be warriors who lost their lives. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and divine crystals floated out. In just a short while, these elders returned to their original positions. However, outside the 5 Emperors Mountain, almost 1,000 people were killed in that short period of time. These primate demonic beasts of the Demon Emperor's tribe don't actually need to swear? Emperor Yun still hasn't said anything? These demonic beasts are really strange. Why aren't they attacking the warriors? Yi Qinghan observed the surroundings and realized that the Cloud Emperor's tribe suffered the most casualties this time. Although there were only tens of thousands of demonic beasts from the Demon Emperor's tribe, most of these demonic beasts had bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that they were low-level demonic beasts. What was strange was that these demonic beasts were breathing heavily and glaring fiercely at the warriors around them. However, their bodies didn't move an inch, and their formation was the most orderly, as though they were being controlled by an invisible person. All right. Everyone, rest here and wait for news from the peak. Emperor Yun's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. He and the Demon Emperor turned to look at the 5 Emperors Mountain and stood with their hands behind their backs. Everyone began to stand quietly and wait for news from the peak. More than 100,000 warriors stood in an orderly manner and surrounded the 5 Emperors Mountain without saying a word. At a glance, all they could see was a dense mass of human and beast heads. The scene was extremely strange. Yi Qinghan looked at the warriors around him and realized that although Qi Li and the rest looked calm, there was a flash of hope in their eyes. Everyone felt as though they were waiting for the lottery. Although they knew that the chances of winning were very low, they still hoped that they could win it. They hoped that they could break this curse and return to the colorful divine world. We must succeed. Yi Qinghan shouted continuously in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the strange voice from the 5 Emperors Mountain or the inexplicable summoning. Although only 20 years had passed, it felt like a very long time to him. He had left the divine world for too long. He had left the Fire Dragon continent and his 3 beloved wives for far too long. 10 days passed. There was still no news from the peak. However, no one was impatient and continued to wait quietly. The passion in their eyes became more and more obvious. 20 days passed. There was still no news. The majestic 5 Emperors Mountain was still standing quietly in front of everyone. The Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor were still standing at the front with their eyes closed as though they were asleep. 25 days. The Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor suddenly opened their eyes. The warriors behind them were also shocked. However, the Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor looked at each other helplessly. Then, the two of them disappeared from the foot of the Five Emperors Mountain and teleported away. Lord Qi Li, a bad premonition surged in Yi Qinghan's heart, and she turned to ask Qi Li, I'm afraid they failed again. Qi Li sighed slightly. Although this result was normal since the Rain Emperor, the Wind Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor couldn't enter, Qi Li still couldn't hide the loneliness in his heart. Swish! After a while, 4 figures rushed down from the Five Emperors Mountain and reached the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Yi Qinghan took a closer look and discovered that the Thunder Emperor's face was filled with disappointment. The Rain Emperor's face could not be seen clearly, the Wind Emperor had a mocking expression, and Patrol Envoy Lu Yun, who was at the very back, had a bitter expression. Disperse. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand indifferently and gestured for the elders of each tribe to return. Yi Qinghan also sighed slightly. He pulled Yi Yao Rao back to the Rain Emperor Mountain, feeling a little lonely. However, he received a voice transmission that made him stop. The voice transmission was from the Thunder Emperor. It was very direct, but Yi Qinghan was shocked. Little Yi, I had a long discussion with the Rain Empress at the peak of the mountain. Both of us felt that if the altar in the Five Emperors Mountain could really remove the curse, perhaps, you have the highest chance. Work hard. As long as you can break the curse, the Rain Empress and I will definitely give you a huge surprise. Chapter 731. The Thunder Emperor's words surprised Yi Qinghan. Why did the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress decide that he had the highest chance? Why did they think that he could break the curse that no one had been able to break for millions of years? Honestly speaking, Yi Qinghan was skeptical about the existence of the curse. He did not think that as a transmigrator, he would be the so-called savior. However, Yi Qinghan was very hopeful about the Thunder Emperor's reminder of the great surprise. The Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor working together to give him a great surprise. Needless to say, it would definitely shock him unconscious. Not to mention the Thunder Emperor's guarantee. Even the Divine Emperor Blood Oath today made Yi Qinghan extremely excited. According to the situation today, if he climbed to the top of the mountain, all the warriors in the Forgotten Land would also swear the Divine Emperor Blood Oath. If he could really break the curse and walk out of the Sealed God Valley, he would have more than 100,000 warriors under his command. Among them, there would be several hundred 5th-grade war gods. How awesome would that be? If he brought a group of 6th-grade war gods around the Divine Realm, who would dare to provoke him? He told Qi Li that he would go back and rest for a few days. Then, Yi Qinghan teleported back to the Rain Emperor Mountain with Yi Yao Rao. After walking into room number 1, Yi Qinghan first checked his strength. 8 years had passed, and his soul C had continued to grow. Although the growth was extremely slow, there were still some gains. The current strength of his soul had grown to half of the first level of the Divine King realm. After 8 years of fusion, he had also fused more than half of the Earth Medium Mystery. He estimated that he would achieve great success in a few more years. Xiao He is still asleep. This is too abnormal. He used his divine sense to scan and found that Xiao He was still asleep in the beast fighting space. The light around his body was still shining. After thinking for a while, he became a little worried. He summoned Xiao He and held him in his hands. He observed him carefully but did not find anything. Finally, he used his divine power and slowly approached the light ring. He planned to use his weak divine power to forcefully wake Xiao He from his sleep. Bang! To his surprise, as soon as his hand got close to the halo, it bounced off. He could not get close to Xiao He's body at all. Xiao He, wake up! Xiao He, wake up! Yi Qinghan grew impatient. He began to send voice transmissions through their souls. However, Xiao He did not respond at all. This caused Yi Qinghan to grow anxious. He slapped Xiao He's head with his palm. Bang! The halo lit up with a dazzling light, and Yi Qinghan's hand was directly repelled. His hand went numb, and he felt a sharp pain in his hand. What the hell is this? My palm strike is strong enough to break a mountain, but it was bounced back. Is it a treasure from Lord Devour? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Yi Qinghan thought of the love of the dancing butterfly and relaxed a little. Xiao He was not hurt. Moreover, Lord Devour had given him a treasure to protect him. He should be fine. The only explanation was that Xiao He was in some kind of state. With the halo protecting him, it meant that this state would not harm him. Seeing Yi Yaorao sitting at the side, her eyes filled with doubt, Yi Qinghan chuckled and did not explain. Instead, he asked with concern, Yaorao, how is your cultivation recently? Yes, in a few more months, I will be able to fuse my second middle rank occult and enter the second level of the God General realm. Yi Yaorao answered honestly. So fast? Your spiritual body is really strange. Your cultivation speed is so fast. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He knew that although Yi Yaorao had comprehended the first rank occult for some time, she did not have much time to cultivate it. Moreover, she didn't have the silent soul state, nor did she have a monstrous soul like Shi Yan's. This kind of cultivation speed was really rare. Now that I found you, my heart is at ease. My cultivation speed is much faster. Yi Yaorao was never good at hiding her inner thoughts, especially when it came to Yi Qinghan. Her indifferent words moved Yi Qinghan. He pulled her onto his thighs and whispered into her snow-white earlobes, Yaorao, how long has it been since we've interacted like water and fire? What is the fusion of water and fire? Yi Yaorao was tickled by the hot breath from Yi Qinghan's mouth. She twisted her body and found that Yi Qinghan had quietly pulled her palace skirt to her waist. Her undergarments were also pulled aside, and a hot flame was quietly pressing against her ice-cold vagina. At this moment, she understood what Yi Qinghan meant by the fusion of water and fire. Her entire body softened in just a blink of an eye. Inspector Lu Yun, the 9th person to climb the 5 Emperors' Mountains, was unable to enter the altar. This caused the entire Forgotten Land to sink into an indescribable mood. Some were disappointed, some were lonely, and some were gloomy. In the Wind Emperor Palace, the Wind Emperor reclined on a horizontal couch in a side hall. His head was pillowed on a woman's smooth thigh. 2 women were gently massaging his legs, and there were 7 or 8 women dancing in front of him. The 3 women were only wearing thin undergarments, revealing their fair, jade-like bodies. The woman dancing in front of them was also wearing translucent clothes. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. The scenery before her chest and the faint green grass below her body were faintly discernible, extremely seductive. Pass down my orders. Lu Yun will be the elder. You will be the inspector. Prepare for the mutant fruit battle in a year's time. The Wind Emperor closed his eyes and comfortably enjoyed the service of the woman beside him. After a while, he opened his eyes and spoke to the woman above him. Thank you, Emperor. I will not let you down. The woman smiled sweetly. She extended her hands and began massaging the Wind Emperor's head. Her full breasts began to press against the Wind Emperor's head. Emperor is wise. The position of inspector should have been given to Sister Ya, long ago. Sister Ya, is a 6th grade war god. How many people in the entire Wind Emperor mountain are there? A silver-haired woman who was massaging the Wind Emperor's legs gave Ya, a congratulatory look. Then, she lowered her head and said to the Wind Emperor angrily. You don't understand. Among the 5 emperors, my strength is only slightly stronger than the Beast Emperor. If I don't act like I'm on their side, if I didn't secretly collaborate with the Beast Emperor, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the Rain Empress long ago. The Wind Emperor let out a sigh and said helplessly. Then, a venomous look appeared in his eyes. He said angrily, the Rain Empress is a little slut. I only secretly peeped at her body, but she has always hated me and always went against me. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let her have a taste of my poison dragon drill. I'll make her wish she was dead. The silver-haired woman saw that the Wind Emperor's face was very gloomy. She quickly bent down and rubbed her full breasts on the Wind Emperor's body. She smiled and said, Emperor, calm down. Didn't you say that the freak has a butcher's knife? If you get it, your strength will definitely soar and you'll be able to suppress the Thunder Emperor? Chapter 732. Butcher's Knife? That's the supreme god slaughtering knife. I must get it, but now is not the right time. That freak is the nephew of the Thunder Emperor. If I try to take it by force, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress will come to the Wind Emperor mountain before I can understand the secret of the knife. Plus, this kid is one of the two most likely people to climb up the Five Emperors mountain. That old thing, Cloud Emperor, values him very much. I cannot panic, I have to think this through. The Wind Emperor sighed helplessly and rubbed his eyebrows. If Yi Qinghan was not related to the Thunder Emperor, he would definitely fight the Rain Empress to take it by force. Emperor. I have a plan that can help you get that knife. The other black-haired lady who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. The Wind Emperor was shocked. He waved his hand and the dancing ladies immediately retreated. He then looked at the black-haired lady and said, "Hui Er, tell me about it. If your plan succeeds, I will reward you handsomely." Hui Er's lips curled into a faint smile. Her eyes beamed with wisdom as she said softly, "There are 2 steps. First, we need to separate the relationship between the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. Isn't the fight for the fruit about to begin? Wind Emperor, ask the Rain Emperor Mountain's secret agent to encourage the Rain Empress to let Liao Qi attack and injure Tian Chen. I remember that Tian Chen offended that freak. If we can get the Cloud Emperor to join our alliance, the 3 of us will be on par with the 2 of them. Second, didn't the Emperor say that the 5 Emperors Mountain sacrificial altar will not be broken? When that kid climbs up the mountain and can't enter the sacrificial altar, the Cloud Emperor and the Rain Emperor will naturally not care about him. By then, we can. Hui Er is indeed my good strategist. Let's do it. The Wind Emperor laughed heartily, and his mood became extremely joyful. One of his hands reached into Ya Er's undergarments and began to knead them wantonly. His other hand lifted the robe, revealing a thick, black, and long object. Then, he grabbed Mei Er's silver hair and pressed it down. After resting for a month, Yi Qinghan once again climbed up the second mountain of the 5 Emperors Mountain. He started to play hide and seek with the strange voice as he continued to fuse the esoteric mystery. Regardless of whether it was for himself or for the Thunder Emperor's so-called big surprise, Yi Qinghan had to think of a way to climb up the 5 Emperors Mountains and attempt to enter that sacrificial altar. He had a feeling that as long as he could find the source of the voice, he would definitely be able to climb up the 5 Emperors Mountain. Dong, dong, dong. After 8 years of playfulness, this voice had become unusually intimate with Yi Qinghan. As long as Yi Qinghan sat on the mountain and entered a meditative state, that voice would appear in Yi Qinghan's mind. However, it was like a mischievous child. When Yi Qinghan tried to follow the sound to find the source of the sound, it disappeared inexplicably. Phew. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Play if you want. Another 3 years had passed. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes angrily and stood up. Over the past 3 years, the voice had become more intimate with him. However, if he tried to find the source, it would disappear immediately. After searching for more than 10 years, there was still no result. Even a sage would be angry. Yi Qinghan immediately floated down the mountain, leaving Qi Li and Yi Qinghan staring at each other. After returning to the Rain Emperor Mountain, Yi Qinghan immediately entered the number 1 cultivation room. He saw that Yi Qinghan was indeed cultivating inside. He didn't disturb her. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside her and entered a state of spiritual stillness. The fusion of the earth to a ruler esoteric mystery was already at the final crucial moment. After searching for 3 years without any progress, Yi Qinghan simply returned to the cultivation room and focused on fusing the esoteric mystery. With 2 souls simultaneously deducing and verifying, the fusion of the esoteric mystery was several times faster. It was also clearer and more accurate. However, after 3 months, Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh and stood up. He glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was still cultivating, and quickly dashed out of the cultivation room. He ran directly to the heaven's stairway and descended 1 level. Earth to a ruler. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up slightly. He shouted and slowly took a step forward. His figure started to slowly disappear in the air. Before his figure completely disappeared, Yi Qinghan's figure, which was several thousand meters away, appeared out of thin air. He didn't stop and took another step forward. In the next second, he appeared several thousand meters away. As Yi Qinghan continued to stride forward, his figure flashed around the foot of the Rain Emperor mountain like a ghost. In 1 second, he was several thousand meters away. In the next second, he was back at the mountain gate of the Rain Emperor mountain. In the open space in front of the mountain, countless shadows of Yi Qinghan appeared. The scene was extremely strange and mysterious. This feels great. My speed has increased by several times. Now, my speed is comparable to the warriors of the first level of the God King realm. Even the warriors of the first level of the God King realm who aren't good at speed can't catch up with me. This middle-level esoteric mystery is really magical. After a while, all the shadows condensed into one. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with the earth to a ruler. However, he still felt a little helpless. With the earth to a ruler that he had been exploring for a long time seemed to be useless. After all, the earth to a ruler was the fusion of 3 esoteric mysteries. The earth to a ruler only had the shapeless wind mystery, so its speed was much slower. As soon as Yi Qinghan descended from the second level, many warriors of the first level started to notice him. After all, there were at least a few warriors of the second level coming down every time. It was rare for a warrior to come down alone. When they scanned the area with their divine consciousness, they all recognized Yi Qinghan. He was the fierce warrior who overturned the battle and won 15 battles in a row. Now, he was the favorite of the Rain Emperor mountain. Who didn't know him? There were also Emperor God experts on the first level. Many of them also recognized the esoteric mysteries that Yi Qinghan used. They didn't find it strange that Yi Qinghan could be so fast. The earth to a ruler was a medium esoteric mystery that purely focused on speed. What shocked them was Yi Qinghan's realm. How many years had passed? Yi Qinghan had advanced from the first level of the God General to the third level of the God General. This cultivation speed was even faster than a rocket. A freak was indeed a freak. How great it would be if the earth to a ruler could be fused with the earth to a ruler. If I could fuse them, my speed would definitely be comparable to the peak of the God King realm. Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. He had spent a lot of effort on the earth to a ruler, but now it had become useless. This made him feel helpless. However, he also knew that it was impossible. The earth to a ruler was an esoteric mystery of the law of earth, while the earth to a ruler was a law of wind. Different types of laws could not be fused. The origin energy was different. They were completely different. How could they be fused? After the fusion of the laws, Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to go to the 5 Emperors Mountain. He decided to return to the cultivation room and accompany Yi Yaorao to cultivate for a while. He didn't care about the strange voice anymore. He also didn't want to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. He wanted to watch the sword dance painting. He wanted to cultivate the laws and break through to the God King realm first. However, in less than 2 months, Yi Qinghan's cultivation was interrupted by Wushan. Wushan brought a piece of news that made Yi Qinghan restless. Feng Bai of the Cloud Emperor Mountain had cultivated in seclusion for 10 years. He was ready to climb the mountain again. This time, he swore that he would climb to the top. That wasn't important. What was important was that he had climbed to the 5th mountain. And he was still climbing. Yi Qinghan hurriedly followed Wushan to the 5 Emperors Mountain. When he teleported to the 5 Emperors Mountain, he saw that the 5 Emperors Mountain was already filled with experts. On the 5th mountain of the 5 Emperors Mountain, Feng Bai was already covered in blood. However, he was still stubbornly climbing. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he reached the top. Dong, dong, dong. When Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the bloody figure on the 5th mountain, he suddenly heard that strange voice in his heart again. Yi Qinghan looked around in confusion. However, he didn't find anything strange about the people around him. He couldn't help but be shocked. This time, he didn't sit cross-legged on the mountain. He didn't enter a meditative state either. Yet, the voice just sounded out of nowhere. Chapter 733. Thump, thump, thump. The sound did not stop. The frequency was faster and more joyful than before. Furthermore, it was very clear and stable. It was not as ethereal as before. Instead, it was unusually joyful and affectionate, as if it was a reunion between family members that had not seen each other for a long time. *CK, I didn't think that there would be such an effect after leaving for 2 months. Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded because he knew very well where the sound was coming from. Furthermore, he had an indescribable feeling that he could definitely reach the peak in a few steps. Because the source of the sound was at the peak of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Thump, thump, thump. The sound continued. Yi Qinghan raised his head to look at the peak and squinted his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel that there was something at the peak that was constantly calling out to him. This feeling was so clear, so definite, and even a little urgent. Thump. Just as Yi Qinghan was in a daze, Feng Bai, who was climbing the 5th mountain, did not succeed in taking the final step. When he was halfway up the 5th mountain, he finally could not take it anymore and rolled down like a ball of blood. Sigh. What a pity, he was so close. Why is this Feng Bai so disappointing? Wu Shan watched anxiously from the side. In the end, when he saw that Feng Bai could not take it anymore and rolled down, his face revealed a trace of bitterness. He subconsciously sighed to Yi Qinghan, who was beside him. Sigh. Although the countless warriors at the side did not speak, the disappointment in their eyes was obvious. Last time, Lu Yun had not reached the peak for long and ultimately did not reach the sacrificial altar. Everyone did not have as much hope for the 5 Emperors Mountain as before. Now that Feng Bai did not reach the top, they naturally felt a little sad. What's a pity? This is only Feng Bai's 3rd time climbing the mountain, but he was able to climb to such a height. How can an ordinary person have such talent and perseverance? You are a piece of trash who could not even climb the 2nd mountain. What right do you have to pity others? While everyone was still immersed in the sadness of Feng Bai's failure to climb the mountain, they suddenly heard a somewhat strange voice. Although these words were reasonable, they were clearly a little harsh. This was because it was obvious that Wu Shan's words were actually out of concern and did not contain any sarcasm. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd quickly looked at the person who had spoken, especially the strong cultivators of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Their eyes were filled with anger. Wu Shan might be one of the weakest people here, but no matter what, he was still the 2nd-level commander of the Rain Emperor Mountain, and he represented the Rain Emperor tribe. Calling him trash? Wasn't this a clear slap to the faces of the experts of the Rain Emperor's tribe? However, when everyone saw it clearly, they instantly understood. The one who spoke was an expert from Emperor Cloud tribe, Emperor God Tian Xian. Emperor God Tian Xian's power wasn't top-notch. He only had the power of lower grade 6. However, he was an expert who had climbed up the 3rd mountain. That wasn't the main reason. The main reason was the white-armored martial artist standing beside him. He was the patrol of Emperor Cloud tribe, the cousin of Emperor God Tian Xian, Lord Tian Chen. Everyone saw the cold and mocking smile on Tian Chen's face. They knew that Tian Chen was hinting for Tian Xian to say that. With heaven-heart strength, he didn't have the guts to say such words. Tian Chen had been taught a lesson by Patrol Inspector Liao Qi of the Rain Emperor's tribe in the previous battle. He was very unhappy with the situation and wanted to take revenge. Yi Qinghan also saw the sneer on Tian Chen's face because Tian Chen didn't hide it at all. He was looking at the experts of the Rain Emperor's tribe provocatively. It seemed that he was determined to humiliate the experts of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Wu Shan did not expect to be slapped in the face by someone else because of his casual remark. However, his strength and status were the lowest in the crowd. Now that his words were used against him, he didn't know how to fight back. He could only hold his breath and tremble in anger. Qi Li and the others looked terrible too, but they couldn't refute. After all, Feng Bai had climbed the mountain 3 times and reached such a height. Besides Yu Ho, no one else could reach that height. Plus, the freaky Qinghan didn't seem to have made any progress in climbing the mountain. Unknowingly, the Rain Emperor's mountain was one level lower in this aspect. Brother Wushan, who's that guy? He's so arrogant. Yi Qinghan was unhappy. Wushan was nice to him after all. Emperor God Tian Xian, a lower 6th grade war god. He's Patrol Tian Chen's cousin. Patrol Tian Chen is the white-armored warrior next to him. One of his legs was broken by Sir Liao Qi during the battle for the strange fruit. When Wushan heard Yi Qinghan's telepathic message, he saw Yi Qinghan's eyes squint and the corners of his mouth curl into a gentle smile. He was familiar with Yi Qinghan's expression. It was a sign that he was about to lose his temper. He had the same expression when he fought with Long Kuei. In the end, Long Kuei died. Even Long and I died. He was clear about his power and position. The experts of the Rain Emperor Mountain wouldn't stand up for him. After all, his words were used against him. Now that Yi Qinghan was going to help him, he was overjoyed. Yes, I got it. I'll help you regain your dignity. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and slowly turned his head. Finally, he happened to meet investigator Tian Chen's gaze. Seeing the coldness in Tian Chen's eyes, the gentle smile on his face grew bigger. It seemed that Tian Chen wanted to make trouble for him. However, Wushan's words got Tian Chen into trouble. He chuckled and pointed at Inspector Tian Chen's face. Who's that? Stop looking. It's you. You seem to have forgotten something last time, right? Wow. The entire place was filled with people's whispers. It seemed like there was going to be something interesting to watch today. Powerful warriors of the Rain Emperor Mountain were all excited, and secretly felt happy. Sir Liao Qi was in closed-door cultivation. They didn't dare to offend Patrol Tian Chen for Wushan. However, it was perfect that Yi Qinghan stepped up. After all, Yi Qinghan had 2 great emperors behind him. F***ck. Tian Chen's face darkened. This young divine general is too presumptuous. Why didn't I offend him? He actually stood up for someone else? Wasn't it enough that he was slapped in the face last time? Was he really not afraid that he would kill him on the spot? At such a close distance, if he attacked, even the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor couldn't save him. He knew clearly that during the fight for the fruit, Liao Qi injured him and slapped Emperor Yun in the face. Because of that, Emperor Yun, who had been neutral, became closer to the Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor. That was why Tian Chen sent a message to Tian Xian, asking him to stand up for him. He didn't expect that this young divine general would jump out again. He even jumped over Tian Xian and came to find him. Who are you? You have no respect for your elders. F***ck off. Do you have the right to speak here? Ask your elders to come out and talk. Tian Xian saw his cousin's face turn ugly but didn't say anything. He knew that his cousin was worried, so he jumped out and confronted Yi Qinghan without hesitation. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. He continued to smile gently, but his gentle words were sharp. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. As for being disrespectful, ask your cousin. Who is the disrespectful one here? Go and play with mud. You don't have the right to speak here. Wow. The expressions on the faces of the countless experts present instantly became interesting. They were all present during the conflict between Yi Qinghan and Tian Chen. They knew what Yi Qinghan meant. Tian Chen lost the bet previously, so he had to call Yi Qinghan young master. Since Yi Qinghan was Tian Chen's young master, then according to seniority, Tian Xian should call him young master too. Since you're my grandfather, then you're the one who is disrespectful. Yi Qinghan scolded him viciously, but without a single word of vulgarity. You're courting death. Emperor God Tian Xian wasn't present previously, but he heard about it. Seeing everyone's expressions and Tian Chen's darkening expression, he was enraged. Divine power rose from his body and his aura was terrifying. His hand turned into a claw shadow and was about to hit Yi Qinghan. Pfft. Facing the enraged Tian Xian, Yi Qinghan still smiled warmly and didn't retreat at all. The experts of the Rain Emperor's tribe beside him didn't say anything. Instead, countless figures started to surge with divine power. Countless figures instantly flashed to Yi Qinghan's side and stared coldly at Tian Xian and Tian Shen. Swoosh! Not only the experts from the Rain Emperor's tribe, but the experts from the Thunder Emperor's tribe also surged with divine power and flashed towards Yi Qinghan. As long as Tian Xian's hand dared to touch them, they would definitely act and directly destroy this hand. Pfft! The experts from Rain Emperor tribe and Thunder Emperor tribe moved. The experts from Cloud Emperor tribe also rose in divine power. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. A war was about to break out. Chapter 734. Qi. To the surprise of countless experts, the experts of the Wind Emperor tribe all had their divine powers boosted and stood on the side of the Cloud Emperor tribe. They were obviously prepared to help the Cloud Emperor tribe fight against the Rain Emperor tribe and the Thunder Emperor tribe. Moreover, the new patrol envoy of the Wind Emperor tribe, Ye Fei, also purposely gave Tian Shen an ambiguous smile. The powerful demonic beasts of the Demon the Arch tribe didn't move. Although these primate demonic beasts had their own consciousness and intelligence, without the Demon Thearch's order, they definitely wouldn't get involved in this matter. Tian Xian, come back. Tian Shen didn't respond to Ye Fei's friendly smile. Instead, he felt very uncomfortable as though he was being used. He knew very well that although the Cloud Emperor was close to the Wind Emperor Demon the Arch, it didn't mean that he would join forces with the Wind Emperor Demon the Arch to fight against the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor. The Cloud Emperor was just expressing his attitude. If a conflict really broke out now and he and Ye Fei joined forces against the Rain Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe, it would prove that the Cloud Emperor was siding with the Wind Emperor if the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor knew about it. The 5 emperors wouldn't care about the squabbles of their subordinates as long as nothing major happened. However, if the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor misjudged the Cloud Emperor because of him, the Cloud Emperor would definitely be furious. One of his legs was just broken by Liao Qi not long ago, and he didn't want another leg to be broken by the Cloud Emperor. The Cloud Emperor, who had been smiling on the surface, was the only one who knew how terrifying he would be if he got angry. Yi Qinghan, right? I feel that you can be high profile when doing things, but it's better to be low-key. Sometimes, you need to think carefully before you speak and whether you will bring unnecessary trouble to yourself or the people around you. You are a smart person, and I think you should understand what I mean. Tian Shen learned his lesson and didn't say things in a dead end like last time. Instead, he took a few turns and hinted at Yi Qinghan. Although his words were tactful, many people instantly understood the meaning behind Tian Shen's words. One could be high profile when doing things, but one should be low-key when doing things. This was clearly mocking Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan did not have any talent, yet he was arrogant and tyrannical because of the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor. At the same time, he reminded Yi Qinghan that if he could not climb up the 5 Emperors' mountain, the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor would not think so highly of him. He had to consider his own safety in the future. The latter part of the Thunder Empress's words were like a hidden needle, pointing out that Yi Qinghan's actions would bring him trouble. It would also cause the Thunder Empress and the Thunder Empress to have many unnecessary troubles. I'm ashamed. I've always been a high-profile person. As for trouble, I've always been not afraid of trouble, but trouble fears me. Yi Qinghan hated this kind of weird threat the most, especially the naked killing intent that Tian Xian had displayed to him just now, which made Yi Qinghan feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Adding to the fact that there were so many experts around him, he was full of confidence and did not give them any face. Tian Shen was so angry that he was cursing in his heart. This brat had given him face, but he still wanted to take advantage of it. His words had already made him take a step back, but he still dared to charge forward. He was a war god at the peak of 6th grade, and he was talking to a little godly general like him. How could he not know his place? Tian Shen was a little angry. Since he had already spoken, and there were so many experts present, if he did not step forward, he would not be able to keep his position as the patrol. He snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "You sure talk big and arrogant. However, apart from this, I don't see any other abilities of yours." Did you guys see that? As Tian Shen spoke, he turned his head to look behind him. The warriors of the Cloud Emperor's tribe naturally reacted, and they immediately joined in and started jeering. We saw it. This brat's face is very white. His butt is also very perky. He must be a bottom. Ha! The warriors of the Cloud Emperor's tribe did not jeer loudly, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. The warriors of the Wind Emperor's tribe also jeered and laughed. Even Ye-Er stared at Yi Qinghan's but with ill intentions. The mockery in her eyes could definitely make a thin-skinned person flee in shame. Yi Qinghan had always been very thick-skinned. He did not mind these low-level jokes at all. However, it was obvious that Tian Chen's insulting words made his mood even worse. If you make me unhappy, then I'll make you even more unhappy. His eyes darted around a few times, and his face began to darken. His body also seemed to be trembling from anger. He snorted coldly and said angrily, I have many abilities. Patrol Tian Chen, you can see my abilities if you want, but how about we make a bet? Don't worry, I'll waive the bet from the last time. How about we play again this time? The smile on Tian Chen's face instantly froze when he heard about the bet. He had lost the bet last time and ended up in a sorry state. Could this brat have some tricks up his sleeves? However, since they were already at loggerheads, it would be too embarrassing if he did not accept the challenge. He could only force himself to say, how do we bet? Let's bet that I climb the mountain. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and pointed at the 5 Emperors' mountain. His eyes were filled with provocation and arrogance. Climb the mountain? How high? Tian Chen squinted his eyes. This brat was very strange. Previously, he easily climbed the 3rd mountain. If they were to bet on the 4th mountain, he would definitely not dare to agree. Yi Qinghan sneered and pointed at the dividing line between the 4th and 5th mountain. He gritted his teeth and said, didn't you want to see my abilities? Let's bet that I can climb to the top of the 4th mountain in 3 breaths. If I can't climb it, I'll break all my limbs. If I can climb it, I just want you to break one of your legs. How about that? Wow! Yi Qinghan's words caused an uproar in the crowd. Climbing the 4th mountain? Everyone might think that it was possible for Yi Qinghan to do so. After all, he had climbed the 3rd mountain with ease last time. However, to climb the 4th mountain in 3 breaths, which was less than 5 seconds. He could not be old. Did he think he was the Rain Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, and the Wind Emperor? If you are so capable, so what if I break one of my legs? Tian Chen laughed. This brat was too arrogant. It seemed like he had provoked him. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Remember, when you break your legs, don't break the one that you broke last time. Yi Qinghan's evil plan had succeeded. He smiled, which made Tian Chen's hair stand on end. He suddenly turned towards the 5 Emperors' mountain. Divine power surged from his body. Without merging with his beast, he took a step forward. Hiss! After Yi Qinghan took a step forward, his body gradually disappeared. In the next second, he appeared on the 2nd mountain. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen the Earth Intermediate occult before. It was normal for him to travel a few thousand meters in one step. Many martial artists here had better footwork skills. Tian Chen had a footwork skill that allowed him to travel 10,000 meters in 1 second. But where was this? This was the 5 Emperors' mountain. How dare he run like this on the 5 Emperors' mountain? Wasn't he afraid that his body would shatter halfway? Wasn't he afraid that his soul would be destroyed and he would suffer irreparable damage? The 5 Emperors' mountain exerted great pressure on martial artists. The faster they moved, the greater the pressure. Furthermore, it was accompanied by soul attacks. Under the double attack, the faster they moved, the greater the impact. None of the martial artists here could endure climbing the mountain like this. No one dared to do it either. At this moment, everyone's impression of the 5 Emperors' mountain was completely changed. Because just as everyone was thinking about these questions, Yi Qinghan took another 2 steps forward. Before the figure below had completely disappeared, he had already appeared on the peak of the fourth mountain. At this moment, he raised his hand in a very flashy manner, smiling maliciously as he made a chopping motion towards Tianqin. Chapter 735. 3 Steps. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Yi Qinghan had already climbed to the top of the fourth mountain. Such speed, such strangeness, had stunned everyone present. He was walking on the 5 Emperors Mountain as though it was flat ground? Was there something wrong with the 5 Emperors Mountain? Or was there something wrong with their eyes? Swoosh! Yi Qinghan turned around and dashed downwards. This time, he did not use the ground shrinking technique. Instead, he floated down and landed in front of everyone. He smiled and swept his hand across Tianqian's left leg. His meaning was obvious. You have seen my ability. Now, it's your turn to show your ability. The martialists from the Cloud Emperor tribe had ugly expressions on their faces. Although Tianqian didn't look too bad, the glint in his eyes revealed his feelings. The martialists from the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe were all smiling as they looked at Tianqian. The joy on their faces was obvious. I lost the bet. It's worth it to watch such an exciting show with just one leg. As Yi Qinghan had expected, Tianqian laughed bitterly. He turned his palm into a saber and slashed down heavily on his left leg. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Everyone stared at Tianqian's leg, which had fallen in midair. They admired Tianqian's ruthlessness. However, everyone knew that if Tianqian did not break his leg now, he would be broken by Liao Qi again in the next fight for the fruit. Furthermore, it would not be just one leg. Let's go. Tianqian knew that he was done for today as he felt the countless gazes on him and glared at Yi Qinghan. It was not embarrassing to have one leg broken by Liao Qi. However, he would not be able to hold his head up high in the Forgotten Land if he was forced to break his own leg by a mere god general. Wait. However, just as the powerhouses of the Cloud Emperor tribe were rushing towards the teleportation formation in grief and indignation, Yi Qinghan spoke again with a gentle smile on his face. What else is there? Tianqian's body trembled slightly, but he resisted the urge to slap Yi Qinghan to death. He turned around and looked at him coldly. His tone was cold and threatening. I still have some ability. I wonder if Inspector Tianqian would like to see it? Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted in the first place. When you were so aggressive, did you ever think about today? When you step on people, have you ever thought about being stepped on by others? Oh. Do you have anything more amazing than that? Tianqian said coldly. I've said it before, this young master's ability is beyond your imagination. I'm prepared to try climbing the 5 Monarchs' Peak for fun. Of course, it's still within 3 breaths. I wonder if Patrol Envoy Tianqian dares to bet with his other leg? Yi Qinghan's indifferent words were like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the field. This time, even the experts from the Cloud Emperor tribe were stunned by the explosion. Then, their eyes burned with passion. Today, the crowd had originally come with hope and anticipation in their hearts. However, they had not expected that Feng Bai would let them return in disappointment. Not only that, they had even watched a good show. They had not come for nothing. Now, Yi Qinghan had reignited their hopes. Furthermore, he said that he could do it within 3 breaths. If he could really reach the top, then Yi Qinghan would be the strangest martial artist in the history of the Forgotten Land to reach the top. The 5 Monarchs' Peak was strange to begin with. If Yi Qinghan could really reach the top within 3 breaths, then he would have a high chance of entering the sacrificial altar. Alright, if you can really reach the top within 3 breaths, I'll break my other 3 limbs. Tianqian's heart burned with passion. In the face of breaking the seal and getting out of the sealed God Valley, Tianqian had completely forgotten about his conflict with Yi Qinghan. Broken limbs could be recovered quickly. It didn't matter if he lost his face. As long as he could get out, everything would be worth it. Oh, Yi Qinghan looked at Tianqian's passionate eyes and listened to his resolute words. He felt a little embarrassed. He had been able to easily reach the fourth peak, which meant that his intuition was right. Tian Chen's vicious aura made him very unhappy, which was why he had decided to trample Tian Chen to the ground. However, Tian Chen's current performance made him feel a little bored. Everyone was trapped in a cage, so there was no point in fighting with each other. Thus, he waved his hand and said, "Forget about this bet. It's meaningless. Of course, I will try my best to reach the top. However, I can't guarantee that I will be able to reach the top, nor will I be able to enter the sacrificial altar. Everyone, back me up. All right, little brother Yi. Work hard, I believe you can do it." Qi Li's eyes shone with a piercing light. He actually bowed deeply to Yi Qinghan. All the powerful martial artists looked at Yi Qinghan with burning eyes, waiting for his shocking performance. Buzz, suddenly, the space in the field rippled, and a slim figure appeared out of thin air. Then, the teleportation portal flashed, and the Thunder Monarch's imposing figure appeared. Neither of them spoke. However, their appearance at this moment showed how much they valued Yi Qinghan and how much they expected of him. Beast fusion. Yi Qinghan nodded at the Thunder Monarch and merged with his beast. However, he did not rush to the top of the mountain. Instead, he closed his eyes. He only calmed down when he heard the strange voice in his heart again. He suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. Swish! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he directly stepped onto the isolation belt at the top of the third mountain peak. His footsteps didn't stop, and he took another step forward. This time, he appeared at the fourth mountain's isolation zone. In the end, he took another step forward, and his figure vanished on the spot. Good. The Thunder Monarch's eyes shone with two piercing lights. His purple armor flashed with lightning, and his face was filled with excitement. The aura that he unintentionally released caused the space in the field to freeze. On the other hand, the Rain Empress did not say anything and flew straight to the top of the mountain. The Thunder Monarch followed closely behind, and the two of them entered the golden barrier of the mountain. Success? Everyone regained their senses and looked at each other. Then, they were overjoyed, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Buzz! 3 figures appeared in the field at the same time. The Cloud Monarch was full of smiles. His white hair and beard fluttered even though there was no wind, and his entire body was releasing an aura of surprise. The Wind Monarch and the Beast Monarch's eyes flickered, and they were a little surprised. Ascending to the top of the mountain in 3 steps, such a strange thing actually happened. Could it be that this brat could really walk into that sacrificial altar? The Wind Monarch and Ye Fei looked at each other, turned around, and sprinted towards the 5 Emperors Mountain. Meanwhile, the Cloud Monarch began to gather everyone again and prepared to make another routine oath. The Divine Emperor Blood Oath. Of course, among the hundreds of thousands of experts in the Forgotten Land, the object of the oath was changed to Yi Qinghan. The peak of the mountain was spacious and flat as if it was directly slashed by a sword. The peak of the mountain was golden, and it was filled with gold-like soil that emitted a dazzling radiance. In the middle of the spacious flat ground, there was a colorful sacrificial altar that emitted a dazzling radiance. The colorful radiance intertwined with each other and formed an oval light barrier. In the middle, there was a pitch-black door that was wide open like a giant beast opening its mouth, and it seemed like it was going to swallow anyone who entered. Dong! 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 The strange sound became even more cheerful. At this moment, Yi Qinghan could clearly sense that the sound was coming from within the colorful sacrificial altar, and it was coming from the pitch-black door. It seemed to be calling out to him, and it seemed like it was waiting for him to walk through the door. Chapter 736. Dong! 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 Sensing the urgent call in his heart, Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate and took a step towards the door. In the next second, he appeared outside the door. This time, he didn't continue to take another step. Instead, he reached out a hand and gently placed it on the colorful door frame that was radiating resplendent light. His eyes were blurry as if he was caressing his long-lost lover. The strange voice that kept ringing in his heart suddenly disappeared when his hand touched the door frame. The world suddenly became quiet at this moment. There was no sound of wind. The colorful light in front of him disappeared. The altar disappeared. The surrounding golden ground disappeared. Yi Qinghan's eyes became deep at this moment. The pupils in his pitch-black eyes contracted slightly. In the end, Yi Qinghan slowly closed his eyes. Swish! Two figures, one white and one purple, appeared on the mountain peak out of nowhere. After the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress appeared on the mountain peak, they immediately locked onto Yi Qinghan. However, they saw that he was actually leaning against the door with his eyes closed. He didn't say a word or move at all. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. However, they didn't make any sound or move. They just stood there quietly and waited for Yi Qinghan's next move. Swish! Not long after, the Wind Emperor also appeared on the mountain peak. When he saw Yi Qinghan leaning against the door and acting like a thinker, he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to the Thunder Emperor. What is this kid doing? Don't disturb him. Just wait. The Thunder Emperor's voice transmission wasn't very polite. There was a faint commanding tone in his voice. However, the Wind Emperor didn't mind. This was because the Thunder Emperor had always been this impolite. Who asked him to be the strongest? Yi Qinghan didn't seem to notice the three people behind him at all. He continued to stand at the door quietly and didn't say a word. It was as if he was asleep. Time passed quietly. The Wind Emperor was a little impatient. This altar had existed for millions of years. It had been created ever since the appearance of Sealed God Valley. He had climbed up the Five Emperors Mountain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Back then, he was very excited and tried his best to approach the altar. However, he failed every time. He had studied this altar for hundreds of thousands of years, but he couldn't figure out the slightest secret. What kind of trick was this kid playing? Did he think that he could walk through the door just by striking a cool pose? Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't play any tricks. He didn't intentionally leave the three emperors at the side. It was even to the extent that he didn't know where he was right now. The moment his hand touched the door frame, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The golden soil around him disappeared, and the dark door and the colorful light shield disappeared. He discovered that his surroundings had turned pitch black, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. It was as if he was in an endless void. Facing this situation, he did not panic at all. Instead, he was extremely happy. He had encountered such a situation before. In the Unfettered Pavilion's technique practice room, he had also encountered such a situation. He had passed through that pair of mystical eyes and entered the endless void. He had even seen a stunning woman. Finally, he had been transported to the illusory palace and obtained a great opportunity to break through to the deity realm. He was very clear that everything in front of him was an illusion. Moreover, he was sure that the other 9 martial artists who had reached the summit had never encountered such a situation. If they had, the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor would have definitely told him. This meant that he had hit the jackpot. He had a high chance of walking into this altar, removing the seal, and returning to the deity realm. Even if he couldn't remove the seal, he believed that this was definitely a great opportunity. It was just that this great opportunity hadn't appeared for a long time. He stood in the pitch-black world for a long time. His divine sense also spread out in all directions, but he didn't discover anything. There was no one, nothing, only pitch black. However, he wasn't anxious. He believed that this was a great opportunity. That strange voice and the suddenly changing scenery in front of him proved this point. Therefore, after his divine sense didn't find anything, he sat down cross-legged. Since I can't find you, I'll stay still and wait for you to find me. That strange voice transmitted an urgent beckoning meaning, which allowed Yi Qinghan to have sufficient confidence. Yi Qinghan's thinking was very simple. You were the one who called me up, and you were the one who helped me to walk up the Five Emperors Mountain. Therefore, you definitely have something to ask of me. Since you're asking me, why should I be anxious? Yi Qinghan wasn't anxious, but the 3 monarchs at the summit were anxious. The displeasure in the Wind Emperor's eyes was very obvious. If the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress weren't present, he would have already attacked and sent Yi Qinghan flying. If you say you want to enter the sacrificial altar, just enter it directly. This sacrificial altar was very simple. If you could enter the gate, then you could enter. If you couldn't, then it wouldn't matter even if you broke your head. Back then, a few experts who had climbed up the 5 Emperors Mountain worked together to smash the sacrificial altar. In the end, 2 7th-grade war gods and a few 6th-grade war gods poured down, but the sacrificial altar wasn't damaged at all. Furthermore, there was a very stubborn person who studied this sacrificial altar for over 300,000 years. In the end, he didn't find anything and died of mental exhaustion. Therefore, in his eyes, this sacrificial altar wasn't that complicated. If you walked through the gate, there might be hope. Otherwise, you would be directly reflected by the restriction on the gate and be declared a failure. But why are you just standing there like an idiot? Does it feel good to let 3 monarchs wait for you? The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress were also a little anxious as they waited. However, the 2 of them weren't unhappy that Yi Qinghan left them hanging. It was just that the 2 of them had high hopes for Yi Qinghan to walk into this sacrificial altar. Now that the suspense was about to be revealed, the 2 of them were a little anxious. After 3 days, the scenery in front of Yi Qinghan still hadn't changed at all. Yi Qinghan was bored to death. In the end, he sat down on the ground and prepared to meditate. However, Yi Qinghan, who was outside the door, had a change at this moment. He sat down on the gate and sat cross-legged. It seemed like he had entered a state of cultivation. When Yi Qinghan moved, the Rain Empress, the Thunder Emperor, and the Wind Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up. However, Yi Qinghan's strange actions made the 3 of them look at each other. It was understandable that he was deep in thought. He had discovered something and was searching for something. What did he mean by sitting cross-legged at the gate and meditating now? No matter what, the more strange Yi Qinghan was, the happier the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor were. The 2 of them didn't say much. They walked to a meter away from Yi Qinghan, sat cross-legged, and started to guard him. The Wind Emperor also became doubtful. This kid was so strange. Could it be that he had really discovered something? The barrier of the 5 Emperors Mountain was opened again. More than 100,000 experts gathered at the foot of the 5 Emperors Mountain. They all looked at the golden peak of the mountain with hope, waiting for a miracle to happen. As time passed, everyone's hearts became more and more excited. The news of Yi Qinghan reaching the peak in 3 steps had already been secretly transmitted. At this moment, he had already stayed at the peak for a month. Previously, Inspector Lu Yun had only stayed for 20 days. What did this mean? It meant that there was hope. If there wasn't hope, the 3 monarchs would have come down long ago. Chapter 737. In fact, the last time martial god Lu Yun stayed up there for 20 days, he spent 19 days recuperating and recovering to his peak state, while Yi Qinghan was actually in a daze for the entire month. His consciousness fell into that pitch-black void, and he could not see or hear anything. He wanted to meditate, but he found that he could not meditate in this godforsaken place at all. This godforsaken place seemed to have an invisible magic that prevented him from entering a meditative state. Thus, he sat there and began to let his imagination run wild, and he was in a daze. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had a similar experience in the Luotian mountain, so he was not surprised at all, nor did he panic. The stranger things were, the more excited Yi Qinghan became. He had a feeling that this might be a test. And he had experienced the Soul Emperor's various tests that could make people want to die. If this was really a test, then it was too child's play. Therefore, in the face of the pitch-black void, Yi Qinghan did not panic or feel nervous at all. Instead, he curiously began to speculate and fantasize. After being in a daze for a month, Yi Qinghan was a little tired. He also somewhat understood the purpose of this strange scene. In this godforsaken place, he could not see anything, and he could not do anything. No matter how strong a person's mind was, they would feel a little panic. Once this panic spread, it would cause mental repression. After a long period of repression, the soul would be in chaos, and one would be possessed, and finally go crazy. This kind of small trick can't stump me. Yi Qinghan really did not feel pressured by this kind of thing. Whether it was the 5 years of experience in the Luotian Mountain, the 10 years of bitter cultivation in the Dream Palace, or the hardships of the Yin Evil Stream and the heavenly battle, Yi Qinghan's mental endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people. Yi Qinghan was bored to death, so he turned over and lay on the ground, ready to sleep. As his consciousness moved, his body also moved strangely. His body, which was originally sitting cross-legged, directly fell down. He used his hands as a pillow and crossed his legs. It seemed that he was ready to sleep. The Wind Monarch had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He learned from the Thunder Monarch and the Rain Empress and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. At that moment, Yi Qinghan moved and the three of them opened their eyes at the same time. However, they saw Yi Qinghan lying down on his back and sleeping soundly. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't tell what they were feeling in their hearts. What kind of tricks is this kid playing? The Wind Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan for a while, then couldn't help but grumble in a low voice. The moment the words left his mouth, the Thunder Emperor's gaze swept over like knives. The meaning in his gaze was very clear: if you don't want to wait, then don't. No one is begging you to stay here. The Rain Empress also glanced over indifferently. With Yi Qinghan's strength, he couldn't see her blurry face clearly, but with Wind Emperor's strength, he could see it clearly. The coldness in the Rain Empress' eyes was very clear. Humph. The Wind Emperor snorted and closed his eyes to avoid looking at the two of them. Although he believed that Yi Qinghan was definitely pretending and that no one would be able to enter the altar, he could only sullenly continue to stay there due to the pressure from the Thunder Monarch and the Rain Empress. 4 out of the 5 emperors were filled with expectations for the altar. If he alone expressed a different opinion, he would definitely be excluded by the other 4 emperors. Once he was excluded, he would end up like the previous Thunder Monarch. Yi Qinghan lay comfortably on the ground and tried to sleep. However, the result was not out of his expectations. Similarly, he couldn't enter a deep sleep state at all. After trying a few times, Yi Qinghan was completely sure of one thing. This was definitely a test. He was the first person in the history of the Forgotten Land to climb the 5 Emperors' Mountain so easily. Furthermore, the altar was calling out to him very clearly. At that moment, his consciousness had fallen into this pitch-black void. He couldn't retreat, couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't cultivate, couldn't sleep, and couldn't do anything. This altar was either playing with him to death or testing him. In the past, the altar had never killed anyone, so there was only one explanation: it was testing him. A person's soul was the most wonderful thing. As long as you didn't enter a deep sleep state, your soul would constantly revolve and produce all sorts of emotions. However, if a person was suddenly trapped in a pitch-black void and couldn't do anything, his mind would constantly revolve. After a long time, this person would produce all sorts of negative emotions and eventually go crazy. Since he was sure that this was a test, Yi Qinghan's heart finally calmed down. Once his heart calmed down, all sorts of negative emotions wouldn't occur. Yi Qinghan lay down peacefully and began to leisurely close his eyes. Yi Qinghan didn't panic, and neither did the 5 emperors. However, the warriors below began to become somewhat impatient. 3 years had passed, and there was still no news from the mountain peak. More than 100,000 warriors were all staring at the mountain peak. As a result, their necks were sore, and their eyes were filled with tears, but there was still no news from the mountain peak. The Cloud Arch, the Demon Arch, and the experts from the various tribes were all standing in front. Of course, they didn't dare to sit down or cultivate. They could only continue to wait and watch. However, some of the weaker warriors were looking forward to the longer Yi Qinghan stayed on the mountain, the better. As long as he stood here, the 5 Emperors' Mountains had rich heaven and earth essence energy, and they didn't have to worry about dying from energy exhaustion. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and there was a temple. In the temple, there was an old monk. The old monk told the young monk, once upon a time, there was a mountain. Yi Qinghan murmured in his heart. These 3 years had been too difficult. He could only constantly find something to do. Otherwise, he would really become a madman. He didn't dare to think about Yu Qingsheng and the others as he was afraid of triggering the negative emotions in his heart. He only thought about the anecdotes from his previous life and started to replay the movies he watched in his previous life. He started to sing and tell stories to himself. Where's spring, where's spring? After a bored sigh, he started to sing the few songs that he knew over and over again. However, halfway through the song, he suddenly felt his vision gradually brighten. He opened his misty eyes and looked around absent-mindedly. Then, he woke up with a start and jumped to his feet. Suddenly, the darkness started to recede, and the scenery in front of him started to appear. He realized that he was in an unusually majestic palace. This palace was so majestic that it made his heart palpitate. Compared to this palace, the Rain Emperor Palace and the Thunder Emperor Palace were like comparing a thatched cottage to a royal palace. The palace was huge and very tall. Yi Qinghan was a third-layer divine general. His eyesight was extremely terrifying. He could even see ants tens of thousands of meters away clearly. However, when he looked around, he could only vaguely see the palace walls around him. He could even vaguely sense the ceiling above him. The only thing he could see was countless huge pillars with strange patterns carved on them. These pillars reached the sky and extended towards the ceiling. Lucky young man, congratulations on passing all the trials and arriving at the Combat Emperor Palace. Just as Yi Qinghan was wondering which direction he should head in, an ancient voice rang out, causing him to jump in fright. When he understood the meaning behind the words, he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to kneel down on one knee, the ancient voice rang out again, "Don't be too happy yet, and don't give me those empty greetings. The reason why your consciousness can enter here is because you have fulfilled two conditions. First, you must be a soul cultivator who has cultivated for less than 100 years, and second, your soul must have a strong endurance. Naturally, if you want to enter the War Emperor Palace with your physical body and accept this emperor's inheritance, you must fulfill the third condition." Chapter 738. To become a soul cultivator within 100 years, one's soul had to be able to withstand the pressure. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. It seemed like it wasn't a coincidence that he arrived here. In order to become a soul cultivator, one's soul had to reach the God King realm and reach the third stage of soul stillness. The first condition might be simple, but the second condition was extremely difficult. If he didn't have two souls, he definitely wouldn't be able to succeed. His soul's endurance was strong. This was a bit mysterious. Did he mean that he could endure loneliness, or was he referring to his two souls? Or was it because of the slaughter god blade, he naturally had a strong resistance against the baleful aura and negative emotions? No matter what, Yi Qinghan finally understood why experts like the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress were unable to enter this sacrificial altar even though they managed to reach the peak. This was because they were already eliminated from the first condition. Becoming a soul cultivator within 100 years was indeed too harsh. Yi Qinghan held his breath and didn't dare to say anything else. After all, this concerned whether he could enter this sacrificial altar and that so-called War Imperial Palace. This expert had said that if he could fulfill the third condition, then he would be able to receive his inheritance. The inheritance of a supreme being expert who could trap a group of warriors, including several 7th-grade war gods, to their deaths in this place, was enough to make one's emotions surge. I am the #1 expert in restrictions and spell formations in the divine plane. I was extremely talented, but I was too arrogant and died a tragic death. Before I died, I established the sealed God Valley and left behind a treasure. If you want to obtain this treasure, you must be stronger than me in a certain aspect and earn my admiration. So, young man, the third condition is that you either break my restrictions and enter the sacrificial altar of the 5 Emperors' Mountains or do something that will earn my admiration. The aged voice continued. It was filled with arrogance, haste, and boundless aggressiveness. Yi Qinghan was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. His surging emotions were instantly extinguished, and even his soul turned cold. He didn't have time to think about it. This expert said that he was dead, but he was still talking. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to see what treasures were in this War Imperial Palace. His mind started to spin rapidly. His third condition completely stunned Yi Qinghan. The Thunder Emperor and the others couldn't break the restriction, so how could he break it? How could such a powerful warrior ask me to do something admirable? Motherf ****. You're such a powerful warrior, but you want me, a small immortal general, to do something that you can't do? Is it possible? Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and asked with his last hope, Senior, can you explain it more clearly? For example, if I want to break the restriction, what should I start from? What are the specific things that you admire? Breaking the restriction is very simple. You just have to study formations and restrictions on your own. Back then, this emperor was also self-taught. The most powerful restrictions in Sealed God Valley are at the 18 entrances of Sealed God Valley. The restrictions on this altar are the simplest. As for the things that I admire, there are 3. The first is that he fused with an ultimate mystery and became a 9th-grade war god. In other words, he became a peerless god emperor. The second is to comprehend the legendary law of space, which is eternal. The third is to fuse with a special mystery. As long as no one in the immortal realm has successfully fused with it, even a basic mystery will do. Alright, you have 100 years. If you can't achieve it, you will lose this opportunity. My inheritance will be passed on to the next fated person. Dogsh ***T. The ancient voice gradually faded away, and the surrounding scenery also gradually disappeared. Yi Qinghan's consciousness returned to his body. When he opened his eyes and saw the golden barrier above his head, he could feel the 7-colored altar in front of him. He knew that his consciousness had already left the War Imperial Palace, and he couldn't help but curse out in annoyance. What do you mean? The Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor looked at each other. The Thunder Emperor blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. Yi Qinghan didn't answer the Thunder Emperor. At this moment, he was still immersed in the words of that expert. His heart had also turned cold. The master of the War Imperial Hall had pointed out 4 paths for him. However, Yi Qinghan felt that none of them were feasible. They were all dead ends. Self-study restrictions? He didn't even know the basics of array formations. Why would he want to learn restrictions? 9th-grade war god? Forget about that. Eternal space? Forget about that. As for the last special profound mystery? That was even more ***king unnecessary. A profound mystery of the law that no one in the immortal realm had successfully fused? There were countless warriors in the immortal realm, and there were trillions of experts. With so many experts, what profound mystery of the law had they not successfully fused? What kind of ***T condition was this? At this moment, Yi Qinghan deeply felt the feeling of climbing up the clouds and falling down heavily. The master of the War Imperial Hall had given him a huge pie, but it was in the sky. He could see it but couldn't eat it. This feeling was extremely unbearable. It was extremely unbearable. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? After Yi Qinghan cursed, he sat up in a daze and didn't reply to the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor weren't angry. They just felt that something was wrong. The Wind Emperor, who was at the side, flipped out. It was fine that this brat made the 3 martial emperors sit here for 3 years, but he was still acting like this? Did he really think that he was someone important? The Wind Emperor's words were laced with coldness, causing Yi Qinghan to wake up completely. He turned his head and saw a flash of killing intent in the Wind Emperor's eyes. Seeing that the Thunder Emperor also had a look of concern on his face, Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He didn't dare to continue letting his thoughts run wild, and he didn't dare to talk about what had just happened. He hurriedly stood up, bowed, and spouted nonsense. I'm sorry, I spent too much energy just now and fell asleep, so I spoke nonsense. Alright, there's no need to explain. Little Yi, are you confident that you can enter this sacrificial altar? The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and got down to business. Although he already had a bad premonition, he still spoke with great anticipation. I'm not sure either. I can only say that I'll try my best. As he looked at the Thunder Emperor's hopeful gaze, Yi Qinghan felt that he had let down the two martial emperors' expectations and could only grit his teeth and speak. After speaking, Yi Qinghan stood up and slowly walked toward the dark door under the gaze of the three martial emperors. Bang! As expected, Yi Qinghan was directly repelled by the restriction on the sacrificial altar. It was very straightforward, and there was nothing strange about it. It was exactly the same as the previous 9 cultivators who had tried to enter the sacrificial altar. The only difference was that Yi Qinghan was slightly weaker, and his posture when he fell was slightly uglier. F***ck, you wasted 3 years of this martial emperor's time. Trash. The Wind Emperor looked coldly at Yi Qinghan, who was rolling on the ground. He had completely given up on the sacrificial altar. This brat was so strange, but he still couldn't enter the sacrificial altar. It seemed like he definitely wouldn't be able to leave Sealed God Valley. He wasn't in the mood to linger here any longer. He directly turned and rushed down. Little Yi, what happened? Yi Qinghan, is there still hope? The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress didn't leave. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a bitter expression on his face. Combined with Yi Qinghan's strange actions on the 5 Sovereign Mountain, the two of them suspected that something must have happened to Yi Qinghan. After the Wind Emperor left, the Thunder Emperor directly released his celestial territory. Then, the two of them asked at the same time. Yi Qinghan stood up and smiled bitterly. He sighed and said, "This sacrificial altar. I know how to enter, but I can't." Chapter 739. What is it? The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress perked up. The Thunder Emperor revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He originally thought that Yi Qinghan would not gain anything. He did not expect him to give them such a huge surprise. Know how to enter? As long as they knew the method, it would be simple. With so many people, they would definitely be able to think of a way. Just because you are weak and cannot enter doesn't mean that we can't either. This. Uncle Lei Zhen, the Rain Empress, I am not trying to discourage you, but you have no hope at all. Currently, in the entire Forgotten Land, only I have the chance to enter. However, the conditions are too harsh. Yi Qinghan saw that Lei Zhen had released his god's domain and that the Rain Empress, who was proficient in the soul, should not be able to eavesdrop on their conversation. He quickly recounted his encounter in the War Imperial Palace. Although he felt that these 4 conditions were impossible to achieve, he still hoped that the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor could come up with a solution. However, after Yi Qinghan finished speaking, he realized that the Thunder Emperor's face had completely darkened. Although the Rain Empress's face could not be seen clearly, her entire person seemed to have dimmed. He knew that the 2 martial emperors would definitely have no solution. After all, the conditions were too harsh. After a while, the Rain Empress sighed and asked about the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor, have you heard of the powerful Battle Emperor? The Thunder Emperor shook his head slightly and said in a desolate voice, I have never heard of him. There are no records in our family either. Such a powerful person should be very famous in the immortal realm. However, there is no information about him at all. This is really strange. Logically speaking, this Battle Emperor should be dead. Why is there still a trace of his soul left to talk to Yi Qinghan? Even if he is a 9th grade war god, he does not have this ability. This is really strange. 100 years? For conditions? Not to mention little Yi, even for us, the chances are slim. Are we really going to be trapped in this godforsaken place until our lifespans run out? No. There is still a sliver of hope. The Rain Empress was silent for a long time. She lifted her head again and turned to look at Yi Qinghan. The Thunder Emperor seemed to understand. You mean, the last condition? That's right, 100 years. Forget about Yi Qinghan, no one else would be able to accomplish the first 3 conditions. The only chance is this special profound mystery. Didn't this Battle Emperor say that even elementary profound mysteries count? Not to mention elementary profound mysteries, even if it's intermediate profound mysteries, if Yi Qinghan can comprehend them to the entry level, with his comprehension speed of laws, he can successfully fuse them in a few years. The Rain Empress slowly analyzed. Alas! It's easy to say, but the difficulty level is even higher than ascending to the heavens. The supreme laws, the elemental laws, aside from the unknown space of eternity, all of the other low-level profound mysteries that could be fused have been successfully fused. As for special laws, they aren't things that you can comprehend just because you want to. Everything depends on the will of the heavens. However, the Thunder Emperor did not think much of it. He sighed and said to Yi Qinghan, "Little Yi, try your best. Don't be too harsh on yourself. I'll head back first. If there's anything, come to the Thunder Emperor Mountain to look for me." Yi Qinghan nodded. He looked at the back of the Thunder Emperor as he left, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Go back. Come to the Rain Emperor Palace directly later. The Rain Empress' voice was still ethereal, and it was impossible to tell what she was feeling. She followed the Thunder Emperor down the mountain. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the colorful and blurry sacrificial altar. He turned around and walked down desolately. When he walked down the mountain, the entire 5 Emperors Mountain was already empty. There were only 2 figures left, Yi Yaorao and Wu Shan. It was obvious that the Wind Emperor had come down to tell Yi Qinghan that he had failed. Everyone had waited bitterly for 3 years, but the result was still a heavy blow. At this moment, who would continue waiting here? Yi Yaorao did not speak. She only looked at Yi Qinghan with concern. She did not care about Yi Qinghan's success or failure. She only cared about Yi Qinghan's people. "Little brother Yi, let's go back first." Wu Shan looked at the dejected Yi Qinghan, and his emotions were very complicated. He wanted to comfort Yi Qinghan, but he did not know where to start. "I'm fine. You don't have to worry." Yi Qinghan forced a smile. He pulled Yi Yaorao's hand and walked towards the transportation formation. After telling Yi Yaorao to go back and rest, Yi Qinghan walked to the Rain Emperor Palace alone. When he walked into the palace, he did not see the Rain Empress. Instead, he received an unexpected voice transmission, "Come to the rear palace." When he heard this voice transmission, Yi Qinghan was shocked. The voice was very clear, not as ethereal as it was in the past. Furthermore, the voice was very familiar. Throwing away the random thoughts in his mind, Yi Qinghan quickly ran towards the rear palace, as if he wanted to confirm something. The rear palace was very beautiful. It was still filled with light muslin, but this time, the muslin was not white. Instead, it was blue. Furthermore, the decorations inside were all blue. The entire rear palace was a sea of blue. There was a huge bed inside the muslin, and a graceful figure reclined on the bed. Although it was obstructed by the thin muslin, the seductive aura emanating from it was very clear. Just as Yi Qinghan was staring blankly, not knowing what to do, the muslin was suddenly lifted, and a beautiful jade-like hand stretched out. The jade-like hand's palm was facing upwards, and one of her index fingers hooked at him. On that jade-like finger, a beautiful blue fingernail was blooming with a bewitching light. Yi Qinghan braced himself and walked over. He gently lifted the muslin, and looked at the familiar face on the bed. He looked at the 2 tender and beautiful lips, and his body trembled slightly. He swallowed twice, and choked out a sentence. "Are you concubine Lan, or the Rain Empress?" "Hee, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? My real name is Lan Yu." The woman on the bed smiled sweetly and gave him a playful look. This look was too familiar. Back then, this look almost killed him. What happened back then was a misunderstanding. You're a great person, and you don't hold it against me. Moreover, you made a bet with me, and if you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat. You can't be so petty. Yi Qinghan was indeed fearless, but when he looked at the woman in front of him, he felt a little scared. This woman looked like concubine Lan, but she appeared in the Rain Emperor's palace, and on the bed after the rain. Combined with Yi Qinghan's previous feelings, concubine Lan's mysterious identity, and strange behavior, concubine Lan's identity was obvious. Lan Yu, concubine Lan, the Rain Empress. Concubine Lan was the Rain Empress, and the Rain Empress was concubine Lan. However, he had flirted with her, touched her, and even kissed her. Most importantly, he had just suffered a huge setback at the Five Emperors Mountain. At this moment, facing the woman in front of him, he had no confidence at all. However, in his heart, he was wondering if he had lost his value, and the woman in front of him was planning to settle the score later. In the past, he was not afraid because he was single, but now, because of Yi Yao Rao, he had some misgivings. The Rain Empress laughed softly, and her voluptuous breasts also trembled. Her bright eyes revealed a hint of provocation. Hee, if you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat? I've said before that as long as you climb up the Five Emperors Mountain, my body will be yours. Now, I'm willing to bet, and I'm willing to admit defeat. Come on. Little man, I'm waiting for your favor. Young mistress, I was wrong. Stop playing around. Yi Qinghan desperately suppressed the impulse in his heart, and pleaded with a crying face. Yi Qinghan, are you still a man? If you're a man, cheer up for me. Isn't it just a little setback? Your cowardly appearance will make me look down on you. The Rain Empress smiled contemptuously, and her words were full of sarcasm and mockery. Humph. Whether I'm a man or not, you'll know soon enough. The Rain Empress' contemptuous eyes, mocking expression, and provocation completely made Yi Qinghan's grievance at the Five Emperors Mountain explode. Without hesitation, he directly pounced on the bed, stretched out his hands, and directly tore apart the robe after the rain. His big hands began to knead the two soft parts, and his lips covered the two voluptuous breasts. As the bed wriggled, the surrounding blue chiffon began to dance silently, and the entire rear palace was suddenly filled with the scent of spring. Chapter 740. Countless years later, Feng Zi and Hua Hua curiously asked Yi Qinghan how he, a mere divine general, managed to conquer the high and mighty Yuho. Yi Qinghan thought for a while, looked up at the starry sky at a 135-degree angle, and said emotionally, it was a hot summer night, and neither of us was in the mood to sleep. We met by chance in the night wind. I thought that if I hid in the night, she wouldn't find me. But I was wrong. A cool man like me was like a firefly in the dark night, a chafer in the field, so bright and outstanding. My melancholy gaze, messy hair, and the faint smile on my face had betrayed me. She gave me an ambiguous look, and I shot up to 5 million volts of high-voltage electricity, instantly knocking her out. I recklessly began to tear off her robe, and she recklessly began to kiss me. At that moment, the heavenly thunder ignited the fire, and the entire forgotten land trembled. Of course, this was bullsh*t. In fact, when Yi Qinghan poured all the tens of billions of offspring in his body onto Yuho's charming face and tender lips, he himself was stunned. And when he hurriedly tore a piece of cloth from the bedsheet, preparing to wipe the white liquid off Yuho's face, who was blushing and panting with her eyes closed, when he saw the bright red smear on the bedsheet in his hand, he was completely stunned. Looking at the face in front of him that was still moaning in pleasure, and looking at the fluttering gauze, Yi Qinghan was stunned for a long time before he was sure of one thing. He had ked Yuho, he had ked the master of the Rain Emperor's tribe, he had ked an emperor of the Forgotten Land, and he, a mere divine general, had ked a powerhouse comparable to a palace master, and even sprayed her face with it. Most importantly, this was her first time. Yi Qinghan was indeed very bold. At this moment, he was not afraid. He had already done it, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He was just stunned, like a beggar who suddenly received a piece of gold. After going crazy, it felt so unreal. Although he had always been very confident, he was not arrogant enough to think that with a shake of his spear and a jolt of his aura, all the women in the world would kneel under his robe. He had interacted with Yuho, hugged her, and kissed her, but he did not think that there was a basis for feelings. In other words, he did not think that Yuho would fall in love with him. Although Yuho occasionally revealed the heart of a little girl, such as going to the second floor to become an administrator, and making a bet with him. But to be able to cultivate to such a level, she must have spent a long time. After such a long time, she still maintained a pure body. There were countless heroes in the immortal realm. There were many who were more handsome than him, more powerful than him, and more powerful than him. There were many who were 10,000 times better than him in all aspects. Why did it have to be him? Although he could not figure it out, Yi Qinghan was still very excited. Yu-Ho was the goddess of the entire forgotten land. The back palace of the Rain Emperor Palace was a place that more than 100,000 experts dreamed of entering. Yu-Ho, who was high up in the mountain, was snatched away by him, and even sprayed on her face. If this matter were to spread, there would definitely be countless martial artists who could not understand it and directly kill themselves at the foot of the mountain. Just as Yi Qinghan was in a daze, Yu-Ho gently shook her eyelashes and opened a pair of bright eyes. With a jolt of divine power, the liquid on her face was directly shaken off. She pulled a veil over her perfect body, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said softly, "Feels good, right?" "Good," Yi Qinghan replied subconsciously. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and became embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said something that all men would say after the event, after the rain. What was that? "Yes, I will be responsible for you." "Really?" Pfft. Looking at Yi Qinghan's bashful look, the Empress of the Rain giggled like 100 flowers blooming. Although her body was covered by a veil, the two eye-catching red dots and the green grass below were faintly discernible, extremely alluring. Yi Qinghan felt a burst of blood boiling again. Below him, he raised his head slightly again, and hurriedly learned from Yu-Ho to pull a veil over his body. "Responsible? Haha. Can you afford to be responsible? Besides, this is something that I am willing to do. Otherwise, how could you succeed?" Yu-Ho's face showed a slight shyness and anger, but then she was silent. A touch of loneliness appeared on her beautiful face, and she faintly sighed, "Little man, I am willing to bet and I am willing to lose. I have given my body to you. I don't need you to be responsible for me, and I will not be your wife. If you feel a little guilty, then do something for me." "Okay." Yi Qinghan's answer was very simple and very firm. Although he did not understand why Yu-Ho would let him off so easily, and although he did not have a deep relationship with Yu-Ho. But since there was a relationship between husband and wife, how could he refuse her request? Yu-Ho looked at the firmness in Yi Qinghan's eyes and showed a comforting smile. Her bright eyes looked through the window of the back hall and cast into the distance. After a long time, she faintly said, "Take me out, I want to go home." Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. He had waited for a long time, but it was such a request that was not a request. However, Yi Qinghan did not say anything to ask. He just looked at the pair of bright eyes full of loneliness and the face that had become soft, and an inexplicable feeling of tenderness welled up in his heart. At this moment, he vaguely felt that the woman in front of him was not Empress Yu, who was high up in the mountain, nor was she the naughty and ruthless concubine Lan. Instead, she was a weak, lonely, and lovable little woman. He subconsciously lay down on his side, and then gently embraced her plump body after the rain. He gently caressed her face with his hand, letting his not-so-broad shoulders and embrace give her some warmth. He didn't say a word, but just looked at her quietly, waiting for her to pour out her heart. "Do you want to hear a story?" Concubine Lan's body trembled slightly, and then she turned her head and smiled sweetly. She turned her body over and leaned half of her body on Yi Qinghan's body. Feeling Concubine Lan's hot body pressing against his chest, Yi Qinghan did not have any desire at all. He just looked at her quietly and nodded seriously. In the distant Nanling continent in the west of the God Realm, there is a big family, the Lan family. The Lan family is very big and rules a prefecture in the south of the continent, Su Immortal Mansion. There are not many children in the Lan family, but each of them is a peerless genius. However, a good-for-nothing appeared later. After tens of thousands of years of hard work, he only reached the divine general realm. The good-for-nothing's fate can be imagined. He was ignored by his family, ridiculed by his clansmen, and looked down upon by everyone in Su Immortal City. Later, the good-for-nothing was expelled from Su Immortal City by his family and settled down in a small tribe. He married an ordinary woman and gave birth to a daughter. The good-for-nothing suffered a heavy blow. He was depressed and decadent all day, passing his days with alcohol. He had no hope in this life, and his only wish was to walk back to Su Immortal City with dignity. However, this wish has obviously become an extravagant hope. Chapter 741. The Empress of the Rain paused for a moment and sighed slightly. Her bright eyes flickered as if she was immersed in a distant memory. Yi Qinghan had already guessed a lot of things in her heart, but she just happened to take over the conversation and asked softly, "And then?" His daughter was very intelligent since she was young. She could feel her father's sadness and loneliness, so she made up her mind to help her father fulfill his wish. And so, this little girl gave up on her childhood, gave up on her youth, gave up on many things, and kept cultivating bitterly, desperately cultivating. Fortunately, the girl had some talent. After 120 years of cultivation, her laws and soul had reached God King at the same time. Moreover, due to her pureness, she had comprehended the third layer of soul silence and become a soul cultivator. The moment she came out, she was immediately discovered by the family. She was a peerless genius, and the entire family was shocked. Even the old ancestor came out of seclusion. Her parents were also brought back to Su Immortal City. They were even given God Emperor God crystals and the position of elder. When the Rain Empress said this, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she seemed to be very happy. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked as he listened. It was obvious that this little girl was the Rain Empress. She became a soul cultivator in 120 years without any resources or help. She didn't have two souls like Yi Qinghan. To be able to become a soul cultivator in such a short time, she was indeed a peerless genius. After pausing for a moment, Yi Qinghan let the Rain Empress immerse herself in the sweetness of her memories. Then, he asked gently again, "What happened after that?" Of course, something must have happened after that. Otherwise, the Rain Empress would be in the distant southern mountain continent right now and not in the sealed God Valley. The Rain Empress was reminded by Yi Qinghan's words and her eyes started to turn cold. Her voice trembled a little as she said, "If I'm not mistaken, this woman's name shook the entire southern mountain continent. She also attracted the love of many young men in the southern mountain continent. She even attracted the attention of a young master of the southern mountain sovereign's residence. Among the many young talents, this girl actually had a good impression of a martial artist with low strength and status. She hated the young master to the extreme and rejected him in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, the next day, this martial artist died and that young master from the South Mountain Prefecture directly came to propose marriage. After weighing the pros and cons, the family immediately agreed to this marriage. When this woman found out, she was filled with grief and indignation. She fled during the night, but in the end, she was chased by her family and that young master's subordinates. In the end, she accidentally fell into the entrance of sealed God Valley. Then, how did you become the Rain Empress? The Rain Empress had become a soul cultivator. After so many years of bitter cultivation, she had broken through to the celestial arch realm. This was very normal. Yi Qinghan was curious as to how she became the Rain Empress. Could it be that she had learned from the Thunder Monarch and killed the previous Rain Monarch? Yi Qinghan guessed that the little girl was him. The Rain Empress didn't find it strange at all. She sighed and said, "With the strength of the Divine King Realm's soul and the soul skills that I learned from my family, I easily ascended to the second level. The first time I climbed a mountain, I climbed to the third mountain of the 5 Emperors' Mountains. I was favored by the previous Rain Monarch and was able to ascend to the third level. After that, I cultivated to the celestial arch realm and climbed to the 5 Emperors' Mountains. I was appointed as the patrol envoy. Over 300,000 years ago, the previous Rain Monarch was immersed in studying the sacrificial altar of the 5 Emperors' Mountains. He died of exhaustion. At that time, my strength had reached the upper 7th grade war god level, and I successfully took over the Rain Monarch's position." After listening to the story, Yi Qinghan sank into silence. Many questions were answered at this moment. For example, why was the Rain Empress still pure? Why was the Rain Empress' heart in deficit like a young girl after cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years? The reason why she kept her face blurry was because she didn't want others to see through her. She also wanted to hide her heart. She was eager to get out because she was worried about her parents. She probably spent hundreds of thousands of years worrying about them. "Little man, do you think my parents will be implicated by me? Back then, did I do something wrong? The Rain Empress grabbed Yi Qinghan's shoulder tightly. Her sharp nails pierced deeply into Yi Qinghan's flesh. She raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan with a pained expression. Looking at the pair of eyes with faint traces of tears, Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. This was not the Rain Empress who stood at the peak of the Forgotten Land. This was clearly a child who had done something wrong. I can't say for sure about your parents, but I can tell you clearly, you didn't do anything wrong. For the first 120 years, you've been living for your parents. You've done enough for them. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. I think your parents won't blame you. Little man, take me out. I want to go back. I miss my parents. I'm very worried about them. The Rain Empress sighed faintly. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a cold murderous intent. Of course, if anything happens to my parents, I will do my best to destroy the Lan family and that person's clan in Nanling Prefecture. I want to let those old guys in the Lan family know how wrong their decision was back then. I want to go out too. But you also know how difficult it is to enter that altar. Yi Qinghan's heart sank. How could he not want to go out? Who didn't want to go out of the Forgotten Land? Take the Thunder Emperor for example. After knowing about the fireworks, he must have stayed in the Thunder Emperor Palace for a long time. When the Rain Empress heard this, she suddenly sat up. She didn't even care that the veil on her chest slipped down. She let her two peaks stand proudly in the cold wind. Her eyes became incomparably bright. She stared at Yi Qinghan and shouted word by word, "You can do it. Little man, you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in Blue Rain's foresight. You don't know this, but from the first time I saw you, I felt that you were definitely the one who could bring me out. Think about it. Who in the God realm can use the Slaughter God blade? In this Forgotten Land, who can overturn 15 consecutive victories? Who can split their soul into two and not die? Who can ascend the 5 Emperors Mountain in 3 steps? Who can enter that altar with their consciousness? Only you, Yi Qinghan, can break the altar in Sealed God Valley. Who else but you can do it? Who else but you can do it? The cries of the Rain Empress were like that of an oriole, reverberating in the rear hall. Yi Qinghan now understood why the Rain Empress would give herself to him. She must have seen his dejected appearance and wanted to use her body to stimulate him and cheer him up. The Empress of the Rain spoke very slowly, but it was like a blow to the head, causing Yi Qinghan's confidence to soar infinitely. Especially the last sentence, "Who else but you," it made Yi Qinghan's confidence reach the peak. Good. In less than 100 years, I was able to change from the 7th child of the Yi family to the 7th young master of the Yi family, to the Frost Emperor, to the frigid night battle god, and to a soul cultivator. I don't believe that this small altar can stop me. I can break through the sky of the Fire Dragon continent. I can also break through the sky of the Forgotten Land. Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up. He imitated the Rain Empress and looked at the dark sky of the Forgotten Land. His eyes were burning with passion, as if they could pierce through the sky. He didn't know if his eyes could pierce through the sky, but his spear was straight and proud. It was as if it could pierce through the sky. Oh, the Rain Empress smiled in relief. However, when she saw the spear in Yi Qinghan's hands, she suddenly woke up. She looked down and realized that her 2 breasts were also standing proudly in the wind. A crimson blush appeared on her face and quickly spread to her whole body. Ha! Yi Qinghan sensed that something was amiss. Turning his head, he saw Yu Ho, who was so embarrassed that she had buried herself in her veil. Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh and squeezed in. Moving closer, he said softly, "Tomorrow, I will go down to the 2nd floor and directly go into closed-door training. If I don't successfully comprehend this special profound mystery, I will not come out. Blue Rain, before I leave, can you let me relive last night's ecstasy?" Chapter 742. After lingering for a few days and nights, Yi Qinghan finally left the Rain Emperor Palace with satisfaction. After returning to the 2nd floor, Yi Qinghan explained everything that had happened in the 5 Emperors Mountain to Yi Qinghan. Of course, he didn't mention the lingering with the Rain Empress. Although he knew that Yi Qinghan wouldn't be too concerned even if he told her, and he reckoned that she had already guessed it, men would subconsciously hide such things. After Yi Qinghan heard, she didn't say much. She just smiled faintly and encouraged Yi Qinghan. The two of them walked into the #1 training room at the same time and started to meditate. What Yi Qinghan didn't know was that the fact that he had stayed in the Rain Emperor Palace for a few days and nights had shaken the experts of the 3rd and 4th floor of the Rain Emperor Palace. The fact that Yi Qinghan could enter the Rain Emperor Palace at will had already made the experts jealous. In the past, when Yi Qinghan had a chance of entering the altar, the experts wouldn't have been so angry. Now that Yi Qinghan was considered to have been crippled, he could still enter the Rain Emperor Palace. This made them unhappy. Most importantly, this time, Yi Qinghan had stayed up there for a few days and nights. The experts of the 4th floor of the Rain Emperor Palace had even heard the furious roar of Inspector Liao Qi and the sound of countless objects shattering. Yi Qinghan didn't know about this, and he didn't have time to care about it. At this moment, he was sitting quietly in the #1 training room and thinking carefully. In the past few days, the Rain Empress had analyzed with him in detail. If Yi Qinghan wanted to enter the altar, there was only one hope, and that was to comprehend a special mystery that no one in the realm of the gods had successfully comprehended. During the few days and nights in the Rain Emperor Palace, the Rain Empress had already sent someone to make a list of the special laws that had been discovered in the realm of the gods. Moreover, the Thunder Emperor Mountain had also sent a copy. There was no hope for the supreme laws and elemental laws anymore. They could only start with the special laws. For example, the divine sound law that Yu Qingqing had comprehended belonged to the special laws. However, in the god realm, there were already people who cultivated this law. Yi Qinghan memorized the name list and immediately entered the state of soul silence. Not only did his brain's processing speed increase by several folds, but his soul energy also increased continuously. Yi Qinghan's two souls no longer tried to comprehend the laws. At this moment, his comprehension of the laws had already reached the third level of the God General realm. If he comprehended one more middle-grade profound mystery, 3 elementary profound mysteries, and 9 basic profound mysteries, he would be able to break through to the God King realm. Since he had already embarked on the path of a soul cultivator, the cultivation of laws was no longer important. Improving the soul was the way of the king. After scanning through the name list sent by the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress, Yi Qinghan became a little confused. Although everything in this world had its own unique laws, and laws were everywhere in this world, they weren't things that could be comprehended just because one wanted to. For example, Yu Qingqing's divine sound law. If she hadn't loved music since she was young, and if she hadn't played the guqin on Tranquil Lake Island for 6 years while Yi Qinghan had been trapped in the falling mountains, and if she hadn't entered the state of soul silence with Yi Qinghan's help, she would have been fortunate enough to comprehend the divine sound law. Now, Yi Qinghan wanted to pursue a law that no one had ever discovered before. Or rather, he wanted to pursue a law that didn't even exist. This was indeed more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, the Rain Empress had used her fallen red to completely ignite Yi Qinghan's fighting spirit. He had always been determined to do something, and he wouldn't turn back even if he had to crash into a brick wall. After comprehending for 3 years, Yi Qinghan didn't have the slightest direction or train of thought. He realized that searching for an inexplicable law definitely wouldn't work. Therefore, he explained to Yi Yaorao, and didn't bother cultivating his soul. After reporting to the Rain Empress, he began to wander around the Forgotten Land, searching for a trace of enlightenment that he might never find. He looked at the clouds outside the Rain Emperor's palace, looked at the floating black soil at the foot of the Rain Emperor's mountain, watched the battle outside the battlefield, slept on the Mutant Fruit Mountain, meditated on the 5 Emperors Mountain, and spaced out outside the sacrificial altar, apart from the Wind Emperor's Mountain, the Cloud Emperor's Mountain, and the Demon Emperor's Mountain. He had practically wandered the entire Forgotten Land. Sometimes, he would stay in one place for 1 or 2 years. He was like a madman. In order to pursue a trace of inspiration, in order to search for that inexplicable law, he poured all his heart and soul into it. In the beginning, the Rain Empress sent 2 6th-grade war gods to follow him and protect him. However, in the end, the two became one, and the 6th grade war god became a 5th grade war god. In the end, for some unknown reason, she didn't send anyone, and left Yi Qinghan to wander around the Forgotten Land like a madman. The Thunder Emperor also seemed to have forgotten about this nephew, and never summoned him to the Thunder Emperor's palace. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had climbed the 5 Emperors' Mountain and obtained the position of honorary elder. The holy fruit also guaranteed that when he met warriors from other tribes outside, no one dared to disrespect him. In the eyes of warriors from other tribes, this genius, who was once the greatest hope, couldn't take the blow after his failure and seemed to have sunk into some kind of deranged state. He also became somewhat neurotic. Without a lunatic, who would lie on the black soil and stare at the dark sky for several years. Without a lunatic, who would take his strange knife and continuously hack at the 5 Emperors' Mountain. Of course, many people wanted to steal this knife, but no one dared to touch it. After all, he was an honorary elder who climbed the 5 Emperors' Mountain and was under the protection of the 5 Emperors. Although the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor didn't seem to care about Yi Qinghan anymore, if someone dared to kill him and steal his treasure, the Thunder Emperor would personally tear that person to shreds. Normal warriors wouldn't dare, but the Wind Emperor did. He was just waiting for a good opportunity. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was getting less and less attention from the two, and that he was getting closer to the Cloud Emperor, the Wind Emperor's mood was getting better day by day. Yi Qinghan couldn't enter the sacrificial altar, and the Wind Emperor completely gave up on the idea of leaving. At this moment, he only wanted to become the ruler of the Forgotten Land. For this goal, he started to make arrangements step by step, and waited day by day. On the peak of the 5 Emperors' Mountain, Yi Qinghan sat alone at the entrance of the sacrificial altar. His jet-black hair had already reached his waist, and his beard had grown to his lower abdomen. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his eyes were filled with confusion. 10 years had passed, and he still hadn't gained anything. He didn't even have a single clue. Of course, if he had a clue, he wouldn't be far from success. In these 10 years, he had gained insight into 2 special types of basic profound mysteries. It was just that after he started on the profound mysteries, he realized that this law had already been successfully cultivated by others. He didn't give up, and continued to stubbornly pursue this seemingly endless path. Sometimes, he used imminent skyline to float around like a gust of wind in the Forgotten Land, and sometimes, he used shrinking ground to run back and forth on the 5 Emperors' Mountain. Sometimes, he would lie down at a random place for half a year. Chapter 743. After another 10 years of meditation and exploration, Yi Qinghan still had no clue, but he felt that his spirit was a little dazed. The long period of mental torture, the urgent hope in his heart, and the obsession in his heart, made Yi Qinghan's spirit extremely tired. The mental depression made Yi Qinghan have an urge to self-destruct. "Ah!" Yi Qinghan roared to the sky, his voice drifting through the heavy black soil into the distance. He exhaled some of the turbid air in his chest, but the turbid air in his heart was getting more and more. He did not dare to continue thinking. He knew very well that his mind had not stopped for a moment for 20 consecutive years, and had not rested for a day. If he continued to run, continue to explore, and continue to think, his soul would completely collapse. He wanted to have a good sleep and let his soul rest, but there was something in his heart, and there was such a crazy obsession in his heart. How could he sleep? He pondered for a moment, and thought of the simplest way. He began to use the shrinking ground to a ruler in the Forgotten Land, flashing wildly, and using so close, yet worlds apart to turn into a gust of wind and wander around. By alternating like this, his soul could rest on these 2 footwork, and not think too much, and through the release of physical strength and divine power, it could relieve the depression and pain in his mind. It had to be said that after doing mental work for a long time, converting it into crazy physical activity, it could relieve the pressure in the mind. After running to the back, Yi Qinghan no longer thought about the things that had troubled him for 20 years, and even forgot where he was, and who he was. He just wanted to run like crazy, and completely release the depression and gloom in his heart through sweat. He ran like crazy, and one moment he was as fast as lightning, and in a few steps he had disappeared across a distance of 10,000 meters. The next moment he suddenly slowed down, but his figure was extremely elegant. Round after round, He could no longer remember how many laps he had run around the forgotten land, and even towards the end, his body was about to collapse, and his mind was a mess. He could no longer tell if he was using so close, yet worlds apart to run, or using shrinking ground to a ruler, or using both footwork at the same time. He just wanted to vent it all out and let his soul rest for a short while. Then, he would continue to explore that endless path. The warriors of the 5 tribes were not surprised by this. They just sighed in their hearts. It seemed that this freak was becoming more and more insane. Perhaps in a few years, he would completely become a lunatic. Phew, when Yi Qinghan used up the last bit of his strength to climb up the 5 Emperors' Mountain and collapsed on the golden soil, his soul became incomparably peaceful at this moment. 20 years of accumulated anger had been completely vented during the several months of continuous running. Although his body didn't even have the strength to move a finger, Yi Qinghan felt so comfortable and satisfied. How many laps did I run? How many months had he been running? If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't my reputation as a madman be completely solidified? Hee. If I don't go crazy, I won't be able to live. Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. He admired his crazy actions. But how could he not be crazy? He was doing something crazy, something that no one in the realm of the gods had succeeded in doing. Using so close, yet worlds apart and shrinking ground to a ruler alternately can indeed divert my attention. If this happens again, I just need to run like this for a few months. Yi Qinghan was very proud of his sudden idea. But when he thought of these 2 footwork, he was suddenly stunned. He vaguely remembered that when he ran to the back, he didn't alternate between the 2 footwork, but used them together. No. How could these 2 footwork be used at the same time? One was the law of the earth, the other was the law of the wind. Moreover, these 2 footwork were completely different. One was fast, the other was slow. How could they be used at the same time? Yi Qinghan was confused. Although the blurry memory in his mind wasn't very clear, it clearly recorded such a thing. But this thing didn't make sense, it didn't make sense. So close, yet worlds apart was the law of the wind, and shrinking ground to a ruler was the law of the earth. How could these 2 be used at the same time? If he could use them at the same time, wouldn't he be able to do 2 things at once? 2 things at once? Yi Qinghan suddenly woke up. Others might not be able to do 2 things at once, but he could. He had 2 souls, and these 2 souls could be used at the same time. They didn't interfere with each other either. What did this mean? Hong. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning. His physical strength had just recovered a bit, but Yi Qinghan used this bit of strength to suddenly jump up. He raised his hand and gave himself a slap. Then he laughed out loud. Motherf *Ker, this young master actually walked the wrong path for 20 years. What dogsh *T special type of profound mystery, I don't need anything, I don't need anything. Old Battle Emperor, just you wait. In a few years, this young master will be able to fuse a profound mystery that the entire sacred realm can't fuse, and then break this damn altar of yours. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up with a fiery light. He took out a communication jade talisman and sent a message to the Rain Empress. The content of the message was very simple. There were only 4 words: come and protect me. The Rain Empress gave him this communication jade talisman. Once he crushed it, she would instantly know where the entire forgotten land was, and the Rain Empress could teleport to any place. In the past 20 years, Yi Qinghan had never entered a meditative state, so he didn't let anyone follow him. Now that he was about to enter a meditative state, and it was an extremely crucial cultivation, he didn't dare to be careless. He could only send a message to the Rain Empress to protect him. But, after the message was sent, the Rain Empress didn't teleport over. Yi Qinghan waited for a moment. Since there weren't many people who could come up to the peak of the 5 Monarchs Mountain, there shouldn't be any danger, so he didn't have any worries. He directly entered a state of spiritual stillness and began to comprehend. On the other side of Yi Qinghan's spiritual sea, the 2 mini Yi Qinghan began to use so close, yet worlds apart and ground shrinking to a ruler respectively to run. Then, the 2 completely different figures began to combine, Yi Qinghan was actually preparing to fuse ground shrinking to a ruler and so close, yet worlds apart. In other words, he was preparing to fuse the power of earth, the earth traversal technique, the pulse of the earth, and the formless wind together, fusing them into a brand new high-level law. If this idea was known by other warriors, Yi Qinghan's reputation as a madman would definitely be completely realized. The law of earth and the law of wind originally belonged to two different types of origin energy. He was actually fantasizing about successfully fusing these completely unrelated things, and fusing them into a high-level profound mystery. However, Yi Qinghan was clearly stuck in a dead end. He wanted to start immediately, and didn't wait for the Rain Empress to protect him. He hurriedly entered a meditative state. Of course, the Rain Empress received Yi Qinghan's message, but she didn't rush over. It wasn't that she didn't want to come and protect Yi Qinghan, but she couldn't split herself at the moment. She was currently accepting someone else's challenge, the Emperor's Throne Challenge. The challenger was Liao Qi, also a 7th grade war god, the patrol of Rain Emperor Mountain. Chapter 744. In the Forgotten Land, there was actually another place that Yi Qinghan had not been to in the past 20 years. This was because with Yi Qinghan's strength, it was impossible for him to discover that place. Just like the 5 Emperors' Mountains, it was impossible to see from outside the Forgotten Land, nor could one enter this place. Even warriors below the 5th grade war god level would not be able to discover this place. This was because without this strength, one would not be qualified to enter this place. The special battlefield for the Throne Challenge. In order to enter the 5 Emperors' palaces, one must have a token. In order to obtain the token and the recognition of the 5 Emperors' palaces, one must challenge the previous emperor here and kill him in order to ascend to the throne. Of course, if the previous emperor voluntarily abdicated, it would not count. A few decades ago, Lei Zhen killed the previous Thunder Emperor here and succeeded in ascending to the throne. Today, there were 6 more guests here. In the Emperor Challenge, all 5 emperors had to be present at the same time to ensure fairness. At the same time, it meant that the other 4 emperors recognized the new emperor. Why? On the vast black ground, 2 7-colored halos suddenly appeared. The halos on the outside were illusionary restrictions that prevented warriors from seeing this place. The halos on the inside were the battlefield's protective restrictions. At this moment, there were 4 warriors standing outside the halos. They were the Thunder Emperor and the others who were watching the battle. 2 people stood inside the halos. One was dressed in white, holding a sword. His face was calm, and his body naturally exuded an otherworldly aura, like an ancient immortal. The one who spoke was the other person. Today, Empress Yu did not wear white, but a light blue robe. Her face was not blurry, but revealed a beautiful face. Her bright eyes were full of questions. Why? Liao Qi's calm expression completely disappeared after Empress Yu asked the question, why? His long and narrow eyes suddenly widened and stared at Empress Yu's beautiful face, as if he wanted to see through her. After a long time, he laughed mockingly and said, actually, these 3 words, I want to ask you the most. Ask me? Ask me what? I have treated you well and have not let you down in any way. The Rain Empress blinked her eyes and asked even more doubtfully. Liao Qi had entered the Forgotten Land almost at the same time as her. However, at that time, his strength had reached the Celestial Emperor realm. She still remembered that Liao Qi had taken good care of her on the 1st level. The 2 of them had entered the 2nd level of the Rain Emperor Mountain together. Later on, the 2 of them had entered the 3rd level of the Rain Emperor Mountain together. In the end, the 2 of them had cultivated to the 7th grade war god level at the same time. When he was competing for the position of patrol, Liao Qi even took the initiative to withdraw. After the Rain Empress ascended to the throne, she immediately promoted Liao Qi to be the patrol envoy and trusted him a lot. Who would have thought that after 20 years of closed-door training, he would directly issue a challenge to the throne? Moreover, it was the kind that would not stop until one of them was dead. Ha ha ha, the Empress of Rain's puzzled expression and indifferent words seemed to have thoroughly provoked Liao Qi. He began to become excited and laughed to the sky. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He kept nodding his head, and the mocking smile on his lips became more and more intense. You are good to me, good. Do you know, when you were on the verge of starving to death on the first floor, a holy fruit suddenly appeared in the cavern? It didn't fall from the sky. I secretly gave it to you. Do you know why I often fought with people in the arena of life and death on the second floor? Because those people coveted your beauty, and I personally killed them one by one. Do you know why I didn't compete for the position of patrol even though I was stronger than you? Do you know how many voices of dissatisfaction I suppressed for you after you became the Rain Empress? You don't know anything. You only know how to sit high up in the Rain Emperor Palace and smile at the clouds, but you don't even spare a glance at me. Blue Rain, do you know that I liked you for a whole 450,000 years, 6 months, and 13 days? Just when I couldn't help but prepare to confess to you, you gave your body to a little divine general, a piece of trash that you have known for less than a few decades. Oh, she looked at Liao Qi, who became more and more agitated as he spoke. His eyes became slightly bloodshot, and his expression became somewhat sinister. The Rain Empress really wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't expect that Liao Qi actually did so many things for her behind her back, and she didn't know it at all. However, before she became the Rain Empress, she had always been cultivating in seclusion, so it was impossible for her to know. She always knew that Liao Qi was very good to her, but she didn't expect that he had been secretly in love with her for 450,000 years, and she didn't realize it. Now, his love turned into hatred, and he wanted to kill her. The 4 emperors standing between the 2 light barriers could clearly hear the voices inside the light barrier. Hearing Liao Qi's words, the 4 emperors were all moved. The Cloud Emperor looked at Liao Qi with a face full of admiration and sighed. Secretly in love for 450,000 years, but never said it out loud. This Liao Qi can be considered a great genius. The Wind Emperor sneered and said, a man on the outside is the most invincible. He actually didn't confess for 450,000 years. This Liao Qi's heart is probably a little perverted, the Thunder Emperor snorted and said disdainfully, trash. If you like a woman, go and chase after her. If you can't, then go and snatch her. You have such tyrannical strength, but you are so bashful. You are worse than a beast. The Demon Emperor touched his face that had long golden hair and laughed sinisterly. The feelings of humans are too complicated. Us demonic beasts are still better. Why talk about feelings? Isn't it better to mate directly? This place was very strange. Once the restriction light barrier was activated, it wouldn't be removed unless one person died. Liao Qi and the Rain Empress couldn't sense the situation outside at all. Of course, they couldn't hear the conversation between the 4 emperors. However, the people outside could clearly observe the battle. After venting, Liao Qi's mood gradually recovered. His expression turned cold, and he no longer looked at the Rain Empress. It seemed like he didn't want to listen to her explanation. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Looking at the snow-white long sword, he actually smiled. This smile was actually somewhat poignant and extremely desolate. He sighed faintly and said, the blue rain in my heart is already dead. The blue rain in my heart is already dead. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my beloved blue rain. I will use your death to completely seal my heart. From today onwards, I, Liao Qi, will no longer believe in love. You, prepare to die. Before he finished speaking, Liao Qi's sword trembled in the air. His body suddenly erupted with an incomparably violent aura presence. The surrounding space was slashed open by his sword dance. His body turned into a dragon and soared into the sky. Accompanied by the dark and eerie spatial cracks, he shot towards the Rain Empress. Why is this little man in seclusion at this moment? Before I came, he was still at the peak of the 5 Thearchs mountain. Normal martial artists can't go up to the 5 Thearchs mountain, so he should be safe. Forget about him, sigh. At this moment, the Rain Empress' heart jolted. Yi Qinghan sent a message through the communication jade talisman. However, the Rain Empress' mind was in a mess. How could she care about him? Furthermore, this throne challenge competition wouldn't end until one side was dead. She couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Looking at Liao Qi's lightning-fast long sword, the Rain Empress sighed helplessly. With a gentle wave of her hand, her pale blue fingernails shone with a bewitching radiance. A translucent finger wind shot out from her finger like a cool breeze and instantly entered Liao Qi's body. Then, the Rain Empress tapped her feet lightly and her body turned into an agile goose that floated backwards. Liao Qi's body was like a mad dragon. After being hit by the Rain Empress finger, his body paused in the air. Although it was only for a short 0.1 second, it was enough for the Rain Empress to escape. However, Liao Qi did not care at all. His lips curled into a cold smile as he continued to rush towards the Empress Rain. His long sword transformed into many shadows in the air, emitting a terrifying aura. Each shadow could cause dark cracks to appear in the space. Such a tyrannical power. It was not hard to imagine that if this long sword pierced through her, even the Rain Empress divine crystal would instantly shatter and she would die. Chapter 745. The four emperors who were watching from the outside could see the battle clearly. When they saw Liao Qi casually drawing out spatial cracks, they were all shocked. Even the Thunder Emperor, who had the coldest expression, had a glint in his eyes. The space in the Forgotten Land was not as stable as the Immortal Realm, but it was dozens of times more stable than a material plane. The four people present could easily tear space apart, but they were all 7th-grade war gods with unique skills. The Thunder Emperor had reached the peak of 7th-grade war god because he had awakened the Thunder God bloodline. This Liao Qi has also reached the 7th-grade war god level. The Wind Emperor's expression turned exceptionally unsightly. This was a martial artist who was once a level lower than him. How could he not be shocked when a warrior who was once a level lower than him suddenly revealed his strength? The Cloud Emperor also sighed. This Liao Qi's love turned into hatred. After 20 years of seclusion, his obsession has actually broken through? Sure enough, a man on the outside is the scariest. So what if he has reached the 7th-grade war god level? He has just entered this realm and has not stabilized himself, yet he dares to challenge the Rain Empress? I am confident that I can kill him within 100 moves, but I am definitely not the Rain Empress's match. This woman's methods are too strange. If he could endure for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps there would be some hope. The Demon Emperor curled his lips and said disdainfully. You can't say that. The Thunder Emperor shook his head slightly. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he stared at the battlefield, revealing a trace of worry. Liao Qi's words were very clear. The Rain Empress had given herself to Yi Qinghan, and he had already regarded the Rain Empress as one of his own. Seeing the four emperors look over, he sighed and said, This Liao Qi has followed the Rain Empress for so many years, and he knows her methods very well. Moreover, the Rain Empress is obviously mentally unstable. In a battle of this level, she will die if she is not careful. Most importantly, the Rain Empress can't bring herself to make a killing move. Indeed. Although the Rain Empress was also a 7th-grade war god, she had been immersed in this realm for more than 200,000 years. There was still a huge gap between her and Liao Qi, who had just broken through. However, Liao Qi's words touched her greatly. Although she had lived for a long time, she was not very experienced in the world, especially when it came to relationships. Seeing his subordinate and friend, who he had been with for hundreds of thousands of years, suddenly betraying him and even wanting to kill him, he was unable to accept it. His mind became unstable, and he did not dare to retaliate, only dodging. Fortunately, Empress Rain's soul had grown stronger over the years, and the power of her soul skills had also increased. Right now, she was barely able to resist Liao Qi's fierce attacks. I can't wait any longer. I can't drag this any longer. I can only take a gamble. The four emperors stood quietly in the light shield, their expressions calm again, waiting for the final outcome. Although the Wind Emperor's eyes were focused on the battle inside, he was struggling in his heart. Liao Qi's sudden rise made him feel a sense of crisis. In addition, with the 5 emperors gathered here, they definitely could not leave until the battle was over. If he didn't act now, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Let Lu Yun ascend the Five Emperors Mountain to kill Yi Qinghan and retrieve the Slaughter God Blade. The Wind Emperor secretly used the communication Jade Talisman to send a message to Ye Fei of the Wind Emperor Palace, asking her to carry out the original plan. In the Wind Earth Palace, Ye Fei was sitting on the main seat in the back hall. She was enjoying the dance of a group of beauties with the Wind Emperor's other two concubines. When she received the message from the Wind Emperor, she waved her hand to dismiss the beauties. A pair of beautiful eyes flickered, and she smiled at concubine Hui and concubine Mei. The Emperor is finally going to make a move. Concubine Mei was invigorated, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She pulled the corner of Ye Fei's clothes and said urgently, "Hee, big sister, let Lu Yun set off quickly." "Wait." Concubine Hui shook her head slightly and said, "I feel that we need to change the plan. Don't kill that brat. Bring him back. This brat can use the Slaughter God Blade. Perhaps he has some unique methods. Capture him, and big sister can use the soul search on him." "All right." Ye Fei's face revealed a trace of malevolence, and she immediately turned and ran out of the Wind Emperor Palace. Concubine Mei looked at Ye Fei's figure with joy. She seemed to be imagining that after the Wind Emperor succeeded, he would suppress the Forgotten Land and become the only ruler here. She would be standing beside him and receiving the worship of all the martial artists. However, she did not notice the mockery in concubine Hui's eyes, nor did she notice the message token in her hand. "Liao Qi, don't force me." The Rain Empress's charming face was as pale as snow. She retreated step by step, but Liao Qi's attacks became increasingly fierce. Furthermore, he completely disregarded his own life and wanted to perish together with her. The Rain Empress did not dare to use her ultimate move, and she was forced into a very sorry state by Liao Qi. "I force you? All of this is because you forced me." Liao Qi waved the long sword in his hand even faster, and the sky was filled with sword shadows and spatial cracks. Biting cold killing intent filled the entire space, and the surging aura caused the surrounding space to turn into ripples that continuously radiated in all directions. The black soil on the ground was constantly flying under the sword chi that filled the sky. From time to time, the rainbow-colored barrier would flash with rays of light, and it was extremely resplendent. The Rain Empress's 10 fingers danced elegantly in the air, shooting out finger winds. These finger winds eventually turned into formless ripples that floated gently in the air. Liao Qi's body would tremble slightly when he touched them. Her slender figure was like a gust of wind in the air, moving through the sword shadows and spatial cracks. However, there were too many spatial cracks and sword shadows, and there was no pattern to them. The corners of Empress's clothes and her black hair had already been chopped off in the previous few rounds of battle, and she had almost been in danger a few times. Suddenly, the Rain Empress's face suddenly turned pale, and her figure trembled slightly at this moment. "Oh no!" The Thunder Emperor suddenly shouted from outside, and his cold face suddenly changed. It was indeed very bad. The Rain Empress's figure trembled slightly, and she was instantly struck by a sword shadow. Her entire body was sent flying, and a mist of blood filled the air. Everything below her thighs turned into dust, and her body was bounced onto the barrier. Then, she was smashed onto the black soil, and there was a cloud of dust. The sudden change in the battlefield shocked the other 3 emperors. Even Liao Qi was slightly stunned, and he stopped moving. The 5 of them fixed their eyes on the Rain Empress, and they could not understand why she dared to be distracted in such a battle. Fortunately, the sword had only slid past her thighs. If it had gone up a little bit and hit her divine crystal, she would have been killed by that attack. Swoosh! Liao Qi was stunned for a moment, and then he turned into a dragon and pounced at the Rain Empress. The sky was filled with sword shadows, and half of the Rain Empress's body was covered. If he did not grasp such a good opportunity, his strength would have been in vain. At this moment, his heart was completely frozen, and he no longer had any scruples. He was prepared to kill the Rain Empress and successfully take over. Chapter 746. Run, run, run. On the 2 soul seas of Yi Qinghan, 2 silhouettes were constantly running. The two silhouettes were running towards the black bridge that connected the soul seas of Yi Qinghan. Finally, they overlapped on the bridge. However, the moment they overlapped, they would immediately bounce off. It was like two magnets with the same poles repelling each other. It was impossible for them to overlap. However, Yi Qinghan wasn't discouraged. His blurry memory allowed him to remember that he had indeed used these two movement techniques together during those few months of crazy running. Since his two souls could indeed use these two movement techniques at the same time, there was a high chance that these two movement techniques could fuse. In other words, there was a chance that the profound mysteries of the law of earth and the law of wind could fuse. He didn't know if it was possible for others, but because he had two souls, there was a high chance of it. When Yi Qinghan once again urged the two illusory figures to overlap on the black bridge, the two figures collided and overlapped. Yi Qinghan felt as though his body was swaying. He was pleasantly surprised, thinking that the two profound mysteries had found an opportunity to fuse. However, after probing for a while, he still didn't discover anything. After being puzzled for a while, he was secretly delighted, even though he did not discover any signs of the two types of laws fusing. Although he didn't discover any signs of the two laws fusing, that tremor just now was real. As long as there was a trace of change, there would be more changes sooner or later, and the fusion would succeed. Hence, he excitedly urged the two figures to overlap again and bounce off again and again. He didn't get tired of it and completely immersed himself in it. However, Yi Qinghan was wrong. His body had indeed trembled and some changes had occurred. However, he thought that the two figures above the soul seas had collided and received it. In reality, his body had trembled, but it wasn't caused by himself. Instead, it was caused by an external force. Lu Yun came very quickly. The Wind Emperor had promised him that as long as he completed this matter, not only would he regain his position as patrol envoy, but he would also bestow Meiji to him. He had also sworn a Divine Emperor blood oath that he wouldn't kill him. If the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress wanted to find trouble with him, he would definitely join forces with the three emperors to protect him. Although he had obtained the position of honorary elder and the position of senior elder after being demoted from the position of inspector, he was still a senior elder. However, he was very clear that the people around him were looking at him differently. They were not as respectful as before. Even those in the tribe who were stronger than him mocked him. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. After receiving the Wind Thearcha's guarantee, Lu Yun felt a lot more at ease. The Wind Arch could have ordered him to do it directly, but he didn't. He even swore a divine sovereign blood oath. This made him feel very relieved. He thought back to when the Wind Emperor summoned him and saw the Mei concubine lying under the Wind Emperor with her tongue sticking out, her large eyes wide open, and her plump buttocks swaying. Lu Yun decided to do it. Just now, Ye Fei passed down an order and handed him a ring. Without hesitation, he walked down the Feng Emperor Mountain and teleported to the Five Emperors Mountain. Martial artists who successfully climbed the Five Emperors Mountain would have a much easier time climbing the Five Emperors Mountain the second time. During this period of time, Lu Yun climbed the mountain frequently and did many crazy things. The martial artists of the Five Emperors Mountain were not surprised. They thought that he was the same as the madman who refused to give up on the altar. The process of capturing Yi Qinghan was very simple. It was so simple that it made Lu Yun's hair stand on end. Ye Fei gave him a ring. This ring was very special. There were only 5 of them in the entire Forgotten Land. This was the ring that symbolized the supreme authority of the Wind Arch, the Emperor Ring. The ring was very ordinary, but it was very mysterious. This ring could control the restrictions of the entire Feng Emperor Mountain and defend against external enemies. This was not important. What was important was that there was a small space in the ring. This was an interspatial ring. The restrictions in the Forgotten Land made all the interspatial rings in the immortal world lose their effectiveness. However, this did not include the Emperor Ring. The Rain Empress also had a ring with a small space in it. Yi Qinghan had entered that small space in the past and stayed in it for a year. It was the room in the small hall on the second floor. This emperor ring was actually given to the 5 emperors by the creator of the sealed God Valley to protect their lives. It was to prevent the emperors from being ambushed and killed by several people. This also made the fight for the position of the 5 emperors in the Forgotten Land even more difficult. If one wanted to rise to the position, they could only challenge the emperor competition and kill their opponents one-on-one. After casually tossing the cultivating Yi Qinghan into the emperor's ring, Flowing Cloud's mood became extremely excited. In order to let him capture Yi Qinghan, the Wind Arch had removed the soul connection with the emperor ring. At this moment, the emperor ring had already become his. He could easily control the restrictions of the Feng Emperor Mountain to repel enemies. He could even directly keep the Wind Arch out of the Feng Emperor Mountain and become the Wind Arch himself. However, he knew that this was somewhat unrealistic. So what if he kept the Wind Arch out of the Feng Emperor Mountain? Don't forget that the Wind Arch Palace had Ye Fei, who was an upper 6th grade war god. That woman could easily tear him apart. After putting the emperor ring into his own interspatial ring, Lu Yun silently walked down the mountain. His footsteps were very heavy, and his expression was very gloomy. His eyes were dazed, and he looked as though he had lost his soul. The people climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain smiled and did not pay much attention to him. However, in the next second, everyone was slightly astonished. This was because martial immortal Lu Yun did not actually walk into the Feng Emperor Mountain's teleportation array. Instead, he walked into the Thunder Emperor Mountain's teleportation array. Just when everyone was guessing whether Lu Yun had become like the lunatic at the peak of the mountain, Lu Yun was teleported back in no time. Lu Yun was teleported back not long after. Then, he scratched his head in a daze and walked into the Rain Emperor's tribe's teleportation formation. After a while, he walked into the Cloud Emperor tribe's teleportation array again. However, this time, he did not teleport back. It seemed like he had really gone crazy. Everyone sighed again. However, no one was surprised that Lu Yun could enter the 5 Emperors tribe as he pleased. This was because he had the title of an honorary elder. Just like Yi Qinghan, no one in the 5 Emperors tribe dared to be disrespectful to him. They were slightly curious as to why Lu Yun went to the Thunder Emperor tribe, the Rain Emperor tribe, and the Cloud Emperor tribe. Could it be that he really did not know the way back to the Wind Emperor tribe? Lu Yun did not do anything. He only did something that seemed a little silly. He rushed to every tribe and scattered the spatial rings on his hands. Then, he left a hall full of young martial artists staring at his back dumbfoundedly as he teleported away again. Inside the spatial rings, there were divine scents, divine crystals, holy fruits, divine weapons, divine armor, and some other strange things. Some of the martial artists from the 3 tribes picked up a ring, and some checked a few rings. Upon a glance, they realized that they were all ownerless spatial rings. When they thought of Lu Yun's strange behavior recently, they silently kept the spatial rings. It would be a waste not to take the treasures. They sighed in their hearts. A lower 6th grade war god was actually so silly. Of course, Lu Yun was not silly, nor was he crazy. Of course, he had his reasons for doing this. This was a plan that the Wind Emperor and Imperial concubine Hui had come up with. However, what he did not know was that there were actually many parts to this plan. This was a very complicated and ingenious plan. Its purpose was to mislead the public and get the Wind Emperor out of the picture. At the same time, it would create time for the Wind Emperor to study the usage of the Slaughter God Blade. However, when he met Elder Tianxin on the 3rd level of the Cloud Arch, a spear suddenly pierced his divine crystal. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he was actually very silly. He had forgotten something. Although the Wind Emperor said that he would not kill him, other people could kill him. God damn it, I failed again. Again, I'll run. Yi Qinghan was still immersed in fusing the profound mysteries of a peerless law. Actually, he did not know that he was no longer on the 5 Emperors Mountain. Not only was the phantom image on his soul spirit running, but he was also constantly running. He was constantly being carried away by someone else. Chapter 747. The Rain Empress' soul was very strong, but it didn't mean that her state of mind was strong. Perhaps when facing an enemy, she would turn her heart completely cold and activate her powerful soul to search for every flaw of the enemy. She would look for the slightest opportunity to defeat the enemy. She was very strong. The reason why soul cultivators were strong wasn't just because of their powerful soul and strange soul skills. The strongest thing about soul cultivators was their instantaneous reaction and calculation ability. Before the enemy's attack was fully launched, the soul cultivator's powerful soul would already be operating at high speed. At the moment the enemy launched his attack, he would have already calculated the angle and strength of the attack. He would already have a way to deal with it. How would he fight this battle? But today, the Rain Empress soul was completely confused by three things. The first was the reason why Liao Qi wanted to kill her. The second was because of Yi Qinghan's message. The third was because she had just received another message. Although the Rain Empress was confused by the first message, she was still clear-headed. She just didn't dare to kill him. The second message caused a flaw to appear in the Rain Empress soul, but she forcefully cut it off. However, the last message completely messed up her heart. Hence, her soul was in a mess at that moment. The soul cultivator's heart was in a mess, so she naturally lost her greatest support. Hence, everything below her legs turned into powder. She was also sent flying and was severely injured. The content of the message was very simple. Yi Qinghan is in trouble. If you don't come back, he will die. All this while, she thought that she didn't have feelings for that little man. She just wanted to go out, to stimulate his fighting spirit, and because she lost a bet with him. When she received the message just now, she knew that she was wrong. At this moment, she realized that she actually cared about Yi Qinghan a lot. Perhaps she wasn't clear in the past, but after she gave her body to him, she cared a lot. When she heard that Yi Qinghan was going to die, she cared a lot. This was easy to understand. Every woman would always have an unforgettable memory of the man who took her number one. Perhaps she wasn't sure at the moment, but she would definitely wake up at some point. It was just that she didn't wake up at the right time. The pain in her body instantly caused her soul to tremble. It also made her understand that this was not a game. The Liao Qi in front of her was no longer the Liao Qi of the past. He was no longer her subordinate or friend. Instead, it was an enemy who wanted to smash her into pieces. Coupled with the message she had just received, the Empress of Rain was completely awakened. She could not afford to be distracted or merciful. Otherwise, she would fall today, and that little man would definitely die as well. She instantly froze her heart and forgot about the pain. She didn't move and continued to lie on the ground. She didn't care about the blood trickling down her leg. Yi Shiwen's soul began to revolve at a high speed. His soul quietly spread out and quickly grasped the situation of the battlefield. His soul revolved and began to deduce at a high speed. When a person suffered a serious injury, the pain in his body and the changes in the situation would cause this martial artist's soul to become chaotic. Now was the best time to take advantage of his illness to take his life, plus Empress Yu was in a trance just now. Therefore, Liao Qi believed that his sword would definitely be able to split this enchanting body in half, even though she had already been split in half. However, when he slashed down with his sure-kill sword, he discovered that Empress Yu's figure had disappeared at this moment. This made him very puzzled. Wasn't the spatial stability of the Emperor Challenge tournament comparable to the Divine Realm? With Empress Yu's strength, it was impossible for her to teleport here. Could it be that she had broken through to 8th grade War God at this moment? Boom! The snow-white longsword didn't release any sword energy. However, when it slashed down on the black soil, it caused the black soil nearby to explode and form a huge pit. Amidst the black soil that filled the sky, he suddenly saw a pair of bright eyes. In an instant, he understood that Empress Yu didn't teleport just now. Instead, she had secretly released a soul skill, Illusory Fog. This caused him to misjudge. Retreat. He didn't understand how Empress Yu could quickly launch a counterattack in such a short period of time after suffering such a serious injury. He only knew that he had to retreat, and he had to retreat as quickly as possible. This was because after he saw that pair of bright eyes, he knew very clearly that Empress Yu had completely treated him as an enemy. He also knew very well how terrifying it was when Empress Yu fought with an enemy. Chi! 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 Amidst the flying soil, he suddenly heard countless faint sounds of something tearing through the air. If he didn't understand Empress Yu's methods very well, he probably wouldn't have heard these sounds. Without hesitation, he immediately closed his eyes. The long sword in his hand instantly filled the sky with sword shadows. He retreated while protecting his body. Bang, bang, bang. Countless sounds of metal clashing rang out. Countless transparent blades appeared around Liao Qi's body. These blades were abnormally thin and completely transparent. It was impossible to see them with the naked eye. Of course. Liao Qi didn't dare to look, so he instantly closed his eyes. After these blades collided with Liao Qi's long sword, they turned into a dazzling white light and disappeared into the air. Liao Qi knew very well that this light wasn't like fireworks. It just bloomed beautifully. This was one of Empress Yu's soul attacks. Once one saw this white light, one's soul would tremble. Once one's soul trembled, one would be pierced into a hornet's nest by the surrounding blades. He didn't dare to look with the naked eye, but he could use his divine sense. Liao Qi's divine sense wasn't very strong, but at the same time, Empress Yu's physical attacks were too fast. Thus, Liao Qi was very confident that he could retreat unscathed. Once he pulled away, he would definitely win today. Sigh. Liao Qi, you're really too lacking compared to that little man. At this moment, a voice like that of an oriole rang out. It was very pleasant to listen to, but in Liao Qi's ears, it was like the voice of a demon, as if the god of the netherworld was calling out to him. His face instantly turned incomparably pale. His body also trembled slightly. Although the long sword in his hand didn't stop swinging, a gap appeared in this moment. A thin blade took advantage of this gap and pierced through his left chest. The sound of the air tearing finally stopped. Liao Qi had also retreated 1,000 meters. This distance, for someone with his strength, could be considered an absolutely safe distance from Empress Yu. However, his expression was still very ugly, very ugly. Blue Rain, I didn't think you'd be so despicable. Liao Qi's eyes were still closed, but he angrily roared. Just now, he had almost been able to retreat unscathed and slowly grind the Rain Empress to death. However, in that exchange just now, he had been completely defeated. At the same time, he had completely destroyed the good situation he had originally created. Empress Yu had successfully turned the tables. Empress Yu's words just now were very simple, but Liao Qi knew that it wasn't simple at all. Empress Yu's indifferent words were mixed with a spiritual attack, and it was accompanied by a spiritual attack. In that instant, his mind appeared a sliver of slack, and he was struck by a blade. This blade directly pierced through his chest. The blade was very thin, and no blood flowed out. If this was a normal blade, of course it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be a problem even if it pierced through his heart. However, this blade contained one of Empress Yu's most powerful soul skills. Soul poison. The blade flew away, but it left behind a ball of soul poison. This ball of soul poison would silently and unceasingly attack one's soul. The blade's poison wasn't very strong, but Liao Qi had to constantly divide his attention to defend against that ball of soul poison. Before this ball of soul poison was completely consumed, Liao Qi definitely wouldn't dare to attack. During this time, Empress Yu could completely recover. Once Empress Yu completely recovered, he would face a Rain Empress at full strength, a Rain Empress that even the Wind Emperor, Monster Emperor, and Cloud Emperor were afraid of. Chapter 748. Despicable? You used my feelings for you to break my defenses. Isn't that despicable? Since you're no longer the Liao Qi from before, you're my enemy. You know how I treat my enemies. The Rain Empress laughed coldly. Her body floated in midair, and the two broken legs at the base of her thighs began to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this speed, it would only take 2 hours for them to completely grow back. Given Liao Qi's soul realm, it would definitely take 2 hours to completely erase her soul poison. Liao Qi is finished. The Thunder Emperor laughed coldly and made a firm judgment. Although both of them were superior 7th-grade war gods, one had just entered this realm, while the other had been in this realm for more than 200,000 years. Furthermore, looking at the Rain Empress's situation, her use of soul skills had become more and more strange and terrifying. At the beginning, Liao Qi might have had a chance, but now, he definitely didn't. The Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor nodded silently. Their expressions didn't change, but their hearts were filled with fear. Both of them knew that they wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks that the Rain Empress had just displayed. Didn't they see that Liao Qi, who was so familiar with the Rain Empress's attacks, fell for it so easily? Once they were poisoned by the Rain Empress' soul poison, only death awaited them. Out of the 4 of them, only the Thunder Emperor and the Cloud Emperor could withstand it. The Thunder Emperor had the protection of thunder and lightning, so he wasn't afraid of the Rain Empress at all. The Cloud Emperor, on the other hand, cultivated a mystical law that allowed him to transform into thousands of clones. It would be very difficult for the Rain Empress to hit his true body. The methods of soul cultivators were truly tyrannical, and they were hard to defend against. Why hasn't she sent a message after so long? Could there have been some unforeseen event? The Wind Emperor looked at the coldness in the Rain Empress's eyes, and his hair stood on end. However, his attempts to secretly send a message to Ye Fei were all for naught. He became more and more anxious. His plan this time was very meticulous. His goal was actually to obtain that blade, and at the same time, to buy time for himself. At the same time, he would drag the Cloud Emperor down with him. As long as he could greatly increase his strength, he would definitely be able to kill the Thunder Emperor with the help of the Beast Emperor and the Cloud Emperor. As long as the Thunder Emperor was killed, the Rain Empress would be nothing. The Beast Emperor was determined to follow him. When they joined forces to kill the Cloud Emperor, the entire Forgotten Tribe would be his. But there was still no news from him, and this made him very nervous. These plans were all built on the premise that he could successfully obtain the saber and have enough time to refine and comprehend the saber. If he could not obtain the saber and the matter was exposed, then the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor would have an excuse to destroy him. In the end, only death awaited him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He started to feel nervous and suspicious. Even when he looked at Emperor Yun's smiling face, he felt that he was being mocked. Things had indeed changed. According to the Wind Emperor's plan, if they investigated all the way and found out that Lu Yun died in the Cloud Emperor's tribe, the Cloud Emperor would definitely be suspected by the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. In addition, the Cloud Emperor had been very close to the Wind Emperor Demon the Arch for some time. In the end, the Cloud Emperor was forced to fight against the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress with the Wind Emperor Demon the Arch. The person who stabbed Lu Yun to death was none other than Ye Fei, who had disguised herself and entered the Cloud Emperor's tribe under Elder Tianqin's arrangements. Ye Fei had tried to seduce Tianqin, but Tianqin was not moved at all. On the other hand, Tianqin's cousin was moved. Tianxian knew that Ye Fei was the Wind Emperor's concubine and was much more powerful than him, but he did not reject Ye Fei's invitation. To be able to sleep with the Wind Emperor's concubine, even if it meant helping Ye Fei, it was worth it. Moreover, it was just arranging for Lu Yun and Ye Fei to meet in his room. However, the moment Ye Fei stabbed Lu Yun to death with her spear, he knew that things had gotten out of hand. He instinctively felt that there was a conspiracy, and he wanted to send a voice transmission to his cousin. However, his eyes suddenly became misty, and his heart became hot. This was because he saw Ye Fei sweetly smile at him, and then her clothes fell off, revealing a beautiful body. It was so white that he could only squint his eyes. He heard Ye Fei explain, "Elder Tianqin, thank you. This Lu Yun has too many spies in the Wind Emperor's tribe. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to get close to him or take revenge. And there are some things that I don't want the Wind Emperor to know, so." Tianxian knew that this explanation was very lame, and there were definitely a lot of twists and turns, but Tianxian decided not to look into it. He wasn't afraid that Ye Fei would kill him because without him, Ye Fei wouldn't have been able to leave Cloud Emperor Mountain safely. Moreover, he had already released the memory god bug, so he wasn't afraid of Ye Fei slandering him. He decided to first enjoy this beautiful body, this body with an extraordinary status, before going up to report this matter to Inspector Tian Chen. However, when he and Ye Fei were entangled for a while, his body was at its most excited. His legs started to tremble, and his heart was at its lowest. That was when he knew he was wrong. Ye Fei's hands that were gently caressing his body suddenly burst with divine power, shattering his divine crystal. He didn't even have the chance to shout. If there is a next life, you must remember that women are poison, and beautiful women can be fatal. Ye Fei stretched out her hand and gently pushed Tian Xian, who was on top of her, to the side. That pair of hands that could easily kill eminent elder Tian Xian. With a light flick, countless energy beams shot out and killed all the memory god bugs in the room. Then, a blazing fire appeared in her hand, and she directly burned Tian Xian and Lu Yun's bodies into ashes. She took out a white battle armor and put it on. Her divine power changed, and her appearance changed. She actually looked like Tian Xian, and even her soul aura became the same. Then, she leisurely walked down Cloud Emperor Mountain and disappeared into the distance. Ye Fei sprinted towards Wind Emperor Mountain as she was secretly happy. Lu Yun and Tian Xian disappeared at the same time, and there was no evidence. The Cloud Emperor couldn't explain himself. With her disguise technique, no one would find out that she came to Cloud Emperor Mountain. This way, the Wind Emperor wouldn't have any suspicions. Even if there were suspicions, without evidence, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress wouldn't dare to start a war. This way, the Wind Emperor would definitely have time to refine the Slaughter God Saber. She used her divine sense to check and discovered that Yi Qinghan was actually sitting peacefully in the small space in the Empyrean ring. He was quietly cultivating. Ye Fei laughed and thought to herself, refine it, refine it. When I return to the Wind Emperor Palace, I will refine you too. Ye Fei's smile froze in the next second. Her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes were filled with incomparable fear as she instantly retreated. However, her heart was filled with doubts. Why did he appear here? Didn't the Arch Throne challenge take at least 2 hours to end? How did he come out? Her rapidly retreating body suddenly paused once again. She turned her head with difficulty to look at the fallen figure, and thought of something. She remembered that the Wind Emperor had once said that this person could split into 1,000,000. However, she still did not understand why this person seemed to have known everything long ago. Otherwise, why would he leave his true body outside in advance? Hee, you want me to be a fool? I can let your master be a fool. Ye Fei's voluptuous body slowly fell down, revealing an old man with white hair and a white beard. He had a benevolent smile on his face. He leisurely kept the ring on Ye Fei's hand and waved his palm, directly turning this delicate body into dust. His figure flashed and disappeared, leaving behind a sky full of black soil and a faint smell of blood in the air. Chapter 749. It's over, it's all over. Liao Qi smiled bitterly as he stared at the pair of beautiful bare feet slowly walking towards him on the black muddy ground. This woman was actually so decisive. She didn't mind burning her divine power and damaging her vitality in the future to quickly restore her body to its peak state. 2 hours had not passed yet. Empress Yu had actually recovered. Empress Yu had a way to restore her body ahead of time, but Liao Qi had no way to completely erase the invisible soul poison in his body. He knew very well that even if he completely erased the soul poison, he would still not be Empress Yu's match. He would be defeated sooner or later, let alone now. Whoosh! There was no expression on Empress Yu's face. Her lotus root-like feet stepped on the ground, and her body floated up. Her white fingers waved in the air, as if she was playing a peerless piece of music. Following the movement of her hands, countless transparent blades floated out, silently shooting toward Liao Qi. She didn't have time to wait. She had to kill Liao Qi even if she had to exhaust a large amount of her vitality and then save Yi Qinghan. She believed that with so many invisible soul poison jade knives shooting out, the current Liao Qi would definitely not be able to dodge. Once a jade knife hit him, there would be more and more soul poison attacking his soul, and more jade knives would hit him. In the end, he would only have one path, death. Lan Yu, don't blame me. Since I can't live with you, let's die together. Ha ha ha. Liao Qi obviously knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to block Empress Yu's endless jade blades. So, he didn't even think about dodging. His eyes burned with a fiery light and his body exploded with dazzling flames. Not only did he not dodge the countless jade blades shooting toward him, but he also charged toward them in a frenzy. The long sword turned into thousands of shadows. Instead of wrapping his body in it, it cut open a dark crack in the surrounding space, instantly enveloping Empress Rain and him in it. Gasp. This, crazy, Liao Qi has gone crazy. The eyes of the four emperors outside all lit up and they were all visibly moved. Liao Qi had actually chosen to make a final gamble. However, he wasn't betting on his own life. Instead, he was betting on a chance to perish together with his opponent. He chose to endure the Rain Empress's countless jade sabers. At the same time, he burned his divine crystals to detonate his body. He wanted to drag the Rain Empress down with him. Empress Rain's soul attack was very strange and ferocious, but it had a fatal weakness. If the distance was too far, the power wouldn't be that great. Moreover, if the distance was too far, it wouldn't be able to silently and mysteriously injure the enemy. At such a close distance, not to mention that Liao Qi had used his final trump card to seal off the surrounding space, there was no way for him to escape even if he wanted to. Liao Qi, you seem to have forgotten something. You're very familiar with me. In other words, I'm no stranger to you. Also, you're actually not familiar with me. At the very least, you don't know about my latest soul skill. A cold and indifferent voice resounded, and then Empress Yu's figure slowly vanished in the air before Liao Qi. In the distance, her figure slowly appeared in the air. She stared coldly at Liao Qi, who had turned into a flaming man, and retreated. Rumble. A strong light that pierced everyone's eyes lit up, and a huge explosion shook the eardrums of the four emperors outside. The powerful energy impacted the barrier inside, causing it to shake violently, and the seven-colored light kept flashing. The entire barrier was filled with flying mud and smoke. It was impossible to see what was inside. The four emperors were astonished. This was the first time they had seen a 7th-grade war god self-destruct. They didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even the Thunder Emperor's all-out attack would only cause the barrier to tremble slightly. They didn't expect it to shake violently at this moment. The four emperors were still shocked by Empress Rain's soul skill. Even with their eyesight, none of them could tell that it was Empress Rain's shadow. They only reacted when Empress Rain's figure condensed again. The mud finally fell, and the smoke and dust inside gradually dissipated, revealing the tragic battlefield inside. The place where Liao Qi self-destructed had a bottomless pit. The originally flat battlefield was now filled with mud and holes of various sizes. Moreover, there were many places on the black soil with faint traces of blood. Broken limbs, minced flesh, and internal organs could be easily seen. In the corner, a petite blue figure was quietly lying on the ground. Her blue robe had become extremely tattered, revealing her badly mutilated skin and broken white bones. Phew, the Thunder Emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, Empress Rain had reacted quickly. Even though she was severely injured, she wasn't dead. The Wind Emperor's eyes flickered as he constantly scanned the barrier above. Once the barrier disappeared, he would immediately teleport out. 2 hours had passed since the start of the battle. However, no matter how he tried to communicate with Ye Fei, there was no reply. Even though he didn't know what went wrong, he knew that something must have happened. He didn't have the Empyrean ring. If the Thunder Emperor suddenly attacked, he wouldn't be able to escape. Buzz! The two light barriers disappeared at the same time. Along with them, the Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor. The Thunder Emperor raised his eyebrows. He was a little unhappy. Even though you have enmity with Empress Rain, after the battle, you should at least say a few polite words before leaving. Empress Rain used one hand to sit on the ground with difficulty. Then, she took 3 deep breaths before weakly saying to the Thunder Emperor, "Quick, Go and save Yi Qinghan. He is in the hands of the Wind Emperor. He has a high chance of walking into that altar. Her voice wasn't loud, but the Thunder Emperor and the Cloud Emperor heard it clearly. Their expressions changed instantly. The Thunder Emperor's purple hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The two purple demon horns on his head shone with lightning, and his entire body released a devouring aura. He didn't say anything and directly ran towards Empress Rain. He grabbed Empress Rain's shoulder with one hand, turned around, and shot out with lightning speed. Lunatic, if you dare to make a move, I'll let you die a horrible death. All warriors of the Thunder and Lightning tribe, listen up. All gather at the foot of the Wind Emperor Mountain. All warriors of the Rain Emperor tribe, listen up. Gather at the foot of the Wind Emperor Mountain. The Thunder Emperor's furious roar was like a clap of thunder in the Forgotten Land. His voice was like the roar of a Qiongqi beast that shook the heavens, causing the sky to tremble. With an unquestionable tone, it sounded in the ears of the warriors of the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe. It's the Thunder Emperor. Everyone, gather. Go to the Wind Emperor Mountain at full speed. Hearing the Thunder Emperor's angry roar, Feng Qi didn't hesitate at all. He dashed down to the 4th level. As he roared, he took the lead and dashed down the Thunder Emperor Mountain. The other warriors heard Feng Qi's voice and didn't hesitate anymore. They surged with divine power and followed Feng Qi to run far away. The experts of the Rain Emperor Mountain were all confused. They ran out of their rooms and looked at each other. What was wrong with the Thunder Emperor? How dare he order the warriors of the Rain Emperor tribe like that? Then, everyone was shocked because they received a telepathic message at the same time. The telepathic message was weak, but they were very familiar with it. It was the Rain Emperor's telepathic message. Not long after, countless figures flew down from the Rain Emperor Mountain. Their divine power surged, and they dashed towards the Wind Emperor Mountain like angry lions. The entire Forgotten Land was shaken by the Thunder Emperor's angry roar. Chapter 750. How can you be sure that little Yi was captured by the Wind Emperor? The Thunder Emperor asked the Rain Empress softly as he ran. The divine power in his hand passed through the Rain Empress' shoulder and slowly entered her body to help her heal. When the Rain Empress said that, he quickly sensed and discovered that the imprint he had left on Yi Qinghan could no longer be sensed. For this to happen, either Yi Qinghan was dead or Yi Qinghan was trapped. The only places that could trap Yi Qinghan and prevent the Thunder Emperor from sensing her were the 5 Emperor Palaces and the space within the Empyrean Ring. The Rain Empress would not joke about such a thing. Furthermore, the Wind Emperor and the Fey Emperor had left in such a hurry. The Rain Empress' last sentence ignited a raging fire in the Thunder Emperor's heart. He was indebted to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had saved his daughter's life, which was equivalent to saving his life. The Rain Empress was very clear about Yi Qinghan's situation. If Yi Qinghan had not made a breakthrough, he would not have any hope of entering that sacrificial altar. Now, he said that there was a great chance. What did this mean? If Yi Qinghan died, not only would he feel extremely guilty, but he would also lose all hope of leaving. How could he not be furious? A few angry roars shook the entire Forgotten Land. The Thunder Emperor became more clear-headed and asked the Rain Empress about some details. The Rain Empress opened her eyes weakly. Her beautiful lips did not have their usual luster and were slightly pale. She let out a few sounds that could be heard by mosquitoes. The previous Rain Emperor left me a mole. This mole has now become the Wind Emperor's concubine. Just now, I was careless and Liao Qi chopped off my legs because she sent a message saying that Yi Qinghan was in trouble. Furthermore, now, I can't even send a message to Yi Qinghan. Furthermore, my subordinate sent me a message saying that Lu Yun went to the 5 Emperor Mountains just now. The Rain Empress felt helpless. Back when Yi Qinghan had sent her a message, she had been attacked by Liao Qi's words, and her mind had been unstable. Furthermore, the battle was imminent, so she had not paid it any mind. When the Thunder Monarch heard this, his heart trembled. There was no way he could send a message to Yi Qinghan. There were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the communication talisman had been destroyed. The second was that the communication token and Yi Qinghan had been thrown into another parallel space. There were 5 parallel spaces in the Forgotten Land. 5 Emperor rings. The Thunder Monarch said anxiously, quickly send a message to that. Hui Fei. Confirm Little Ye's safety and location. I've already sent a message, but there's no reply. Perhaps it's because the Wind Emperor is at the side, or perhaps she's already dead. The Rain Empress sighed helplessly. At this moment, a trace of doubt surged in her heart. Why wasn't this matter reported earlier? Could it be that the Wind Emperor had always been on guard against him? Or perhaps, this mole had actually betrayed them. Otherwise, why would the message come so coincidentally? Almost killed her? However, at this moment, she couldn't think too much about it. No matter what, something had happened to Yi Qinghan. She could be sure of that. Otherwise, it would be impossible that she couldn't send a message to him. Since something had happened, everything else should be put aside until they rescued Yi Qinghan. The Thunder Monarch didn't think too much about it. No matter what, they should go to the Wind Emperor Mountain first. As long as Yi Qinghan was alive, everything would be fine. If he was dead, he wouldn't mind making the Wind Emperor Mountain run with blood. Where is she? Where's Ye Fei? Where's Hui Fei? In the Wind Emperor Palace, the Wind Emperor roared angrily at Mei Fei. After he teleported back, he found that there was only Mei Fei in the spacious palace. Ye Fei and Hui Fei were nowhere to be seen. They were not in the Wind Emperor Mountain. There was no place in the Forgotten Land that his divine consciousness could detect. The Thunder Monarch's furious roar resounded in his ears. His heart trembled slightly, then his body trembled slightly as well. After Elder Sister received your message, she didn't come back. An hour ago, Second Sister said that she went to find Elder Sister. Mei Fei was also trembling slightly. The Thunder Monarch's roar was mixed with divine power and it easily resounded in the Wind Emperor Palace. Ye Fei and Hui Fei hadn't come back for such a long time. Even if she had a pig's brain, she knew that the situation was serious. The Wind Emperor, of course, knew that the situation was serious. Without the Emperor's ring, he couldn't open the restriction to keep the enemies out of the Wind Emperor Mountain. The Thunder Monarch could easily bring his men to the Wind Emperor Palace. He didn't have time to think about where Ye Fei and his ring went. He didn't have time to think about where Yi Qinghan was. He didn't have time to think about how many conspiracies were behind this. The Wind Emperor only knew that the Thunder Monarch had brought his men here, but he couldn't hand over Yi Qinghan. Then, there was only one ending. If the war started, he could only accept it or die. The Wind Emperor, of course, didn't want to die. So, he immediately spread his divine consciousness to the Monster Emperor Mountain and sent a message to the Monster Emperor. If you don't want your monster tribe to be razed to the ground, bring your men here. Swish. The Monster Emperor didn't send a message. Instead, he teleported to the Wind Emperor Palace. The Monster Emperor knew clearly that if it wasn't for the Wind Emperor, as a demonic beast, he would have been killed by the other emperors. So, the Monster Emperor didn't hesitate and teleported over. At the same time, he said to the Wind Emperor, "My 3,000 strongest children are on their way. They will definitely reach the Wind Emperor Mountain before the other 2 tribes." All right. The Wind Emperor was slightly relieved. The Rain Empress was severely injured. Moreover, she had expended a lot of vitality in the battle with Liao Qi. She probably wouldn't be able to recover without some time. Although he and the Monster Emperor weren't sure if they could kill the Thunder Monarch, they could protect themselves. Cloud Emperor. If you want to see the Thunder Monarch unify the Forgotten Land, then remain neutral in the war. The Wind Emperor quickly sent a message to his subordinates and asked about Ye Fei's arrangements. Then, he sent a message to the Cloud Emperor. His words were concise, but he believed that the Cloud Emperor would understand. Although he didn't know which part of the plan he and Hui Fei had made, he knew that the Cloud Emperor had made a mistake. At the very least, he had successfully dragged the Cloud Emperor down. His spies had sent news that Lu Yun had entered the 3rd level of the Cloud Emperor Mountain and didn't return. The Cloud Emperor was definitely involved in Yi Qinghan's matter. My men have already set off. I will appear at the right time. You guys are out in the open. I will be in the dark. As expected. The Cloud Emperor's words were quickly transmitted over. However, the Wind Emperor smiled bitterly. This old fox was indeed a grass on the wall, a master who would not release the eagle without seeing the rabbit. The Cloud Emperor's meaning was clear. If they couldn't hold on, he wouldn't make a move. However, if there was a chance to kill the enemy, he would definitely make a move. Humph. Monster Emperor, whether you live or die will depend on this battle. The Wind Emperor went all out as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Although he didn't obtain the Slaughter God saber, the Rain Empress was severely injured. The Thunder Monarch had taken the risk to come alone. Furthermore, he had the Cloud Emperor's guarantee. He didn't think that they would lose this battle. As long as the Thunder Monarch was eliminated, he and the Monster Emperor could join hands and dominate the Forgotten Land. Of course, the most important thing was that the Thunder Monarch had forced him into a dead end. If he didn't fight, he would die. The Thunder Monarch wants to unify the Forgotten Land and flatten the Wind Emperor Mountain. We can only fight with our lives. Everyone, listen up. Form the formation in front of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Kill the warriors from the Rain Emperor tribe. Don't worry. We have the warriors from the Monster Emperor Cloud Emperor tribe to help us. We will definitely win. With the Wind Emperor's order, the warriors from the Wind Emperor tribe who were originally in a state of panic became spirited. Looking at the Wind Emperor and the Monster Emperor floating in the air, all the warriors' confidence skyrocketed. The Thunder Monarch tribe had always been domineering. They had had enough of it. Now that the three tribes were fighting against two tribes, so what if they were powerful? Far away, the 10,000 warriors from the four tribes were like a surging flood. They were like four sharp arrows that were shot from different directions towards the Wind Emperor Mountain. Wind Emperor, get your ass out here. In front of these arrows, a tall purple figure was already approaching the Wind Emperor Mountain. From afar, the Thunder Monarch roared as he sprinted. Facing the tens of thousands of warriors below the Wind Emperor Mountain, he wasn't afraid at all. He stood in the air proudly. He put the Rain Empress into his Emperor ring and let her heal herself. A silver long spear appeared in his hand. He pointed the spear at the tens of thousands of warriors in front of him. The tip of the spear was sparkling with lightning. His purple hair was dancing in the wind and his imposing manner was like an invincible god that had descended. He and his spear gave off the feeling that he was invincible. Chapter 751. Beast Emperor, among the 5 emperors, other than Emperor Yun, you've been here the longest and fought with him before. How much do you know about his strength and personality? Inside the Wind Emperor Palace, Wind Emperor started to analyze the situation after arranging things. The battle was about to begin. Although Emperor Yun had expressed his stance, Wind Emperor still felt uneasy and asked Beast Emperor. Emperor Yun was the first emperor to enter the Forgotten Land, followed by Beast Emperor. When he entered the Forgotten Land, Emperor Yun was suppressing Beast Emperor. He even led people to attack Beast Emperor, but luckily Beast Emperor escaped. The Wind Emperor was confident that he wasn't the Cloud Emperor's match, so he stood on the Demon Emperor's side. Not long after, the previous Thunder Emperor and Rain Emperor also fell into the Forgotten Land, and the Cloud Emperor didn't start another war. If there was anyone who was most familiar with Emperor Yun, it would be Beast Emperor. Wind Emperor mentioned the past, and Beast Emperor's golden fur trembled slightly. He nodded to Wind Emperor gratefully. If it wasn't for Wind Emperor, he would have been killed. Wind Emperor said respectfully, "It's not that I don't understand Emperor Yun's personality, but I can tell that his strength is above you and me, but he is definitely no match for Thunder Emperor. This is my intuition." That's good. Wind Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Beast Emperor's intuition was very scary. When Lei Jin entered the Forgotten Land, he determined that this person was very scary. In the end, Lei Jin released the power of the Thunder God and killed the previous Thunder Emperor, easily ascending to the throne. Since Cloud Emperor was not as strong as Thunder Emperor, he had always been a fence-sitter and liked to maintain balance. He would never let Thunder Emperor and Rain Emperor kill both of them. If that happened, he wouldn't have a good time either. After all, Cloud Emperor was also dragged into the matter of Yi Qinghan. The Wind Emperor guessed that the Cloud Emperor would definitely kill the Thunder Emperor if he had the chance. Then, he would save the Rain Emperor and continue to maintain the balance. After all, Thunder Emperor was too strong. If Thunder Emperor didn't die, when Rain Emperor recovered, everyone would die. Hee, Beast Emperor, when the battle starts, watch me. If there's a chance, we'll kill Thunder Emperor, Rain Emperor, and Cloud Emperor together. Wind Emperor said with a sinister smile. This, all right. The Demon Emperor was startled. A sliver of surprise flashed across his bell-like brown eyes. Then, he mimicked the Wind Emperor and laughed sinisterly. However, his face was covered in golden fur, and no matter how he laughed, he still looked so terrifying. Wind Emperor, get out here. At this moment, a deafening roar resounded from outside. The Wind Emperor's expression turned cold. He scanned with his divine sense and sneered. He stood up with a plop and divine energy surged from his green armor. A halberd appeared in his hand and he said to the Demon Emperor, does he really think that he is invincible just because he is a 9th-grade war god and possesses the bloodline of an ancient god? Come, let's go meet this ancient god clan and see just how strong they are. All right. The demon Thearcha's bell-like eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged out with the demon Arch. Shio! 2 figures flashed out of the Wind Emperor Palace and stood in the air above the experts of the Wind Emperor Palace. The Wind Emperor was astonished as he looked at the Thunder Emperor, who was also standing in the air in the distance. This Thunder Emperor's aura was definitely much stronger than his. On second thought, he sneered. So what if you are strong? You can fight against 2 martial emperors and dozens of war gods of the Wind Emperor Palace? Thunder Emperor, what is the meaning of this? How did the Wind Emperor tribe offend you? Furthermore, you dared to barge into the Foam Emperor Mountain alone? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? The Wind Emperor raised his halberd high. He was very particular with his words. Not only did he make the experts of the Wind Emperor tribe unite against a common enemy, but he also provoked the Thunder Emperor. If the Thunder Emperor really didn't take the provocation and charged over alone, this matter would be really interesting. Humph. The moment the Wind Emperor appeared, the lightning on the Thunder Emperor's body shone even more intensely. The killing intent released from his body suddenly surged and soared into the sky. It pierced through the sky and made the experts' hearts tremble. The silver spear flickered with sparks as it pointed at the Wind Emperor and shouted angrily, hand over Yi Qinghan, and I will spare your life. Demon the Arch, this has nothing to do with you. Go back to your Demon the Arch mountain. Today, I am only targeting the Wind Emperor. The rest of you, step aside. I will not pursue this matter further. Although the Thunder Emperor was enraged, he was not an idiot. He raised his aura to the maximum in order to scare away the experts of the Wind Emperor Mountain. At the same time, he was trying to drive a wedge between them. The reason he stood there alone with his spear was obvious. Yi Qinghan was extremely important to him. If he didn't die, whoever dared to kill Yi Qinghan would be torn apart by him. As expected. As soon as the Thunder Emperor finished his words, the warriors of the Wind Emperor Mountain wore a complicated expression. The Thunder Emperor was like the god of thunder. His undefeatable aura had scared some of them. Although the Thunder Emperor stood there alone with his spear, they felt that even with so many of them, they were no match for him. One should know that a large group of experts from the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe were still on their way. Moreover, the Rain Empress had yet to show herself. Oh, the Wind Emperor clearly sensed the change in the warriors' expressions and felt their morale dropping. He was about to say something to regain his composure. Unexpectedly, the demon the Arch beside him grinned and shook his head. He let out a deafening roar, and his body shook as a series of crackling sounds came from his body. Then, his body suddenly expanded like an inflated balloon. His body became 4 or 5 times bigger, and from afar, he looked like a small mountain. Sharp claws with cold light grew out of his fingers and toes. A row of sharp spikes grew out of his spine. His body emitted the aura of an ancient ferocious beast. He looked extremely terrifying. His aura was shocking, not any weaker than the Thunder Emperor's. Hiss, hiss. The Demon Emperor's huge eyes, which were now the size of a washbasin, were blood-red. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of white gas, revealing his white, sharp teeth. One of his sharp claws, which was several meters long, pointed at the Thunder Monarch and said in a deep voice, "Scram back. Humph, once I go back, the entire Wind Emperor Mountain will be flooded with blood. Once the Wind Emperor Mountain is destroyed, the Beast the Arch Mountain will be next. Lei Zhen, if you want to unify the Forgotten Land, why do you have to find so many excuses? If you want to fight, let's fight." The Wind Emperor looked at the Beast the Arch in surprise. It was as if the Beast the Arch had changed into a different person. He did not expect the Beast the Arch to not be scared off by the Thunder Emperor. Instead, the Beast the Arch took the initiative and used his demonic beast aura to resist the Thunder Emperor's aura. Furthermore, his words were not inferior to the Thunder Emperor at all. As a Supreme Emperor, he made a big lie. Since when did the Beast the Arch become so daring? His brain had become so agile. He was also so eloquent. His ability to lie through his teeth made the Wind Emperor feel ashamed. "Lei Zhen, let me see if the Thunder God's descendant can really fight against 100 people. All elders, listen up. Kill." The Wind Emperor didn't hesitate for too long. The Demon the Arch was so awesome and had created such a great opportunity for him. If he didn't know how to cherish it, he would be a fool. The drawing halberd in his hand trembled, and a green chi wave shot out. At the same time, his aura presence rose to the peak as he took the lead and sprinted towards the Thunder the Arch. Chapter 752. Roar. It seemed like the Demon the Arch was going to fight till the end. When the Wind the Arch moved, the Demon the Arch roared and charged at the Thunder the Arch with lightning speed. At the same time, dozens of figures charged at the Thunder the Arch with various weapons in their hands. The Wind Thearcha's eyes were cold. "Why aren't you retreating when there are so many people watching? Once you retreated, your aura would be weakened." As long as the Thunder Thearcha's invincible aura was suppressed, the outcome would be determined when the martial artists from the Demon the Arch tribe and the Cloud the Arch tribe arrived. Yet, the Thunder the Arch didn't retreat. He still stood proudly in his original position. He was actually prepared to fight against so many powerhouses alone. The demon horns on his head suddenly lit up, shooting out bolts of lightning. These lightning bolts quickly gathered on his long spear, gathering more and more, finally forming an electric snake that was more than half a meter thick and dozens of meters long. This electric snake revealed a destructive aura. There was no need to look, just listening to its chi-chi sound was enough to make one's heart tremble. Haha. Thunder shock. You are too arrogant. Do you really think you are an invincible battle god? Die. The Wind the Arch looked at the electric snake on the Thunder Thearcha's silver spear. Not only was he not afraid, but he roared with excitement. The halberd in his hand suddenly grew to dozens of meters long and smashed at the Thunder the Arch with greenish-black air currents. No matter how powerful this thunderbolt was, it shouldn't be able to severely injure him and the Demon the Arch at the same time, right? But with the all-out attack of so many experts, even if the Thunder the Arch didn't die, he would be severely injured. This deal was worth it. Arrogant. Die. The Demon Thearcha's eyes also revealed a devouring expression. One of its huge claws suddenly extended, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air as it smashed towards the Thunder the Arch. Die. The dozens of experts from the Wind Emperor tribe who had charged out revealed ferocious smiles at the same time. The divine power in their bodies surged and they unleashed their most powerful attacks, which suddenly rained down on the Thunder Emperor. TSK, you deserve it. Thunder God's blessing, Thunder God's fury. When the Wind Emperor's Huaji Demon Emperor's huge claw was about to smash the Thunder Emperor's body, the Thunder Emperor moved. The corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. The electric snakes on the long spear in his hands suddenly exploded, turning into countless small electric snakes with a destructive aura. These electric snakes radiated in all directions. These electric snakes were like living creatures, each one shooting towards a cultivator. At the same time, a milky white shield of light suddenly lit up on his body. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would definitely recognize the two moves that the Thunder Emperor had used. Back then, Lei Yanhua had used them. Back then, Lei Yanhua had relied on the lightning god's protection to withstand the fierce attacks of a group of peak divine generals for a whole hour with her first-layer divine general strength. The wrath of the thunder god was even more frightening. When they were surrounded by a group of demons, Lei Hua had used the wrath of the thunder god to create dozens of tunnels. Die! Die! The Wind Emperor, Demon Emperor, and all the experts shouted. They ignored the electric snakes that were shooting towards them. Instead, they crazily threw the energy in their hands at the white shield. At the same time, their eyes were wide open as they stared at the white barrier, waiting for the barrier to shatter like an egg being struck by a rock under the powerful energy. Then, the energy would completely blast the Thunder Emperor inside into pieces of minced meat. Boom! The shield was indeed broken. However, it was broken a second after all the energy had gathered. It was not broken by the energy, but by the explosion caused by the fusion of the energy. A huge explosion was heard. The sound was even louder than the Thunder Emperor's roar. It spread across the entire Forgotten Land. A huge mushroom cloud rose up to the sky, covering the sky and the earth. The strong shockwave scraped off a few layers of the black soil on the ground. At that moment, the Fengdi mountain trembled slightly. The low-level warriors in the front were all sent flying backward while spurting out blood. They fell in front of the Fengdi mountain and couldn't even stand steadily. Even the experts who had just reached the God Emperor realm were sent flying backward. They felt suffocated and blood surged up to their throats. Whoosh! 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 Along with the strong shockwave, countless experts who had attacked just now were also sent flying. They were all reflected by the shockwave and fell to the ground, motionless. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and some of them were even mutilated. They were in the center of the explosion and had suffered a huge impact. Most importantly, the electric snakes shot out by the Thunder Emperor had caused their bodies and souls to tremble at the moment of the explosion. At that moment, they could not put up any effective defense and had to resist such a strong impact with their bodies. It was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Hiss, how could it be? How could the shield's defense be so strong? What the hell is this shield? The Wind Emperor's entire body was charred black and his hair stood on end. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He flew a few rounds in the air before stabilizing himself. He was currently looking in the direction where the Thunder Emperor was standing in disbelief. The Demon Emperor was in an even worse situation. His brown hair was scorched black. He was an ape demonic beast, but now he looked like a chimpanzee. The huge claw that he had smashed down was now drenched in blood. White bones could be seen. However, he did not care about his bleeding hands. He was also looking forward in a daze. 2 superior 7th grade war gods and dozens of 5th grade and 6th grade war gods. The power of the combined attack of so many people was comparable to an attack from an 8th grade war god. But this shield actually blocked it? And it even blocked it for a second? A second was not long, but such a battle could change many things. For example, it allowed the Thunder Emperor to avoid the most violent wave of the explosion. Dust and debris fell. The Wind Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and tens of thousands of experts looked at the Thunder Emperor, who was still holding his spear and standing proudly in the dust. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's hearts began to tremble. He was unharmed under such a powerful attack. Was he still human? If his strange shield could be activated continuously, who in the entire Forgotten Land would be able to kill him? The Wind Emperor did not suffer much damage. However, he did not dare to attack anymore. Instead, he began to feel a little hopeless. In the distance, the demon Arch also stood there in a daze, seemingly frightened. Idiot, this is the moment when Lei Zhen is at his weakest. What are you waiting for? A faint voice rang in the ears of the Wind Emperor. After that, when the Wind Emperor saw the demonic beast Emperor, he leaped up and emitted a ferocious aura. He stretched out his other sharp claw and rushed towards the Thunder Emperor. Only then did he come back to his senses. His body flashed as he followed the demonic the arch to attack the thunder the arch. The voice came from the Cloud Emperor. He also did not believe that the Thunder Emperor would not suffer any repercussions after activating such a heaven-defying barrier. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to suppress the four emperors and unify the Forgotten Land. Most importantly, since the Cloud Emperor had transmitted his voice, it meant that he was about to make a move. The Demon the Arch was charging at the front. He would assist in the attack and the Cloud the Arch would cooperate in the sneak attack. This would be a success. Seeing that the Fiend's Sovereign and the Wind's Sovereign were only sent flying, the Thunder Monarch was stunned for a moment before charging over. His expression did not change, but he felt incredibly bewildered. He had never used Thunder God's protection and Thunder God's fury in the Forgotten Land. How did the Wind Emperor and the Beast the Arch know that he would be temporarily weakened? He had taken the risk to use two Thunder God bloodline ultimate skills at the same time in order to shock all the martial artists in the Forgotten Land, so that they would not dare to make a move against Yi Qinghan. He did not expect the Wind Emperor and the Beast the Arch to react so quickly, not giving him any time to recover. Cloud Emperor, do you still intend to continue watching? If Yi Qinghan dies, you can die here of old age for the rest of your life. The Thunder Monarch did not retreat. Instead, he closed his eyes and quickly recovered while transmitting his voice to the Cloud Emperor. He understood this smiling old man very well. In fact, the Cloud Emperor's desire to get out was no weaker than his and the Rain Empress's. He had already transmitted the Rain Empress deduction to him. Rain Empress, help me hold them off for a while. I need some time to recover. At the same time, he began to transmit his voice to the Rain Empress. The Rain Empress had recovered a little with his help just now. Although the battle with Liao Qi had greatly injured her vitality, it was not a big problem for her to hold on for a while. He only needed a short period of time to recover. At his peak, even if the Wind Emperor and the Beast the Arch joined forces, he would not be afraid. Chapter 753. Haze, the Rain Empress sighed helplessly and floated out of the Thunder Emperor's Empyrean ring. She was very clear that the Thunder Emperor was anxious and wanted to frighten the Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor into not attacking Yi Qinghan. That was why he didn't wait for the tribe's elders to arrive. However, doing so was too rash. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives here. However, things had already developed to this stage. She could only try her best to hold on. Rain Empress. Are you sure Yi Qinghan can really bring us out? When she floated out of the ring of Empyrean, she suddenly received a rumor, which made her delighted. Is this old fox finally willing to make a move? Only she and the Thunder Emperor knew how much the Cloud Emperor wanted to get out. After Yi Qinghan failed to climb the Five Emperors Mountain, the Cloud Emperor looked for her several times to ask if Yi Qinghan still had hope. Clearly, he could tell that Yi Qinghan's abnormal behavior had a hidden meaning. Cloud Emperor, based on my understanding of Yi Qinghan, he is 80% confident. It's up to you whether you want to make a move or not. The Rain Empress transmitted a message and ignored the Cloud Emperor. She believed that her words were enough to move him. The moment she transmitted the message, her pale hand started to dance in the air. Countless jade sabers flew towards the Wind Emperor and the Beast Emperor. They were very dense and blocked the Beast Emperor and the Wind Emperor's path. At the same time, she revealed a charming smile and mocked the two of them. Mad dog, monkey. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. This is something that even Liao Qi hasn't tried before. Swish. The Wind Emperor, who was charging towards them with lightning speed, suddenly turned to the side. The halberd in his hand danced and created afterimages that enveloped his entire body. He quickly dodged the attack. Not only did the Rain Empress use the jade sabers, but she also used her charm. Her words were even mixed with her demonic voice. Under the triple soul attack and the ultimate move that the Rain Empress said that even Liao Qi hadn't tried before, the Wind Emperor was afraid. The Wind Emperor was afraid. He had clearly seen the battle between the Rain Empress and Liao Qi. With such powerful soul skills working together, coupled with an ultimate move that he hadn't used before, how could he dare to take the risk? The instant he dodged, the Wind Arch saw a strange scene. The Demon Arch, this silly monkey, actually didn't dodge. He actually ignited a raging inferno and turned it into a fiery red shield. He continued to charge towards the back of the rain. The Wind Emperor was at a loss. When did this Demon Emperor become so ferocious? Even if he burned his demon power and dodged the jade knife, would he be able to block the Rain Empress' ultimate move? This brother is too awesome today. He's too kind. He's actually willing to put himself in danger to kill the Rain Empress. It's over. This monkey isn't afraid of death, the Rain Empress sighed helplessly. How could she still have any trump card? Even if she had an ultimate move, she wouldn't be able to use it in her current situation. In fact, she had exhausted all the energy she had just recovered to use 3 soul skills in a row. Her goal was to make the Wind Emperor and the Demon the Arch feel that they didn't have any trump cards to use. She wanted them to retreat out of fear and buy time for the Thunder Emperor. She didn't expect the Wind Emperor to retreat. This Demon the Arch was usually the most cowardly and weakest. However, he was different today and charged forward fearlessly. Looking at the Demon Thearcha's cold claw, the Rain Empress felt bitter in her heart. If she was hit by this claw, she would probably lose a layer of skin even if she didn't die. However, she couldn't dodge at this moment. She was too weak. Move. I'll block it. At this moment, a voice sounded out of nowhere. The Rain Empress was delighted, and the Thunder Emperor, who was about to forcefully attack, was shocked. The Cloud Emperor drifted over and appeared beside the Rain Empress. He gently pushed her to the side while his white hair and beard moved without any wind. His body emitted white light as he clenched his fists and punched towards the Demon Thearcha's huge sharp claw. This old fox has finally made his move. The Rain Empress heaved a sigh of relief. With the Cloud Emperor blocking, the Thunder Emperor could easily recover his energy. As long as the Cloud Emperor could hold on for a minute, the Thunder Emperor would recover, and the Wind Emperor and the Demon the Arch would be dead. Ugh, Cloud Emperor, you're not my match. Get lost. The Demon Thearcha's face was extremely hideous. With a hoarse voice, he roared. The sharp claw that was glowing with a dim light smashed onto the Cloud Emperor's glowing fists. Boom! There was a flash of white light, and the Demon Thearcha's body that was like a small mountain only shook a little. The Cloud Emperor's body was also sent flying, and his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. How is this possible? This, F***CK, when did the Demon the Arch become so fierce? The Rain Empress and Lei Jin were shocked as they looked at the Demon the Arch in disbelief. Even the Wind Emperor couldn't believe that the situation had changed so quickly. The Cloud Emperor was here, and no one expected him to help the Rain Empress fight against the Demon the Arch. But the Demon the Arch was not only a different person today. No. He had turned into another beast, and his behavior had changed drastically. Furthermore, his strength had increased so much that even the Cloud Emperor was sent flying with a single slap. This doesn't make sense. Although the Rain Empress's body was extremely weak, her soul was still operating at a high speed. How could the Demon the Arch say that the Cloud Emperor was not his match? How could he send the Cloud Emperor flying with a single slap? Her pair of beautiful eyes observed the Demon the Arch carefully, as though she was trying to find a trace of difference. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as though she had discovered something. Then, she turned to look at the Cloud Emperor, and her body instantly turned cold. She shouted in fear, "Lei Jin, be careful." Bang! Her shout was a little too late. When Lei Jin also felt the danger, the Cloud Emperor was already sent flying 2 meters away from him. The Cloud Emperor's body suddenly flipped, and his leg that was emitting a blinding white light smashed towards him. If the Thunder Emperor wasn't in a weakened state, he could easily reach out his hand and break the Cloud Emperor's leg if he was given another minute. But now, he couldn't do that. Therefore, he was directly smashed into the black soil by the Cloud Emperor's leg. While he was still alive, a deep pit was formed, and he was smashed into the black soil. What situation is this? The Wind Emperor was a little confused. The situation had changed too quickly, and he felt that his brain wasn't enough to process it. Didn't the Cloud Emperor help the Thunder Emperor? Why did he severely injure Lei Zhen with a single kick now? What kind of trick was he playing? The Cloud Emperor is helping us. He didn't use his full strength just now. The demon the Arch transmitted a message, and the Wind Emperor instantly understood. He was actually acting. He used the demon the Arch to get close to Lei Zhen, but his real purpose was to kill Lei Zhen. Not good. The Wind Emperor instantly understood that he had to kill the Rain Empress now. Otherwise, the Cloud Emperor might protect the Rain Empress and continue with his plan of balance. He quickly roared at the Demon the Arch, "Demon the Arch, let's kill the Rain Empress first." Swish. As the Wind Emperor finished his sentence, the Cloud Emperor shot out from the deep pit and directly rushed towards the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor sneered. It seemed like he had guessed right about this old dog. He steeled his heart and decided to go all out. He turned to the Demon the Arch and transmitted a message, "Don't bother about that woman first. She won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Let's join forces and take down the Cloud Emperor first. This forgotten land will be decided by the two of us." All right. The Demon the Arch obediently gave up on attacking the Rain Empress and turned towards the Wind Emperor. It seemed like he was going to help the Wind Emperor kill the Cloud Emperor. Old dog. You're courting death. The Wind Emperor's huge halberd glowed with a greenish-black light as it slashed down at the Cloud Emperor's fist. The Demon the Arch was already behind him, and this old dog still dared to fight him head-on. Wasn't he courting death? Hee. I'll return that to you. The Cloud Emperor smiled faintly as if he wasn't afraid of the sharp claws of the Demon the Arch behind the Wind Emperor. He smiled calmly and leisurely. He smiled like an old fox, not good. The Wind Emperor saw the smile on the Cloud Emperor's face, and his heart suddenly palpitated. A sharp murderous intent came from behind him. However, he happened to swing his halberd and was fighting with the Cloud Emperor. How could he avoid it? Bang! The Wind Emperor was sent flying. He felt as if every part of his body was being torn apart, and his bones were breaking. The pain on his body couldn't compare to the shock in his heart. He looked at the Demon the Arch in disbelief and asked with difficulty, "Why?" The Demon the Arch didn't answer him. He didn't even look at him. Instead, he knelt down respectfully towards the Cloud Emperor and shouted, "Master." Idiot. The Rain Empress looked disdainfully at the Wind Emperor, who was still in a daze. She turned her head to look at the Cloud Emperor, who was all smiles. This old man, who always looked kind, timid, and slippery, actually made everyone misjudge him. He actually became the final winner. Chapter 754. I can answer this question. However, before I answer, I think it's better to seal your divine crystals. Don't resist, or else I don't mind letting the two of you have some fun in the netherworld. The Cloud Emperor had a peaceful smile on his face as he squinted his eyes. He waved his wrinkled old hand and two streams of white air entered the Wind Emperor and the Rain Empress bodies. The Wind Emperor and the Rain Empress did not resist. In their current state, they could not resist even if they wanted to. Since they did not need to die for the time being, they might as well live on. Although the divine crystals were sealed, if the Cloud Emperor wanted to humiliate them, they could self-destruct at any time. The Cloud the Arch waved his hand, and the Demon the Arch silently walked to the huge pit in the distance and carried the extremely pale Thunder the Arch out. It was obvious that when the Thunder the Arch was severely injured, the Cloud the Arch took the opportunity to seal the divine crystal. When the Cloud Emperor saw the three emperors gathered, he gave the Beast Emperor another look. The Beast Emperor walked towards the Wind Emperor mountain silently and sealed all the experts who were knocked unconscious by the Thunder Emperor. He smiled and said to the three emperors, "The Beast Emperor has always been my man. The Demonic Emperor has always been my man. 65 years ago, before the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor entered, he was already my man. He is also my most loyal soul slave. After a period of time, all of you will become my servants. Of course, all of you can choose to die, I won't force you." Most loyal servant, 650,000 years ago, the Wind Emperor completely understood. Soul slave? The Beast Emperor was actually the Cloud Emperor's sole slave, and his life and death were controlled by him. No wonder the Demon Emperor, who had always been as timid as a mouse, was so ferocious and fearless today. It turned out that everything was controlled by the Cloud Emperor. 65 years ago, the Wind Emperor entered the Forgotten Land and had just become the Wind Emperor. At that time, the Cloud Emperor led his men to attack the Beast Emperor Palace. After that incident, the Wind Emperor decided to stand on the Beast Emperor's side. He did not expect that the Beast Emperor did not escape during that battle and was enslaved by the Cloud Emperor. He was actually used by the Cloud Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. And Hui, were killed by you, right? Yi Qinghan and the slaughter god blade must be in your hands, right? How did you know that I was going to make a move? If he still didn't know who killed Ye Fei, then he would really be an idiot. This was because Ye Fei had the abilities of a war god at the peak of 6th grade. All 5 emperors were participating in the status challenge competition. Apart from Emperor Yun, who could transform into millions of people, no one else had the ability to kill Ye Fei without making a sound. He was just puzzled. How did the Cloud Emperor know his plan in advance? He left his true body outside. As soon as the Wind Emperor asked, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress, who were slowly recovering from their injuries, opened their eyes. After all, this concerned Yi Qinghan, and the two of them were also very confused about the Cloud Emperor's arrangements. This is even easier to explain. Hui, come out. Cloud Emperor smiled and shook her head. With a flip of her hand, a figure floated out of her emperor ring. It was Hui Fei, who had disappeared. Greetings, Master. Concubine Hui's expression was calm. She was still as beautiful as ever, but she did not look at the Wind Emperor or the Rain Empress. Instead, she bowed to the Cloud Emperor and stood quietly to the side. The moment the Wind Emperor and the Rain Empress saw Hui Fei, their eyes suddenly widened. Then, they instantly understood many things. Hui is actually very interesting. She was the spy I buried in the Rain Emperor Mountain. I didn't expect the previous Rain Emperor to use her as a spy and bury her in the Wind Emperor Mountain. And you, the Wind Emperor, just had to fall in love with her. Let me tell you one more thing. Hui is actually not as smart as you think. Many of the plans that she made with you, to be exact, were made by me and you, hee. The Cloud Emperor's words were very calm. His face did not have the arrogance of a villain who had achieved success. He still had that kind expression, but when he looked at the three of them, it seemed so terrifying. The Cloud Emperor was the first emperor in the Forgotten Land. It was not surprising that he could make many arrangements. However, he actually endured for so many years and pretended for so many years. His temperament could be said to be extremely terrifying. Sigh, the Rain Empress sighed. At this moment, she of course understood why Hui did not report the matter at the beginning. Instead, she suddenly sent a message when she was fighting, almost causing her to die on the spot. It turned out that everything was ordered by the Cloud Emperor. She looked at the Cloud Emperor with some loneliness and said, "Could it be that your eagerness to get out was also a pretense? Could it be that you really don't want to go out? Do you want to be a local tyrant in this land of death?" Wrong. The Cloud Emperor waved his hand. His face showed glory for the first time, and a trace of passion appeared in his eyes. Of course I want to go out, but I want to bring a few 7th grade war god servants with me. I want to bring more than 100,000 warriors with me. I want to bring enough god stones to buy 100 cities. I want to make all those who look down on me regret and tremble in front of me. Don't worry, Yi Qinghan is very safe now. He is still in the Wind Emperor's ring, comprehending the mysteries. For those who can help me achieve my wish, of course I won't kill them. All right. We can talk about these things slowly. Wind Emperor, I'll take care of your subordinates first. The Cloud Emperor turned around and looked at the Wind Emperor Mountain. The Beast Emperor had already sealed the divine crystals of the elders who were severely injured by the Thunder Emperor. Everyone on the Wind Emperor Mountain, listen up. The Wind Emperor Palace has a new master now. You have 2 choices. 1, submit to me, and the other, die. Also, I can tell you clearly that in the future, the counterattack and the fight for the divine fruits will be abolished. Everyone can go up to the second level and obtain the divine fruits for free. Rumble. Following the Cloud Emperor's words, two surging torrents came from the two sides of the Wind Emperor mountain. On the left side, there was an endless number of demonic beasts, while on the right side, there were about 1,000 warriors in white armor. The formation was uniform and intimidating, and it was obvious that they were the top experts of the Cloud Emperor tribe. The Cloud Emperor tribe and the Beast Emperor tribe left the Wind Emperor tribe the closest to the Wind Emperor tribe, and arrived earlier than the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe. This was normal, but they appeared at the same time. Needless to say, this was arranged by the Cloud Emperor. There were tens of thousands of warriors at the foot of the Wind Emperor mountain, but no one dared to move or make a sound. The Wind Emperor was captured, and the most powerful elders in the tribe were captured as well. Of course, they didn't dare to resist, and they didn't have the strength to. Most importantly, the Cloud Emperor had abolished the counterattack and the fight for the divine fruits, so they didn't have the heart to resist. Since they were all subordinates, it didn't matter who they were loyal to. The warriors of the Beast Emperor tribe and the Cloud Emperor tribe were ready to drink blood at any time. We are willing to submit and pay our respects to the Emperor. The tens of thousands of experts knelt down in unison, bowed, and shouted. The Cloud Emperor waved his hand and asked them to return to the Wind Emperor mountain and wait for his orders. To him, conquering the three major tribes was not difficult at all. The three martial emperors were in his hands. Without the Emperor's ring, the Wind Emperor mountain, the Rain Emperor mountain, and the Thunder Emperor mountain were basically defenseless, and he could easily lead his men to attack. He and the Beast Emperor were the only two 7th-grade war gods in the Forgotten Tribe. Who could stop them? Beast Emperor. The men of the three major tribes are at your disposal. Take down the Thunder Emperor mountain and the Rain Emperor mountain. Those who don't obey, kill without mercy. With a sweep of his divine sense, he realized that the warriors of the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe who were rushing over had started to retreat to their own tribes. Obviously, they had either received the message from the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor, or they had discovered the situation here. The Cloud Emperor smiled and didn't care at all. He kept the Thunder Emperor, the Rain Emperor, and the Wind Emperor into his Emperor's ring and teleported away.